Tonight, everyone. You don't need to stay alert. This is a story that settles in softly, much like a familiar presence nearby. Long before cats became companions, they moved closer to human life on their terms, drawn by warmth, routine, and spaces where food and shelter were quietly shared. If you enjoy these slow, comforting journeys through the small choices that shaped our shared history, you can like the video, subscribe, and let me know where you're listening from and what time it is. Now dim the lights, turn on something for some white noise, and let's learn some history. You are settling into a story from thousands of years ago, when people first began to stay in one place long enough to plant seeds and store grain. In those early villages, warmth and shelter drew not only people together, but also small animals who noticed the steady routines and learned that nearness could mean safety. This is the story of how cats made that choice, quietly and on their own terms. You wake in a settlement built along a river valley where the soil holds water and the sun warms clay walls by mid-morning. The air smells of dust and dry grass. People move through familiar patterns, carrying baskets of barley, sweeping dirt floors and stacking bundles of reeds against low stone walls. Everything happens slowly, shaped by heat and habit. Grain stores sit in ceramic jars with flat lids, stacked in shaded corners of courtyards. The jars hold enough to last through seasons when nothing grows. People check them daily, brushing away insects and tilting the lids to peer inside. The grain shifts with a soft whisper when disturbed. Mice notice this abundance. They arrive in the cool hours before dawn, slipping through gaps in woven fences, following the scent of stored seeds. Cats notice the mice. They move into the edges of the settlement without ceremony, stepping lightly along the perimeter where walls meet open ground. They do not announce themselves. They find places to rest in the shade of overhangs, behind stacks of clay bricks, and under benches where the ground stays cool. They watch the movement of people and animals with calm attention, learning the rhythm of the day. Mornings begin with the scrape of wooden tools against stone, the rustle of baskets being filled, and the low hum of voices discussing tasks. People work steadily, pausing to drink water from shallow bowls, wiping sweat from their foreheads. The settlement feels orderly and predictable. Courtyards fill with sunlight. Shadows shrink toward midday. Cats settle into spots where they can see without being seen. A ledge above a doorway, a gap between two storage jars. The top of a wall warmed by morning sun. They rest with eyes half closed and tails curled around their bodies, breathing slowly. They do not seek attention. They simply occupy space that offers both comfort and vantage. Children scatter grain for chickens in the courtyard. The birds peck and flutter, kicking up small clouds of dust. Cats watch this activity from a distance, noting the movement, the sound, and the predictable timing. They learn when the courtyard fills and when it empties. They learn which paths people take most often and which corners remain undisturbed. By midday, the heat presses down and movement slows. People retreat indoors or into the deepest shade. The settlement grows quiet. Even the chickens settle into dust baths, fluffing their feathers and closing their eyes. Cats remain still, conserving energy, letting the hours pass without effort. There is no urgency here. Time moves in long, unhurried stretches. Late afternoon brings a shift in temperature. Breezes begin to move through the spaces between buildings. People emerge to continue their work. They grind grain with heavy stones, the sound rhythmic and steady. They weave mats from reeds, their hands moving in practice patterns. They mend baskets, repair tools, and tend small fires for evening meals. Cats stretch and shift positions, following the retreating patches of sunlight. They groom themselves with careful attention, smoothing fur and cleaning paws. They yawn widely, showing sharp teeth, then settle again. Their presence becomes part of the landscape, unremarkable and accepted. Mice venture out as shadows lengthen, emboldened by the approaching dusk. They move quickly, darting from one hiding spot to another, always alert. Cats track this movement with focused stillness, bodies low, ears forward. Sometimes they move, sometimes they simply watch. The settlement provides more than enough opportunity. There is no need to rush. People notice the cats in passing, a shape on a wall, a flicker of movement in peripheral vision. No one reacts with surprise or concern. The cats are simply there, as the chickens are there, as the insects are there. They belong to the rhythm of the place without requiring acknowledgement. Evening approaches and the quality of light changes, turning golden and soft. Cooking fires begin to glow in hearths. The smell of baking bread drifts through the settlement. People gather near doorways, sitting on low stools, talking quietly as they eat. Cats remain at a distance, observing. They do not approach the fires or the food. They maintain their own routines, independent but aware. As darkness settles, the settlement grows quieter still. People move indoors, fires burn lower. The sounds of the day fade into the sounds of night. Distant animal calls, the rustle of wind through reeds, and the occasional crack of settling wood. Cats navigate this darkness with ease, their eyes catching faint light, their movements silent and assured. The daily life of the settlement continues this way, day after day, season after season. Patterns repeat. Cats learn them thoroughly. They understand when grain is poured, when courtyards are swept, when people rest, and when they work. This knowledge allows them to exist comfortably within the human world without disrupting it or being disrupted by it. The relationship begins not through intention, but through simple proximity and the gradual recognition of mutual benefit. You watch as people build and repair the structures that define their lives. Walls rise from mud bricks dried in the sun, stacked carefully and mortared with clay. Roofs are formed from wooden beams layered with reeds and packed earth. Each structure takes shape through repetition, lifting, placing, smoothing, and waiting for materials to set and harden. Cats observe this construction from nearby vantage points. They note the appearance of new walls that create shade, new overhangs that block rain, and new corners that hold warmth. As people work, cats test these spaces, stepping carefully onto fresh surfaces, sniffing at new materials and deciding which spots suit them. A beam positioned at just the right height becomes a resting place. A gap between two walls becomes a passage. The cats adapt to the changing landscape as it develops. People sweep courtyards daily using bundles of twigs tied with cord. They push dust and debris toward the edges, clearing paths and gathering areas. This sweeping creates clean, open spaces where movement is easy and visibility is clear. Cats move through these swept areas with confidence, their paws finding smooth ground, their approach unhindered by clutter. The maintenance of order serves both species without either one planning for the other. Storage areas require constant attention. Baskets need mending when reeds crack and split. Clay jars develop hairline fractures that must be sealed with fresh clay. Wooden lids warp in the heat and must be replaced. People work steadily to keep these containers functional, knowing that grain left exposed attracts more than just mice. Insects swarm, birds descend, larger animals investigate. The effort to maintain sealed storage becomes a daily priority. Cats benefit from this vigilance. Sealed storage means concentrated populations of mice and rats drawn to the few accessible points of entry. The cats learn these points. They position themselves near the bases of storage jars, near the seams of woven baskets, and near the gaps where wooden platforms meet walls. They wait with extraordinary patience, bodies still, breathing slow. When movement occurs, they respond with sudden precision. Then they settle again, waiting for the next opportunity. Pathways develop through repeated use. People walk the same routes between buildings, between work areas and water sources, and between homes and fields. Their footsteps wear the ground smooth, creating defined trails. Cats use these same paths, finding them easier to navigate than rough terrain. The shared routes become familiar to both. marked by mutual passage though never by agreement. Repairs happen constantly. A section of wall crumbles and must be rebuilt. A roof develops a leak and requires new layers of thatch. A doorway sags and needs reinforcement. People approach these tasks methodically, gathering materials, working in the cooler hours, and testing their repairs before considering them complete. Cats adjust to the temporary disruption, moving to adjacent spaces, watching the work with calm interest, and returning once stability is restored. Courtyards become centres of activity. People gather there to work on tasks that require space, spreading grain to dry, sorting harvested crops, and preparing materials for building. The ground is packed hard from constant use. Low walls define the edges. Benches and platforms provide places to sit and rest. Cats navigate the margins of these spaces, staying clear of active work but remaining close enough to observe. Water channels require maintenance. Clay-lined trenches carry water from the river to the settlement. Sediment accumulates and must be cleared. Cracks develop and need patching. People wade into the shallow channels with tools, scraping away build-up, smoothing surfaces and ensuring steady flow. Cats watch from the banks, occasionally lapping water from the edges, taking advantage of the accessible moisture without venturing into the channels themselves. Building materials accumulate in designated areas. Stacks of reeds, piles of clay bricks, bundles of wooden poles. These collections create sheltered nooks and elevated platforms. Cats explore these spaces thoroughly, discovering which stacks are stable enough to climb, which gaps provide shelter from wind, and which heights offer the best view. The unintended architecture of stored materials becomes a landscape of opportunity. People build low walls to define property and create boundaries. These walls are not high, just enough to mark separation and provide modest privacy. Cats use the tops of these walls as highways, moving through the settlement with elevation and speed. The walls become connective tissue, linking different areas, allowing cats to travel without descending to ground level, where people and other animals move more densely. Hearths are built with care, using stones that can withstand heat, positioned to allow smoke to rise and escape through roof openings. Ashes accumulate and are removed regularly, carried away to be used in gardens or mixed with clay for building. Cats avoid active fires but appreciate the residual warmth of stones that have held heat through the day. They rest near these spots in the evening, absorbing warmth as temperatures drop. The act of maintaining shared spaces creates a rhythm that cats can anticipate. Morning sweeping, midday repairs, evening cooking. Each activity signals something about the state of the settlement, about where people will be and what they will be doing. Cats do not participate in this maintenance, but they benefit from its results. Clean paths, stable structures, concentrated resources and predictable patterns. The shared environment becomes gradually a truly shared space. You notice the way presence becomes acceptance without ever becoming partnership. People and cats occupy the same settlement, moving through the same days, yet maintaining separate rhythms that occasionally intersect without collision. A cat rests on a sun-warmed wall. A person walks past carrying a basket. Neither acknowledges the other directly. The person does not stop to observe the cat. The cat does not startle or flee. Both continue with their own concerns, their proximity unremarkable. This happens dozens of times each day, an accumulation of neutral encounters that builds familiarity through sheer repetition. Children are the first to show interest. They notice cats more readily than adults do, pointing them out, watching them groom or stretch or move along the tops of walls. Occasionally a child reaches out, attempting to touch a cat that ventures near. Most cats step away, maintaining distance, unwilling to engage. A few allow brief contact, tolerating a gentle hand before moving on. The children learn gradually which cats accept this attention and which do not. No one teaches them this. They learn through observation and minor disappointment. Adults focus on work and allow cats to exist without interference. A woman grinding grain notices a cat sleeping in the shade of her workspace. She continues grinding, the rhythmic sound unchanging. The cat continues sleeping, undisturbed by the noise. They share the space for hours without interaction. When the woman finishes and moves away, the cat remains. When the cat eventually wakes and leaves, the woman does not notice its absence. Tolerance becomes the foundation of coexistence. People tolerate cats in their storage areas because the cats reduce vermin. Cats tolerate people because the settlement provides resources and safety. Neither species seeks deeper connection. The relationship remains practical, grounded in mutual benefit that requires no affection or loyalty. Some cats become more visible than others. A particular individual might choose a favourite resting spot in a frequently travelled area, becoming a familiar sight. People begin to recognise this cat by its markings or behaviour. They do not name it or claim it, but they notice when it is present and when it is absent. This recognition is passive, a byproduct of routine rather than intention. Meals are eaten in courtyards or near doorways. People sit together, sharing food from common vessels. Small amounts fall to the ground. Crumbs of bread, fragments of cooked grain, bits of dried fish. Cats observe from a distance, waiting until people disperse before approaching to investigate what remains. They eat what interests them and ignore the rest. People do not set food out deliberately for cats, but they do not prevent cats from taking what has been dropped or discarded. Seasonal changes affect both humans and cats. When rains come, people seek shelter indoors and cats find dry spaces beneath overhangs or inside partially open structures. When heat intensifies, both species move more slowly, seeking shade and resting through the hottest hours. When cooler weather arrives, both become more active, working or hunting during longer portions of the day. The shared response to environmental conditions creates parallel patterns of behaviour. Boundaries develop naturally. Cats learn which buildings are occupied and which stand empty. They avoid entering active living spaces where people sleep and gather. They prefer storage areas, workshops and courtyards where human presence is intermittent and predictable. People in turn do not attempt to control where cats go or how they spend their time. The settlement is large enough to accommodate both without crowding or conflict. Illness and injury occur among cats as they do among all animals. A cat limps from a strained paw, moving more slowly for several days before recovering. A cat develops a wound that gradually heals. People notice these conditions in passing but do not intervene. Cats manage their health, resting when needed and continuing to hunt and explore when able. There is no expectation of care and no provision of it. New cats arrive occasionally, drawn by the same resources that sustain the existing population. These newcomers navigate the social landscape of the resident cats, finding their own territories and routines. People observe this process with mild interest but do not interfere. The cat population fluctuates naturally, shaped by available resources and the carrying capacity of the settlement, rather than by human management. Some cats leave. They wander beyond the settlement's boundaries and do not return. People do not search for them or wonder where they have gone. Other cats appear to replace them, and life continues without interruption. The fluidity of the cat population mirrors the fluidity of human life in the settlement, where people also come and go, arriving from other places or departing to establish new homes. The coexistence remains unmarked by ceremony or acknowledgement. There are no rituals celebrating the presence of cats, no stories told about particular individuals, and no attempts to formalise the relationship. Cats and humans simply live near one another, sharing space and resources in ways that require minimal effort from either side. This simplicity, this lack of complication, allows the arrangement to endure without strain or expectation. You feel the weight of midday heat settling over the settlement like a thick blanket. Movement slows until it nearly stops. People retreat to the coolest spaces they can find, sitting in deep shade or lying on floors inside buildings where walls block the sun. Their breathing deepens, their eyes close. Time stretches and softens. Cats respond to the same heat with the same instinct for stillness. They find their own cool spots, beneath carts where air circulates, in the shadow of walls that face away from the sun, and on stone floors inside empty storage rooms where the temperature stays even. They curl into compact shapes or sprawl with legs extended, whatever position offers the most comfort. Their bodies relax completely, muscles loose, tails motionless. The settlement enters a state of collective pause. Even the chickens stop their constant movement, settling into hollows they have scratched in the dirt, panting softly with beaks open. Dogs sprawl in the shade, tongues lolling, sides rising and falling with each breath. The entire community of creatures acknowledges the same need for rest, the same surrender to conditions that cannot be changed or hurried. Cats sleep in short cycles, waking briefly to shift position or groom before settling again. Their sleep is light enough that they remain aware of their surroundings, ears swivelling towards sounds, eyes opening to slits when something moves nearby. They do not dream in ways that show outwardly. They simply rest, allowing their bodies to recover from the energy spent hunting and exploring during cooler hours. People wake from their own rest more gradually. They sit up slowly, rubbing their faces, drinking water from clay vessels, and preparing to resume work as the day cools. Their movements are unhurried, still heavy with the remnants of sleep. They talk quietly if they talk at all, conserving energy for the tasks ahead. Late afternoon brings a shift in energy. Shadows lengthen and the air begins to move. People emerge from buildings, stretching, gathering tools and returning to interrupted work. Cats wake too, rising from their resting places, arching their backs and extending their legs one at a time. They groom thoroughly, attending to every part of their bodies with focused care. This grooming marks the transition from rest to activity. Evening approaches and both humans and cats become more animated. People work steadily, making progress while conditions allow. Cats begin to move through their territories, checking familiar spots, watching for signs of mice or other small animals. The settlement fills with purposeful activity, each creature following its own routine. As darkness falls, patterns of rest shift again. People gather near fires for evening meals, then gradually disperse to sleeping areas. They lie down on woven mats or simple beds of gathered reeds, pulling light coverings over themselves as air cools. Their breathing slows, conversations fade, the settlement quiets. Cats remain active longer, navigating darkness with ease. They move through the settlement on silent pause, their eyes reflecting any available light. They hunt when opportunity presents itself, and rest when it does not. As the night deepens, they find warm spots to settle, near hearths where coals still hold heat, in corners of buildings where warmth collects, and next to walls that radiate the day's absorbed sun. Some cats choose to rest near sleeping humans, drawn by warmth and the sense of safety that comes from proximity to larger creatures who pose no threat. They settle at a respectful distance, maintaining their independence even as they share space. People sleep unaware of this nearness, or aware but unconcerned, accepting the cat's presence as part of the night's stillness. The rhythm of rest becomes a shared language. Both species understand the necessity of pausing, the value of conserving energy, and the importance of responding to environmental cues that signal when to move and when to be still. This understanding requires no communication. It exists in the body's wisdom, in the instinct to rest when rest is needed, and to wake when conditions improve. Mornings begin with gradual stirring. People wake to the first light, rising slowly, moving quietly so as not to disturb others who still sleep. Cats wake too, stretching elaborately, yawning, and beginning to groom before setting out to explore. The settlement transitions from night stillness to day's activity, through a gentle progression that honours the need for both rest and wakefulness. Throughout seasons, the specific timing shifts, but the pattern remains. Summer days bring longer periods of midday rest and shorter, cooler periods of activity. Winter days allow more sustained work, with less need for heat-driven pauses. Cats and humans adjust their rhythms accordingly, both responding to the same environmental pressures and both finding balance between effort and recuperation. Rest becomes a form of coexistence as meaningful as any other. In the shared need for stillness, in the parallel patterns of sleep and waking, humans and cats find common ground that requires no negotiation. They simply rest when rest is needed, side by side in the same settlement, under the same sun, part of the same rhythm that governs all life. You observe how nourishment shapes the daily patterns of both humans and cats. Food is not abundant, but it is reliable. The settlement stores hold grain harvested from nearby fields. People portion this grain carefully, grinding it as needed, baking it into bread, and cooking it into simple porridges. The work of preparing food happens daily, creating regular scraps and spillage. Grain scattered during processing attracts mice. They emerge at dawn and dusk, moving quickly through shadows, gathering fallen seeds, and retreating to hidden burrows between the settlement's walls. Their presence is constant, sustained by the same resources that feed the human population. The mice thrive wherever grain is stored or handled. Cats position themselves near these areas of activity. They learn the locations where grain is most often spilled, near grinding stones, around storage jars, and in corners where baskets are emptied and filled. They wait with focused patience, bodies low, eyes fixed on spaces where mice are likely to appear. Sometimes they wait for hours. Sometimes they wait through entire days. Their willingness to remain still makes their hunting possible. When a cat catches a mouse, it does so quickly. There is a brief moment of sudden movement, then stillness again. The cat carries its catch to a quiet spot, consumes it efficiently, and returns to waiting. This pattern repeats throughout the day and night, providing the cat with regular meals without requiring human intervention or provision. People prepare food outdoors when weather permits, working in courtyards where smoke from cooking fires can disperse. They gut fish caught from the river, trimming away parts they do not eat. They pluck birds, discarding feathers and offal. They shell nuts and legumes, leaving husks in piles. These byproducts accumulate in designated areas and are later carried away to be buried or burned. Before these scraps are cleared, cats investigate them. They are drawn by the smell of fish entrails and the sight of discarded meat. They approach cautiously, aware that people are nearby, ready to retreat if necessary. Most often, people ignore the cats. Sometimes a person waves a hand to shoo a cat away from fresh scraps they still intend to use. The cat moves back a short distance and waits. When the person finishes and walks away, the cat returns. Certain foods interest cats more than others. Raw fish hold strong appeal. So do the organs and bones of birds. Cats show little interest in grain or bread, though they occasionally sniff at these items before turning away. Their diet remains primarily meat, obtained through hunting or scavenging, shaped by their own preferences and instincts. Opportunity appears in cycles tied to human activity. Morning food preparation creates one set of possibilities. Evening meals create another. Seasonal harvests bring temporary abundance when grain is threshed and winnowed, sending up clouds of chaff and scattering seeds widely. Cats do not eat this grain, but they hunt the mice drawn to it, benefiting indirectly from the harvest plenty. Water is available in the settlement's channels and collection vessels. Cats drink from these sources when they are thirsty, lapping from the edges of clay bowls or from shallow portions of the water channels. People do not prevent this. Water flows steadily enough that sharing it costs nothing. Some cats prove more skilled at hunting than others. A particularly adept cat might catch several mice in a day, eating what it needs and leaving the rest. Other cats hunt less successfully, going longer between meals, appearing thin and sharp-boned. The settlement supports a population of cats roughly proportional to the available prey, with natural fluctuations that balance availability against need. Birds nest in the settlement structures, tucking nests into crevices and overhangs. These nests sometimes hold eggs or fledglings. Cats occasionally discover and raid these nests, climbing to reach them and consuming the contents quickly. People do not intervene. Birds are not domesticated or protected. Their losses to cats are simply part of the ecosystem. Cats do not beg for food. They do not approach people with expectation or demand. Their entire relationship with nourishment remains independent, based on their own efforts, and the incidental bounty created by human activity. This independence preserves the essential nature of the relationship. Cats choose to stay because staying offers advantage, not because they depend on human generosity. Lean times affect both species. When harvests fail or stores run low, people ration grain more carefully, reducing spillage and guarding resources more closely. Fewer scraps appear. Mice populations decline with less available food. Cats find hunting more difficult. Some leave the settlement to search for opportunities elsewhere. Others persist, growing thinner, moving more carefully and conserving energy. When conditions improve, the cat population gradually recovers. The food relationship remains transactional but not contractual. Humans create conditions that produce prey and occasional scraps. Cats reduce vermin and ask for nothing else. Both sides benefit from this arrangement without obligation or expectation. Food provides the practical foundation for coexistence, but it does not create dependency or sentiment. Cats remain free to leave if resources disappear. They stay because most of the time resources continue to appear with reliable regularity. You watch as the sun descends toward the horizon, painting the settlement in amber light. The heat of the day gradually releases its grip. Air begins to move more freely, carrying the scent of cooking fires and distant fields. People's movements shift from the focused intensity of afternoon work to the gentler rhythms of evening preparation. Fires are lit in hearths and outdoor pits. Women and men tend these flames, adding wood carefully, adjusting the size of the fire to match the need for cooking. Clay pots are positioned over flames, filled with grain and water, and stirred occasionally as the contents soften and warm. The smell of cooking spreads through the settlement, a familiar marker of the day's progression. Children finish their tasks and begin to gather in open areas, their energy still present but channeled now into games and conversation rather than work. Their voices carry through the settling dusk, punctuated by laughter and the sounds of running feet. They are more relaxed now, released from the discipline of contributing to the household's labour. Cats emerge from their resting places, beginning their evening routines. They move along familiar paths, checking the spots where they have found food before, investigating any changes in the settlement's landscape. Their movements are purposeful but unhurried. Evening offers optimal hunting conditions, fading light that still allows vision, cooling air that brings mice out to forage, and the distraction of human activity that makes prey less cautious. People gather near their homes as meals finish cooking. They sit on stools or on the ground, arranging themselves in loose circles or facing doorways. Food is served from communal pots, ladled into individual bowls, and eaten with fingers or simple tools. Conversations happen in low voices, punctuated by comfortable silences. The day's work is discussed. Plans for tomorrow are mentioned, and news is shared about neighbours or family members in distant settlements. Cats observe these gatherings from the periphery. They rest on walls or under carts, watching the movement of people without approaching. They are not excluded, but neither are they invited. Their position remains that of witness, present but separate, sharing the space without sharing the activity. As people eat, small amounts of food inevitably fall. A child drops a piece of bread. An adult tips a bowl slightly and liquid spills. These small losses accumulate in the dust around the eating area. Cats note these occurrences, patient in their awareness that opportunity will come when people disperse. The light continues to fade, deepening from gold to rose to purple. Shadows merge and blend, losing their sharp edges. The settlement structures become silhouettes against the dimming sky. Fires grow brighter in contrast, their flames more visible as ambient light decreases. The visual world simplifies, defined now by points of warmth and light against gathering darkness. People begin to move towards sleep. They rise from their gathering places, bank fires to hold coals through the night, and carry empty vessels back into buildings. Children are called inside or guided towards sleeping areas. The sounds of the settlement change, fewer voices, more footsteps, and the rustle of mats being unrolled and blankets being arranged. Cats move into the spaces people have vacated. They investigate dropped food, consuming what appeals to them and ignoring the rest. They groom themselves in the residual warmth of the areas where people sat. They mark the evening's territory with their presence, claiming the night shift of the settlement's continuous occupation. Some people remain outside longer, sitting by dying fires, reluctant to end the day. They stare into the coals, their faces lit by the warm glow, their thoughts private and unspoken. Cats sometimes approach these solitary figures, settling nearby but not near enough for contact. The two species share the quiet in parallel, each absorbed in their own relationship with the approaching night. Stars appear overhead, first a few bright points, then countless more as darkness deepens. The sky transforms into a vast field of light, familiar to all who live without walls blocking their view. People glance upward occasionally, noting the positions of known constellations, using them to mark the season and passage of time. Cats navigate by different markers. They know the settlement by scent and touch and sound, by the memory of pathways and the location of shelter. They move confidently through darkness that would slow or stop human movement, their eyes gathering available light, their whiskers sensing obstacles, and their paws finding purchase on familiar surfaces. The settlement do not sleep all at once. It transitions gradually, with different households and individuals moving toward rest at their own pace. This staggered settling creates a long period of quiet transition, hours when some sleep while others remain wakeful, when the boundary between day and night stretches and blurs. Fires burn lower, the last voices fade, doorways darken as people move deeper into their dwellings. The settlement achieves a state of deep quiet, broken only by occasional sounds, the crack of a settling log in a banked fire, the call of a distant animal, and the soft footfalls of a cat on patrol. Evening becomes night. The day releases its hold. The settlement rests in the cool darkness, its inhabitants, human and feline, finding their own forms of rest, their own corners of peace. The bond between them remains unspoken, but it continues, woven into the fabric of daily life, as reliable as the sun setting and rising, as constant as the turning of seasons. You find yourself in the deepest part of night, when darkness is complete and the settlement rests in stillness. The moon may be present or absent, waxing or waning, its light transforming the landscape or leaving it to pure shadow. Either way, the night has its own quality distinct from day, governed by different rules and rhythms. People sleep inside their dwellings, lying on mats or simple beds, bodies relaxed in unconsciousness. Their breathing is deep and regular. Some snore softly, others shift position occasionally, turning to find comfort, but these movements are minimal and unconscious. Sleep claims them thoroughly, providing necessary restoration after the day's exertions. Cats remain more wakeful. Their biology suits them to nocturnal activity, though they have adapted to also move during daylight hours in response to the settlement's rhythms. At night they return to more ancient patterns, becoming alert and active, using senses honed for darkness to navigate and hunt. The settlement at night is not silent, but the sounds are different. No voices, no tools striking stone, no footsteps on swept paths. Instead, there are subtler sounds. The whisper of wind through reed roofs, the rustle of small animals in grain stores, the distant call of a night bird, and the settling of mud brick walls as they release the day's heat. Cats move through this soundscape with awareness and caution. Their paws make no noise on packed earth. Their bodies slip through shadows without disturbing them. They pause frequently to listen, heads tilted, ears rotating to capture sound from different directions. They process information constantly: wind direction, temperature changes, the presence of other animals, and the state of the night around them. Some cats hunt during these hours. They position themselves near grain stores, near animal pens, near anywhere mice might venture. They wait with the same patience they show during daylight, but now enhanced by the cover of darkness that makes them nearly invisible to prey. When they move, it is with sudden explosive speed, and then an immediate return to stillness. Other cats simply patrol their territories, walking the boundaries, marking their presence through scent, and checking familiar spots for changes or intrusions. This patrolling serves no obvious purpose beyond maintenance of familiarity, but it seems to satisfy some internal need for order and control. Fires still burn in some hearths, reduced to beds of glowing coals that pulse gently with residual heat. These coals provide the only light in many buildings, a soft red glow that barely illuminates the immediate space. Cats are drawn to this warmth, settling near hearths when their activity permits, absorbing heat into their bodies and resting in brief cycles before resuming movement. The settlement's buildings create complex shadows and sheltered spaces. Cats know all of these intimately. They know which wall has a gap that allows passage from one courtyard to another. They know which roof beam provides a route above ground level. They know which corner holds warmth longest and which drains heat most quickly. Safety at night comes from awareness rather than barriers. The settlement has no walls tall enough to prevent animals from entering, and no guards posted to watch for threats. Instead, safety comes from the collective presence of humans and animals together, from the fact that the settlement is occupied and active enough to discourage larger predators from approaching. Cats contribute to this sense of occupied presence. Their movement through the night, their watchfulness, and their responses to unusual sounds or smells all create an atmosphere of vigilance. They are not protecting the settlement deliberately, but their behaviour has that effect, adding to the web of awareness that makes the space feel defended. Sometimes a cat encounters another cat during nighttime wandering. They may approach each other with caution, touching noses briefly, or they may avoid contact entirely, each giving the other space. Their interactions are quiet and brief. There is no aggression, just acknowledgement and continuation of separate paths. Dogs sometimes stir in the night, lifting their heads to investigate sounds or movements. They notice cats passing nearby. Sometimes they watch with mild interest. Sometimes they ignore the cats completely. The two species have reached an understanding. Dogs guard the settlement more actively, responding to larger threats, while cats focus on smaller concerns. Their roles complement each other without overlapping. As night progresses toward dawn, the quality of darkness begins to change. The black sky softens almost imperceptibly toward deep blue. Stars remain visible but lose some of their intensity. The air grows slightly cooler in the hour before sunrise, the temperature dropping to its lowest point. Both humans and cats respond to this cooling. People pull coverings closer in their sleep. Cats seek the warmest spots available, curling tighter to conserve heat. The transition from night to day happens gradually but inevitably. Cats sense it before people wake. Their internal rhythms attune to the approaching change. Some settle into final resting spots, preparing to sleep through the morning. Others remain alert, ready to continue their activity into daylight hours depending on opportunity and inclination. Night provides a different dimension to the relationship between humans and cats. While people sleep, cats remain aware, moving through the shared space with familiarity and purpose. They do not guard the humans deliberately, but their presence adds to the sense that the settlement is not abandoned, not empty, and not vulnerable. Life continues through all hours, maintained by different actors at different times, creating continuity that requires no coordination or agreement. The settlement breathes through day and night, its pulse steady, its rhythm unchanged, its coexistence as natural in darkness as in light. You witness how patterns established over days extend into weeks, months, years, and eventually generations. The relationship between humans and cats does not deepen through dramatic moments or significant events. It simply continues, reinforced by repetition, shaped by practical benefit, and sustained by the absence of conflict. Children grow up seeing cats as part of the settlement's landscape. They do not remember a time before cats were present. To them, cats simply exist as chickens exist, as the river exists, as the sun exists. They learn through observation which cats tolerate approach and which prefer distance. This knowledge becomes part of their understanding of the world, unremarkable and assumed. These children become adults who maintain the same relationship their parents had with cats. They do not formalize it or change it. They allow cats to move through storage areas. They tolerate their presence in courtyards and on walls. They benefit from reduced vermin without acknowledging debt or gratitude. The pattern perpetuates through cultural transmission that requires no instruction because it involves no active teaching, only passive modelling. Cats produce new generations within the settlement. A female cat finds a sheltered spot away from heavy traffic, behind stacked grain jars, under a rarely used cart, or in a corner of an abandoned building. She gives birth to several kittens, nursing them through their first weeks, teaching them to hunt and navigate once they can walk steadily. These kittens grow up knowing the settlement as their home territory. Some of these young cats remain in the settlement throughout their lives. Others wander away, seeking new territories, following instincts toward dispersal and exploration. The settlement's cat population remains relatively stable despite this turnover, regulated by available resources and the carrying capacity of the environment. People notice when a familiar cat disappears and a new cat appears, but they make no attempt to track or control this turnover. The specific identity of individual cats matters little. What matters is the presence of cats generally, the continuation of their role in controlling vermin, and the maintenance of the established pattern. Seasonal cycles repeat, each bringing the same challenges and opportunities. Harvest times bring abundant mice and easier hunting. Lean winter months reduce prey populations and make survival more difficult. Cats endure these fluctuations through the same adaptations that allow wild cats to persist in variable environments: efficient hunting, opportunistic feeding, and the ability to reduce activity when resources are scarce. The settlement itself changes slowly. Buildings are repaired and eventually replaced. New structures are added as the population grows or needs shift. Storage methods improve. Tools become more refined. Through all these changes, the relationship with cats remains constant. New buildings provide new perches and shelters. Improved storage still requires protection from vermin. Better tools still create scraps and spillage. The fundamental dynamic persists despite surface changes. Generations of humans pass. Old people die and are buried. Children are born and grow into adults who have children of their own. The collective memory of the settlement shifts and evolves, but certain patterns remain so consistent they become invisible, part of the assumed background of life rather than notable features requiring attention. Cats live shorter lives than humans, their generations turning over more quickly. A human child might see dozens of individual cats come and go during their own lifespan. Yet despite this rapid turnover, cat behaviour remains remarkably consistent. Each new cat learns the same lessons, finds the same opportunities, and settles into the same patterns as those who came before. The relationship reproduces itself naturally without requiring teaching or enforcement. Other settlements develop similar relationships with cats. People travelling between communities observe cats living in the same way elsewhere: tolerated, useful, independent, present, but not possessed. This parallel development across different human groups suggests the arrangement serves fundamental needs for both species, needs that arise naturally wherever humans store grain and build permanent structures. The absence of formalization protects the relationship from the problems that plague more structured arrangements. There are no rules to break, no expectations to disappoint, and no obligations to resent. Cats and humans simply coexist in ways that benefit both. This flexibility allows the relationship to adapt to changing circumstances without requiring renegotiation or conscious adjustment. Stories begin to accumulate, not grand narratives, but small observations passed between people. Someone mentions a cat that was particularly skilled at hunting. Another recalls a cat that preferred a specific sunny spot for years. These stories are brief and factual, told without embellishment, and forgotten as quickly as they are shared. They do not accumulate into mythology or meaning. They simply reflect the reality of shared space and accumulated observation. The settlement continues through generations, its basic character maintained even as specific details shift. Cats continue to move through its spaces, hunting its vermin, resting in its shade, and drinking from its water sources. People continue to build and repair, plant and harvest, raise children, and age into elders. The two species remain intertwined not through bonds of affection or formal agreement, but through the simple, durable logic of mutual benefit and peaceful coexistence. You see now how this relationship emerged and persisted, not through moments of decision or acts of will, but through the accumulation of small choices and repeated patterns. Cats chose to stay near humans because staying offered an advantage. Humans allowed cats to stay because their presence reduced problems. Neither species set out to create a partnership, yet a partnership formed nonetheless. One that would continue for thousands of years, changing in certain ways but remaining fundamentally unchanged in others. As evening settles over the settlement once more, fires glow in hearths, and cats settle into familiar resting places. The day ends as countless days have ended before, and as countless days will end in the future. The pattern holds, the relationship endures, the quiet companionship continues, asking nothing more than what it has always asked: proximity, tolerance, and the shared recognition that some of the best arrangements in life are those that require the least effort to maintain. You rest now in this knowledge, in the comfort of understanding how connection can exist without complication, how shared space can create shared benefit, and how the simplest relationships often prove the most enduring. The story ends here, but the pattern it describes continues, as reliable as sunrise, as constant as the turning of seasons, and as peaceful as sleep itself. So friends, we're going into a quiet corner of the 1920s, away from the headlines and the noise. Here, in the everyday moments between morning routines and evening rest, you'll find a different kind of story. One of small freedoms, simple choices, and the gentle rhythm of a changing world. Let yourself settle into this time, into these ordinary days that felt, in their own way, quietly mind-blowing. You wake to sunlight filtering through cotton curtains in a room you share with another working woman. The alarm clock on the bedside table reads 7 in the morning. Your roommate is already stirring, feet touching the cold floor, reaching for her robe. The radiator clanks softly as the building's heat begins to rise. Outside you can hear automobile engines starting, the distant rumble of the elevated train, and the city beginning its weekday rhythm. You rise and move through the familiar pattern of morning preparation. The bathroom down the hall is shared by 4 apartments, so timing matters. You gather your toiletries in a small basket and wait your turn. The air smells of soap and steam from earlier bathers. When the room is free, you step inside and lock the door behind you. The mirror shows your face without makeup, hair still pinned from sleep. You wash with cold water first, then warm, using a simple cake of soap. The routine is quick and practiced. Back in your room, you sit at the small vanity you and your roommate have positioned between your beds. The surface holds a modest collection of items: a comb, hairpins, a compact of face powder, a tube of lipstick, and a small bottle of perfume. You begin with your hair, which you cut short 3 months ago. The decision felt significant at the time, but now it simply is. A fact of your appearance, requiring daily attention but far less time than the long hair you once pinned up each morning. You comb through the short waves, working pomade between your palms before running your hands through to create the smooth shape you prefer. Some women you know achieve the sleek look with more elaborate methods, but you found this simple approach works well enough for your office job. The goal is neat, modern and professional. You secure one side with a small clip. Dressing happens in stages. First, the undergarments, a cotton combination garment that replaced the corsets your mother still wears, then stockings rolled and secured with simple garters. The freedom of movement you feel is not something you think about consciously anymore, but it's there in every gesture, every step. You can bend, reach, sit, and stand without restriction. This is normal now. Your dress hangs on a hook behind the door. You chose it from a department store 2 seasons ago. A simple shift in dark blue with a dropped waist and hemline that falls just below your knees. The fabric is rayon, practical and easy to care for. You step into it and fasten the buttons along the side. Over this, a cardigan for warmth. Shoes are low-heeled and comfortable for walking and standing. You will walk 6 blocks to the streetcar, stand during the commute if seats are full, and spend most of your workday on your feet or perched on a stool at your desk. Your roommate is dressing at the same time, moving around the small space in a practiced dance of shared territory. You exchange brief observations about the weather and the day ahead. She works as a telephone operator and will leave 15 minutes before you. She mentions stopping for coffee on her walk. You consider doing the same. Breakfast is minimal. In the building's shared kitchen, you prepare toast and tea. Other residents move through the space, some hurried, others taking their time. A woman you know slightly from the 3rd floor butters bread at the counter beside you. She mentions a moving picture she saw over the weekend. You make a mental note of the title. The kitchen smells of toast and coffee, and the faint mustiness of the building itself. You eat standing near the window, looking down at the street. People are moving in both directions, most on foot, some waiting at the corner for the streetcar. The rhythm is steady and predictable. You recognise this flow and are part of it. The city has patterns and you've learned them. At 8:15, you gather your handbag and light coat. Your roommate left minutes ago. You lock the apartment door and descend 3 flights of stairs, joining the stream of people leaving the building. Outside, the air is cool but not cold. Autumn is settling in. You walk at a moderate pace, neither rushing nor dawdling. The route is familiar. Past the corner grocer, the drugstore, and the newsstand where headlines shout about politics and sports, but you rarely stop to read. At the streetcar stop, you wait with a dozen others. The car arrives, bell clanging. You board, drop your fare into the box and move toward the back. The car is full, but not uncomfortably so. You stand, holding the leather strap that hangs from the ceiling, swaying slightly as the vehicle moves along its tracks. Through the windows, you watch the city pass. Storefronts, office buildings, and pedestrians on sidewalks. Your workplace is a large office building downtown. You work in the stenography pool on the 8th floor, taking dictation and typing correspondence for several managers. The work is steady, requiring concentration but not creativity. You're good at it. You arrive, sign in, hang your coat and hat on the rack designated for your section, and take your place at your desk. The room holds 20 women at typewriters. The sound is a constant clatter, a rhythm you've grown accustomed to. Your fingers move across the keys without conscious thought, translating the shorthand in your notebook into typed letters. The managers rotate through, handing you new assignments and collecting completed work. You nod, take notes, and return to typing. Morning passes in this pattern. At noon, you and 2 other women from your floor leave the building together. You walk to a nearby lunchroom, a simple establishment with a counter and a dozen small tables. The menu is written on a board behind the register. You order soup and a sandwich and hot tea. The food arrives quickly. You eat while discussing practical matters, a shop having a sale on stockings, a new beauty parlour opening 2 streets over, and the upcoming weekend. The conversation is easy and requires little effort. These women are not intimate friends, but they share this daily routine, this space, and these small exchanges. It is companionable. After 30 minutes, you pay your bill and return to the office. The afternoon stretches ahead, similar to the morning. More dictation, more typing, more letters about business matters you understand only peripherally. At 5 o'clock, you cover your typewriter, collect your belongings, and leave. The streetcar home is more crowded than the morning ride. You stand again, pressed among other bodies, all moving in the same direction. Tired workers, shop girls and clerks. The collective fatigue is palpable but not oppressive. This is simply the end of the work day. Back at your building, you climb the stairs more slowly than you descended them in the morning. Your roommate is not yet home. You unlock the door, step inside, and set down your handbag. The apartment is quiet. You remove your shoes and feel immediate relief. Your feet ache in the familiar way they do after a day of standing and walking. You have an hour before you need to think about dinner. You sit on your bed, leaning against the wall, and pick up the magazine you've been reading in pieces over the past week. The articles discuss fashion, homemaking tips, and serialized fiction. You read without deep concentration, allowing your mind to rest. Outside, the sounds of the city continue, but here, in this small room, there is temporary stillness. When your roommate returns, you discuss evening plans. Tonight there is nothing scheduled. You agree to prepare a simple meal together in the shared kitchen, then perhaps attend a moving picture at the neighbourhood theatre. Or perhaps just stay in and read. The decision can wait. For now, you remain where you are, resting, letting the day settle behind you. This is the shape of an ordinary weekday. It repeats with small variations. Different conversations, different meals, different weather, but the essential pattern remains. You wake, prepare, work, eat, return, and rest. Within this structure, you make small choices that feel significant. The colour of your lipstick, the route you walk, the magazine you purchase. These choices are yours in a way that feels different from how your mother's life unfolded. Not dramatically different, but quietly, noticeably so. Your appearance requires daily attention and a collection of skills you've acquired gradually. The process is not mysterious or difficult, but it does demand time and consistency. You've learned what works for your face, your hair, and your body, and you follow these methods with the same reliability you bring to your work. Hair care begins with the cut itself. You visit a beauty parlour every 6 weeks to maintain the shape. The establishment is a bright, clean space with several chairs arranged before large mirrors. You make an appointment for Saturday morning, arriving to find 3 other women already seated in various stages of service. The smell is chemical and floral at once. Permanent wave solution, shampoo, hair tonic, and perfume. Your stylist is a woman near your age who trained in the new methods of cutting and shaping short hair. She works quickly, snipping and checking proportions, creating the close fit around your head that modern style requires. The entire process takes 30 minutes. You pay at the front desk, leaving with hair that will hold its shape for another several weeks with daily maintenance. That maintenance happens each morning and evening. You dampen your hair slightly, apply pomade, and comb it into smooth waves against your skull. Some nights, you set it with pins and a net, creating more defined waves for the following day. The pins press against your scalp as you sleep, a minor discomfort you've grown used to. In the morning, you remove them carefully, comb through, and assess the result. Usually satisfactory. Other women you know achieve different effects. Some prefer the tight marcelled waves created with heated irons. You tried this once and found it time-consuming and risky. The iron must be exactly the right temperature to avoid singeing the hair. You watched a friend burn a small section near her temple and decided the sleeker, simpler method suited you better. Cosmetics are a newer habit. Your mother wore minimal makeup, perhaps a dusting of powder for special occasions. You wear it daily, though not heavily. The routine is standardised now, familiar enough that you can complete it while your mind wanders to other topics. Face powder comes first. You open the compact, a small round case that fits in your palm, and use the attached puff to dust powder over your nose, cheeks and forehead. The shade is meant to be slightly paler than your natural skin, creating the smooth, matte appearance that current fashion favours. You blend carefully, avoiding obvious lines. The powder reduces shine and creates a base for the rest. Rouge is applied sparingly to the apples of your cheeks. You use your fingertip, warming the cream between finger and thumb before patting it onto your skin. The goal is a subtle flush, not obvious colour. You blend the edges until there's no clear line between rouged and unrouged skin. Some women you've seen apply rouge in dramatic circles or streaks. You find this garish and prefer restraint. Lipstick is the element you most enjoy. You own 3 tubes in slightly different shades of red and rose. You select based on your clothing or your mood. The application requires a steady hand. You outline your lips first, creating the bow shape that fashion currently prefers, slightly exaggerated from your natural lip line. Then you fill in the colour, pressing your lips together to distribute it evenly. The finish is matte and stays in place reasonably well, though you'll need to reapply after eating. Eye makeup is minimal for daytime. You darken your lashes slightly with a block of mascara, wetting a small brush and running it over the product before applying it to your lashes. The effect is subtle. For evening you might add a touch of dark powder along your lash line to define your eyes, but this is optional. Your eyebrows are shaped with tweezers once a week, plucked into a thinner, more arched line than they grow naturally. The process is uncomfortable but brief. Skin care happens at night. You remove your makeup with cold cream, massaging the thick substance over your face until the cosmetics dissolve, then wiping it away with a soft cloth. Your skin feels clean and slightly tight afterward. You apply a light moisturising cream before bed. This nightly removal is essential. Sleeping in makeup leads to clogged pores and blemishes, problems you work to avoid. Clothing maintenance is equally routine. You hand wash stockings and undergarments in the bathroom sink every few days, hanging them to dry on a line strung near the radiator. Dresses require less frequent washing but regular care. You check hems for loose threads, reinforce buttons and brush away dust and lint. Once a month, you take items that need more thorough cleaning to a laundry service 2 blocks away. They wash and press for a reasonable fee. You own 6 dresses suitable for work, 3 skirts with accompanying blouses, and 2 nicer dresses for evening wear. This is adequate. You rotate through them, allowing each to wear between wearings. Your clothing hangs on hooks and a small rod in the corner of your room. You've learned to maximise limited space, folding items that can be folded and hanging items that shouldn't be creased. Shoes are practical investments. You own 3 pairs, your everyday work shoes with low, sturdy heels, a pair of house slippers, and 1 pair of lighter, prettier shoes for dancing or social occasions. The work shoes show the most wear. You have them resoled when necessary, maintaining them because good shoes are expensive and your budget is limited. Undergarments have changed significantly from what your mother wore. You own several cotton combination suits that replace the separate pieces and boned corsets of previous decades. These all-in-one garments are comfortable and allow free movement. You also own a few brasiers, soft cotton affairs that flatten rather than enhance. The current silhouette favours a straight, boyish figure. You're naturally slender, which suits the fashion, but some women you know bind their breasts to achieve a flatter line. You find this unnecessary for yourself. Stockings are a constant expense and concern. They're made of silk or rayon, delicate and prone to runs. You roll them carefully each morning, checking for weak spots. Despite your care, they snag and tear. You mend small runs with a needle and thread that matches the stocking colour, but larger tears mean the stockings are finished. You purchase new ones regularly, choosing between affordability and quality. The cheaper ones run faster. The better ones last longer but cost more up front. You've found a middle ground that works for your budget. Perfume is a luxury, but you maintain a small bottle. You apply it sparingly, a dab behind each ear, at your wrists. The scent is light and floral. It fades within a few hours, but provides a pleasant awareness in the morning. You wear it most days, skipping only when you're low on funds or feeling particularly practical. Manicures you do yourself, sitting at the vanity with your small kit of tools. You file your nails short and round, push back your cuticles, and buff the nail surface until it shines. Sometimes you apply a clear polish. Red polish is popular, but you save this for special occasions. For daily wear, clean, shaped nails are sufficient. All of this upkeep, the hair, the cosmetics, the clothing care, requires time and money. You budget both carefully. An hour in the morning, 30 minutes in the evening, and portions of your weekend are devoted to maintaining your appearance. The expenses factored into your weekly budget alongside rent, food, and transportation. You accept this as part of modern life, part of working in an office where appearance matters, and part of participating in social life where presentation is noticed and judged. The result is an external self that feels intentional and controlled. You're not naturally glamorous, but you're neat, current, and appropriate. You look like the other young women on the streetcar, in the office, and at the lunchroom. You fit the time and place you inhabit. This matters in ways both practical and personal. Your appearance opens certain doors, allows certain assumptions, and grants you a kind of provisional belonging in spaces where women like you are still relatively new. Your friendships form primarily through shared circumstances, work, the building where you live, and the places you regularly visit. These connections range from casual acquaintance to genuine closeness, with most falling somewhere in between. The structure of your life creates natural opportunities for interaction, and you've learned to recognize which relationships might deepen and which will remain pleasantly surface level. At the office, you share space with 19 other women in the stenography pool. You know all their names, recognize their habits, and understand the informal hierarchies that govern the room. Some are faster typists, some have been there longer, and some are favoured by particular managers. You occupy a middle position, competent, reliable, neither exceptional nor struggling. 3 of these women have become your regular lunch companions. You gravitate toward each other naturally, leaving the building together at noon, walking to the same handful of restaurants in rotation. The conversation during these meals is practical and light. You discuss work frustrations in general terms, never mentioning specific managers by name. You share information about sales at stores, new products, and changes in the neighbourhood. One woman recently became engaged and sometimes talks about her wedding plans. You listen, offer appropriate responses, and feel neither envious nor particularly invested. After work, these friendships rarely extend. You part at the office entrance, heading in different directions to different neighbourhoods. On rare occasions, you might arrange to attend a moving picture together on a Saturday afternoon, but this requires coordination and planning that often feels like more effort than it's worth. The friendship is real, but contained within specific boundaries. Closer friendships exist with women in your building. Your roommate is the most constant presence in your daily life. You've shared this apartment for 14 months. You know her habits, her moods, and her family history. She knows yours. You negotiate shared space with minimal conflict, having established clear patterns early on. You each have particular shelves, particular hooks, and particular times for bathing and dressing. You split costs evenly and keep track of shared expenses in a small notebook. Your relationship is cooperative rather than intimate. You enjoy each other's company without depending on it. Some evenings you spend together, talking while preparing dinner or getting ready to go out. Other evenings you exist in parallel, she reading on her bed while you write letters at the desk, both content in the shared silence. You trust her with your belongings, your space, and your basic privacy. This trust is earned through consistent, considerate behaviour on both sides. 2 other women in the building have become regular friends. They share an apartment on the floor below yours. Both work retail jobs, different stores and different schedules. When your free time aligns, you gather in one apartment or the other. You play cards sometimes, simple games that require minimal concentration. You look through magazines together, discussing fashion and celebrities with mild interest. You practice new hairstyles on each other, experimenting with techniques seen in photographs or suggested by beauty parlour stylists. These gatherings are relaxed and unstructured. Someone might bring food to share. You talk about your jobs, about families back home, and about small dreams and practical plans. One woman is saving money to visit her sister in another state. Another wants to take a business course to improve her employment prospects. These goals are modest and achievable. You discuss them seriously, offering encouragement and practical suggestions. Through these friends, you've been introduced to other young women in similar circumstances. The network expands gradually, connecting office workers and shop girls and telephone operators across the neighbourhood. You recognise many faces now when you're out walking. You exchange greetings and brief updates. This web of loose connections creates a sense of community without requiring deep commitment. Dance halls provide another context for social interaction. You attend perhaps twice a month, sometimes with your roommate, sometimes with the women from downstairs, and occasionally with a larger group assembled through various connections. The halls are large, bright spaces with live music and crowds of young people. You pay a small admission fee at the door and enter a room filled with sound and movement. The dancing itself is energetic but not wild. You know the popular steps, the Charleston, the Black Bottom, various foxtrots and two-steps. You learned by watching, by practicing with friends, and by simply joining in and picking up the patterns. Some dancers are skilled and inventive. Most, like you, are competent enough to participate without embarrassment. Men ask you to dance. You accept or decline based on quick assessments. Does he seem pleasant, sober and respectful? Most dances last for one song, then you return to your friends. Occasionally a partner is interesting enough that you dance several songs in succession. Conversation happens between dances, shouted over the music or spoken during brief pauses. Topics are light. Where do you work? Where do you live? And do you come here often? You exchange names, sometimes addresses. Most of these encounters lead nowhere. A few have resulted in further invitations, to a moving picture, to dinner, to another dance. You've dated several men casually over the past 2 years. The pattern is familiar. Initial meetings, a few planned outings, perhaps some physical affection, kissing, hand-holding. Then either a gradual fade or an explicit ending when one of you loses interest or circumstances change. You're not looking for a husband urgently, though you don't rule out eventual marriage. For now, these casual courtships provide companionship and entertainment without demanding significant emotional investment. Cafes and tea rooms offer quieter social spaces. You visit these alone sometimes, bringing a book or magazine, content in your own company among other people. Other times you meet friends there, sitting at small tables for an hour or two in the afternoon on weekends. You order tea or coffee, sometimes a pastry. The atmosphere is calm and bright. Conversation flows easily in these settings, covering whatever comes to mind without pressure or urgency. You've also joined a small lending library that operates out of a bookshop 2 neighbourhoods away. For a monthly fee, you can borrow books from their collection. You visit every few weeks, browsing the shelves, sometimes asking the owner for recommendations. Other members browse at the same time. You've struck up conversations with a few of them, discussing books you've read and authors you favour. One woman close to your age suggested you might enjoy a particular novel. You borrowed it, and later thanked her for the recommendation. These brief exchanges feel meaningful in their own small way. Your social life is neither isolated nor overwhelming. You have people to talk to, places to go, and activities that fill your free time pleasantly. You also have solitude when you want it, privacy in your routines, and space to think without constant demands on your attention. The balance feels right most of the time. You're part of a community of young women navigating similar circumstances, creating lives that include work and independence and pleasure in manageable proportions. Rest happens in fragments throughout your day, woven between activity and obligation. You've learned to recognize when your body and mind need a pause, and you've developed small rituals that provide relief without requiring significant time or planning. Sunday mornings are your most expansive period of rest. You wake without an alarm, allowing your body to determine when it's ready to rise. Usually this happens between 8 and 9 o'clock, later than your weekday schedule permits. You remain in bed after waking, enjoying the softness of the sheets and pillow, and the warmth under your blanket. Outside, the city sounds are different on Sunday. Fewer automobiles, no factory whistles and church bells ringing in the distance. Your roommate typically wakes around the same time. You exchange quiet greetings, discussing whether to rise immediately or linger a while longer. Often, you choose to linger, lying in your separate beds, talking in a leisurely fashion about nothing in particular. The conversation meanders without destination. You might mention a dream you had, or comment on the quality of light coming through the window. She might share a memory from childhood or wonder aloud about the weather. Eventually you rise and move through your morning preparations at a slower pace than weekdays allow. You take a long bath if the bathroom is available, soaking in hot water until your skin is pink and soft. You wash your hair, wrap it in a towel, and return to your room to dry it slowly by the radiator. You dress in comfortable clothing, a simple skirt and blouse, or sometimes loose trousers that you wear only at home. No corset, no stockings, no restrictive elements. Breakfast on Sunday is more substantial. You might prepare eggs in the shared kitchen, toast bread, and brew fresh coffee. You eat at the small table in your room, reading the newspaper or a magazine while you chew slowly. There is no rush, no schedule to keep. The morning can unfold at whatever pace feels natural. After breakfast, the day opens to various possibilities. Sometimes you remain in your room, reading for hours. You settle into the upholstered chair near the window, feet tucked under you, book propped on your knees. Sunlight moves across the floor as you read, marking time without urgency. You finish chapters, turn pages, lose yourself in fictional worlds, or learn about topics that interest you. History, biography, novels. Your tastes are broad. The reading is purely for pleasure, requiring nothing from you but attention. Other Sundays you venture out for walks. You dress more fully and leave the building with no particular destination in mind. You walk through your neighbourhood and into adjacent ones, observing shop windows, watching people on their way to or from church, and noticing seasonal changes in trees and gardens. The walking is meditative, your mind free to wander while your body moves steadily forward. You return home refreshed in a way that has nothing to do with physical rest. Sometimes you visit a museum or gallery. Admission is often free or very cheap on Sundays. You move through quiet rooms, looking at paintings and artifacts, reading explanatory cards. The pace is entirely yours. You can stand before a single painting for 10 minutes if it holds your interest, or pass through rooms quickly if nothing catches your attention. The experience is solitary, even when others are present, each person absorbed in their own observation. During the work week, rest comes in smaller increments. Your lunch hour provides a midday break, though you usually spend it eating and socialising rather than truly resting. The real respite comes in the evening after dinner when you've completed your necessary tasks and can choose how to spend the remaining hours before bed. Some evenings you simply sit. You position yourself comfortably, perhaps on your bed with pillows supporting your back, and allow yourself to do nothing in particular. You might look out the window, watching the street below. You might close your eyes and listen to the sounds of the building, footsteps in the hallway, water running in pipes, and muffled voices from neighbouring apartments. This deliberate stillness feels restorative after a day of constant movement and noise. Reading in the evening serves a different purpose than Sunday reading. The evening session is shorter, often interrupted by the need to prepare for bed or by your roommate wanting to talk. You read lighter material sometimes, magazines, serialised stories, and simple novels that don't demand deep concentration. The reading soothes you, occupying your mind just enough to prevent anxious thoughts from circulating while not stimulating you into wakefulness. You've also developed a habit of writing letters in the evening. You maintain correspondence with your mother, 2 sisters, and a few friends from your hometown. The writing is meditative. You sit at the small desk, pen in hand, describing your week in simple terms. You ask questions about their lives, share small observations about city life, and maintain connections across distance. The act of forming words on paper, watching ink flow from the pen tip, feels calming. You're not trying to be clever or impressive. You're simply recording your existence and acknowledging theirs. When weather permits, you sometimes sit on the building's front steps in the evening. Other residents do the same. You exchange greetings, comment on the temperature, and watch people passing on the sidewalk. These interactions are brief and undemanding. You're present without being required to engage deeply. The fresh air and change of scenery from your room provide refreshment. Weekday afternoons occasionally offer unexpected moments of rest. If work is slow, you might have periods of waiting between assignments. You sit at your desk, hands folded, allowing your mind to drift. You look around the office, noting small details, a crack in the ceiling plaster, the way sunlight angles through the windows, and the particular rhythm of your co-workers typing. These moments are brief but valuable, small pauses in the day's momentum. Saturday afternoons, after completing necessary errands and chores, sometimes open into longer rest periods. You return to your room, tasks completed with several hours of freedom. You might nap, lying down fully clothed on your bed, sinking into brief sleep. You wake feeling slightly disoriented but refreshed, ready to move into the evening's activities. Rest also comes through monotonous physical tasks that don't require mental engagement. Mending clothes, washing dishes, and organising your small collection of belongings. These activities allow your mind to wander while your hands stay occupied. The repetitive motions are soothing. You find yourself thinking about nothing in particular, or following long chains of association from one thought to another without purpose or conclusion. You've learned to distinguish between tiredness that requires sleep and tiredness that requires only stillness. The first demands that you go to bed and surrender to unconsciousness. The second can be addressed by sitting quietly, by slowing down, and by giving yourself permission to do less. You honour both types, responding to what your body and mind seem to need. Your relationship with food is practical and routine. You eat to sustain yourself, choosing items that are affordable, convenient, and reasonably satisfying. Cooking is a skill you possess but don't particularly enjoy, so you minimise the time and effort it requires while still ensuring you eat adequately. Breakfast is the meal you most often prepare yourself. In the shared kitchen of your building, you make toast over the small gas stove, butter it while it's still warm, and eat it standing by the window with a cup of tea. Sometimes you add an egg, fried in a small pan with a bit of butter. The egg requires attention but cooks quickly. You slide it onto your toast and eat the combination with a fork, washing your plate immediately afterward to avoid leaving dishes in the shared space. On mornings when you're running late or feel particularly unmotivated, you skip cooking entirely. You grab a piece of fruit from the bowl you keep on your windowsill and buy coffee from the cart near your office building. The vendor knows your face, if not your name, hands you the cup efficiently, and takes your coins. You drink the coffee while walking the final block to work, disposing of the cup in a bin near the entrance. Lunch during the work week happens at one of several establishments near your office. The lunchroom you visit most frequently serves simple, filling food quickly. The menu rarely changes. Soup, sandwiches, basic salads, and daily specials announced on the chalkboard. You typically order soup and half a sandwich, a combination that satisfies without making you feel heavy for the afternoon's work. The soup is usually vegetable-based, warm and salty, served in a wide bowl with crackers on the side. The sandwich is reliable, sliced chicken or ham or cheese between soft white bread. You eat efficiently, finishing your meal in 20 minutes, leaving time to relax briefly before returning to the office. The tea you order with your meal is served in a thick ceramic cup, hot and slightly bitter. You add milk and sugar, stirring with a small spoon. The warmth of the cup in your hands is comforting, especially on cold days. Other lunch options include a cafeteria-style restaurant where you select items from a display case and carry your tray to a table. This offers more variety but takes slightly longer. You choose items that look fresh, a serving of green beans, mashed potatoes, and a slice of meatloaf. The quality is inconsistent but generally acceptable. Everything is mild and well cooked, designed to appeal to many people without offending anyone. On Saturdays, when you're out running errands, you sometimes stop at a drugstore lunch counter. You sit on a round stool at the long counter, your handbag on your lap or hung on the hook beneath the counter's edge. A server takes your order, often a chicken salad sandwich and a glass of milk, and delivers it quickly. You eat while observing the other patrons, the rhythm of the staff, and the orderly flow of this small commercial space. Dinner varies more depending on your energy and plans. On nights when you're staying in, you and your roommate often prepare a simple meal together in the shared kitchen. You pool ingredients, splitting the cost. Pasta with tomato sauce appears frequently on your menu. The pasta cooks in boiling water while you heat the sauce in another pan, adding a bit of butter to improve the flavour. You serve it in shallow bowls, eating in your room with the bowls balanced on your laps. Other common dinners include scrambled eggs with toast, canned soup heated and eaten with bread, or cold plates of cheese, crackers and sliced vegetables. These meals require minimal cooking skill and cleanup. They provide adequate nutrition without demanding significant time or money. You've accepted that your meals are more functional than enjoyable, a reasonable compromise given your limited resources and cooking facilities. When you eat at restaurants in the evening, the choices expand. A modest family-run establishment 2 blocks from your building serves hearty portions of American food, roasted chicken, pot roast and pork chops, accompanied by potatoes and cooked vegetables. You order the meal of the day, whatever's available, trusting it will be filling and decent. The restaurant is warm and slightly noisy, with families and working people filling the tables. You eat steadily, cleaning your plate, feeling satisfied by the end. Chinese restaurants have become popular in your neighbourhood. You've eaten at one several times, initially uncertain about the unfamiliar flavours but growing to enjoy them. You order chop suey, a mix of vegetables and meat in a savoury sauce served over rice. The food is different from what you grew up eating, but not so strange that you can't enjoy it. You use a fork rather than attempting chopsticks, which feel awkward and inefficient in your hands. On special occasions, you might splurge on a nicer restaurant. These evenings happen infrequently, perhaps once every few months, when you've saved a bit extra or when someone is celebrating something. The restaurants have tablecloths and proper menus and servers who take your order formally. You might order fish or steak, items you rarely buy to cook yourself. The presentation is more careful, the portions more modest but better prepared. You eat slowly, aware of the money being spent, wanting to fully appreciate the experience. Sweets are occasional treats rather than daily habits. You buy a pastry from a bakery on Saturday morning sometimes, eating it fresh while walking home with your other purchases. The bakery sells cookies, small cakes and sweet rolls. You choose based on what looks appealing, paying for a single item rather than buying in quantity. The pastry is gone in a few bites, but the momentary pleasure justifies the small expense. Ice cream in summer is another indulgence. You buy a cone from a vendor or a small parlour, eating it while sitting on a bench in a nearby park. The cold sweetness is particularly satisfying on hot evenings. You watch it melt slightly, licking it quickly to prevent drips, finishing it before it becomes messy. Your beverage choices are limited and predictable. You drink tea most often, both at home and in restaurants. Coffee occasionally, usually in the morning when you need something stronger than tea. Water from the tap when you're thirsty and nothing else is available. Milk sometimes with breakfast or lunch. You rarely drink alcohol, finding it expensive and unnecessary for your daily life. At social gatherings, you might accept a glass of wine or a cocktail if offered, sipping it slowly to make it last, but you never seek it out independently. Grocery shopping happens weekly. You visit a market several blocks from your building carrying a cloth bag for your purchases. You buy basics: bread, butter, eggs, tea, sugar, canned goods, seasonal vegetables, and occasionally inexpensive cuts of meat. You've learned to judge quality, to select produce that's fresh but not premium priced, and to compare costs between similar items. Your budget for food is tight, so these decisions matter. You store perishables in the small icebox in the shared kitchen, labelling your items with your apartment number to prevent confusion. Non-perishables you keep in your room, on a shelf designated for food items. You maintain a mental inventory, noting when supplies run low and adding items to your shopping list. Eating alone is common for you. You've grown comfortable with it, finding it neither sad nor particularly notable. You eat at your own pace, reading while you chew, thinking your own thoughts. Shared meals happen frequently enough. Lunch with co-workers, dinner with your roommate, occasional restaurant outings with friends, that solitary eating feels like a normal variation rather than a lack. The rhythm of regular meals structures your days: breakfast, lunch and dinner. These fixed points provide stability and predictability. You rarely skip meals, understanding that consistent eating maintains your energy for work and other activities. Food is fuel, necessary and mostly unremarkable, but also occasionally pleasant, a source of small satisfactions woven into the larger pattern of your life. Evenings open differently depending on the day and your energy. The time between finishing dinner and preparing for bed ranges from 1 hour to 4, and you've learned to fill it in ways that feel restorative and enjoyable without requiring elaborate planning or expense. The simplest evenings involve staying in your apartment. You settle into comfortable clothes after removing your work attire, changing into a worn skirt and soft blouse, or, when you're certain of not receiving visitors, loose trousers and a cotton shirt. You remove your shoes, which provides immediate relief after a day of walking and standing. Your feet spread naturally against the floor, muscles relaxing. You and your roommate might spend the evening in companionable parallel activity. She sits on her bed writing letters while you sit at the desk leafing through a magazine. Neither of you feels obligated to entertain the other. The shared silence is comfortable, broken occasionally by brief comments or questions. Sometimes you read aloud short passages that amuse or interest you. She responds or doesn't, depending on her mood. This unstructured time feels valuable precisely because it demands nothing. Radio programs have become part of your evening routine several nights a week. Your building doesn't have radios in individual apartments, but the couple on the second floor invites neighbours to gather in their larger room when popular programs air. You and your roommate go down together, joining 6 or 8 other residents, arranged on chairs and floor cushions around the radio set. The voices coming from the speaker create a peculiar sense of connection to the wider world. You listen to music programs, comedy shows and dramatic serials. The experience is communal but not interactive. Everyone focuses on the radio, listening together, occasionally laughing at the same moments. When the program ends, people disperse back to their own apartments with minimal conversation. You've come for the program, not for socialising, though the gathering provides both. Moving pictures are your most frequent evening outing. The neighbourhood theatre is a 12-minute walk from your building. It shows films 6 nights a week, changing the programme 3 times weekly. Admission is affordable enough that you can attend weekly without straining your budget. You go alone sometimes, with your roommate other times, and occasionally with a larger group of friends. The theatre is a large ornate space, dim except for the illuminated screen. You purchase your ticket, find a seat in the middle rows and settle in as the lights dim further. The piano player begins and images flicker to life on the screen. You watch cowboys and comedians, romances and adventures. The plots are often simple, but the experience is immersive. For 90 minutes, you're transported from your ordinary life into these fictional worlds. Between films, you might stop at a nearby ice cream parlour or coffee shop with whoever you've attended with. You discuss the picture you just saw and share opinions about the actors and story. The conversation is light and pleasant, extending the evening slightly before everyone returns home. Dance halls offer livelier evening entertainment. You attend less frequently than moving pictures, perhaps twice a month. The atmosphere is energetic and social. Live bands play current popular music, and the floors fill with couples and groups learning and performing the latest dance steps. You dance some numbers, sit out others, and talk with friends between songs. The dancing itself is physical and requires coordination, but you've practiced enough that the movements come naturally. You follow your partner's lead, stepping and turning in rhythm with the music. Some partners are skilled, making the dance smooth and enjoyable. Others are clumsy, stepping on your feet or losing the rhythm. You smile politely through both experiences, knowing the dance will end soon regardless. Between dances you cool down, fanning yourself with your hand or stepping outside for fresh air. The halls can become warm with the press of bodies and the exertion of dancing. Outside, small groups gather on the sidewalk, talking and laughing. You join a cluster of acquaintances, participating in the conversation without dominating it. Topics are trivial. Comments about other dancers, observations about the band, and plans for the rest of the weekend. Quieter social gatherings happen in friends' apartments. You attend small parties where 6 or 10 people crowd into spaces similar to your own. Someone might bring a phonograph and records, and you play music while talking. People perch on beds, sit on the floor, and lean against walls. The atmosphere is relaxed and informal. You know most of the people present at least slightly, and conversation flows naturally across multiple small groups. These gatherings sometimes include light refreshments, cookies someone baked, fruit, and crackers and cheese. You nibble while talking, holding a small plate. There's no pressure to drink alcohol, though some people bring bottles and share drinks. You accept a small glass if offered, but nurse it slowly, preferring to stay clear-headed. Occasionally you attend organised social events, lectures at a local library, concerts in public parks during summer, and community gatherings at neighbourhood centres. These structured events provide something to do outside your apartment, without requiring significant expense or commitment. You sit among strangers, listening to a speaker discuss a topic of general interest, or watching performers on a makeshift stage. The quality varies, but the novelty itself has value. Walking is another form of evening leisure. You stroll through your neighbourhood and beyond, observing the city as it transitions from day to night. Shop windows light up, street lamps cast pools of illumination, and restaurants fill with dinner patrons. You walk without destination, turning down streets that interest you, pausing to look at window displays or watch street musicians perform. Sometimes you walk with a companion, maintaining a steady pace while talking. Other times you walk alone, content in your own thoughts. The city at night feels different from daytime, quieter in some ways, livelier in others. You feel safe enough in the areas you know, staying on well-lit, populated streets, remaining alert to your surroundings without feeling anxious. Reading continues into the evening, often becoming your final activity before bed preparation. You return to whatever book you're currently absorbed in, settling into a comfortable position with good light. Your reading taste includes novels, biographies, and popular non-fiction. You progress through books steadily, finishing one every week or two, borrowing new ones from the lending library, or occasionally purchasing inexpensive editions. Letter writing fills some evenings. You maintain regular correspondence with family and a few distant friends. The writing is neither a chore nor a passionate pursuit, but a pleasant way to maintain connections while occupying your hands and mind. You describe your week in straightforward terms, ask questions about their lives, and share observations about city living that might interest them. The completed letters wait in your room until you can mail them on your way to work. Some evenings you simply prepare for the next day. You lay out your clothing, checking for necessary repairs or cleaning. You review your schedule, confirming appointments or plans. You prepare your lunch if you're bringing one from home, wrapping sandwiches in waxed paper and storing them in the icebox. These practical tasks provide a sense of control and readiness, allowing you to sleep without worrying about the morning. By 9 or 10 o'clock you're usually ready to begin winding down. Evenings don't extend late on work nights. You need adequate sleep to function well the next day, and you've learned to prioritise rest over extended socialising. Weekend evenings might stretch later, but even then you rarely stay out past midnight. The life you're living requires energy and alertness, and you protect your capacity for both. The transition from evening activity to sleep follows a sequence you've refined over time. Each step prepares your body and mind for rest, creating a ritual that signals the day's end. You begin by removing your clothing. If you've been out, you hang your dress or skirt carefully, checking for stains or damage that need attention. You drape stockings over a chair to air overnight, noting any runs that require mending. If the clothes are still fresh enough for another wearing, you arrange them to minimise wrinkling. If they need cleaning, you set them aside in your laundry pile. Your undergarments come off next. The relief of removing your brassiere and garters is immediate and physical. Your skin shows slight indentations where elastic pressed against flesh all day. You massage these areas briefly, restoring circulation. Your body feels lighter, freer, and able to breathe and move without constraint. At the vanity, you face the most involved part of your nighttime routine. Removing your makeup, you open the jar of cold cream, a thick white substance that smells slightly medicinal. You scoop out a generous amount and begin spreading it over your face, massaging it into your skin. The cream warms from contact with your skin, becoming more liquid, dissolving the powder, rouge, and lipstick. You use a soft cloth to wipe away the cream and dissolved cosmetics. The cloth shows streaks of colour, red from your lipstick, pink from your rouge, and beige from your powder. You wipe methodically, making sure to remove all traces from your hairline, around your nose and under your chin. You rinse the cloth in the basin of water on your vanity, wring it out and wipe again until your face feels completely clean. Your reflection in the mirror looks softer now, younger perhaps, and certainly more exposed. Your skin is your actual skin, not the perfected version you present to the world. You apply a light moisturising cream, patting it gently into your face and neck. Your skin absorbs the moisture, feeling supple and cared for. You brush your teeth at the sink in the bathroom, using tooth powder and a brush you keep in a small case. The powder taste of mint and chalk. You scrub thoroughly, rinse and run your tongue over your teeth to check for cleanliness. You wash your face again with plain water and pat it dry with a towel. Your hair requires attention before bed. If you're planning to set it, you dampen sections slightly and wind them around your fingers, securing each curl with a pin. The pins press against your scalp, mildly uncomfortable but tolerable. You tie a soft scarf over your head to protect the set while you sleep. On nights when you skip setting, you simply brush your hair thoroughly, removing tangles and distributing natural oils from scalp to ends. You use the toilet, wash your hands, and check your reflection one final time. Without makeup, in your nightgown, with your hair covered or unpinned, you look entirely different from your daytime self. This private version feels more genuine, though you show it to almost no one. Back in your room, you pull on your nightgown, a simple cotton garment that falls to mid-calf. The fabric is soft from many washings. In winter, you add a bed jacket for extra warmth. Your feet are bare against the floor, toes spreading naturally. If your roommate is already in bed, you move quietly, respecting her rest. If she's still awake, you might exchange a few words about the day or plans for tomorrow. The conversation is brief and drowsy. You're both ready for sleep, not sustained interaction. You turn down your bed, folding the blanket and top sheet carefully. The sheets are cool against your skin as you slide between them. You arrange your pillow, testing different positions until you find the most comfortable angle for your head and neck. Your body begins to relax into the mattress, muscles releasing the day's tension. You reach for the lamp on your bedside table, turning the switch to extinguish the light. Darkness fills the room, broken only by faint illumination from the street lamp outside your window. Your eyes adjust gradually. You can make out the shapes of furniture, the rectangle of the window, and the form of your roommate in her bed across the room. The building settles into its nighttime sounds. You hear footsteps in the hallway, water running in pipes, and the creak of floorboards above you. These sounds are familiar and non-threatening part of the building's personality. You've learned to distinguish between normal sounds and those that might signal problems, and everything you hear tonight is routine. Your mind begins to slow its racing thoughts. You review the day briefly, noting what went well and what didn't, but without dwelling or analysing. You think ahead to tomorrow, running through your schedule mentally, but without anxiety. These thoughts are gentle and unfocused, slipping away as sleep approaches. Sometimes you remain aware of the boundary between waking and sleeping, feeling yourself drift closer to unconsciousness while still technically aware. Other times, sleep arrives so smoothly that you don't notice the transition. One moment you're thinking drowsy thoughts, the next you're elsewhere entirely, in the confused logic of dreams. Your sleep is usually sound and uninterrupted. You've developed the capacity to sleep through normal building noises, other residents coming home late, occasional street sounds, and the rumble of distant trains. Only unusual noises wake you, and even then, you typically assess the situation quickly and return to sleep. Your dreams are varied and mostly forgotten by morning. Sometimes you dream about work, endless typing, stacks of papers, and managers making demands. Sometimes you dream about your family, your childhood home, and situations that blend memory and invention. Sometimes the dreams are strange and disconnected, following no rational plot. You rarely remember them in detail, retaining only vague impressions of mood and setting. Your body shifts positions naturally throughout the night. You might sleep on your back, on your side, or curled slightly with knees drawn up. You rarely wake fully during these adjustments, moving instinctively to maintain comfort. The mattress is familiar, moulded slightly to your preferred sleeping position. In the deepest part of night, the city quiets. Fewer automobiles pass on the street below. The building becomes still. You sleep through these hours undisturbed, your body performing its necessary rest and restoration. Your breathing is slow and steady, your heartbeat calm, and your mind at rest. Toward morning, your sleep becomes lighter. You might wake briefly, note the darkness still outside your window and return to sleep. Or you might remain in a half-awake state, aware of sounds and sensations but not fully conscious. This lighter sleep continues until your alarm sounds or natural waking pulls you fully back to awareness. The cycle completes itself. You'll wake, rise, and begin again the process of preparing yourself for the day. But for now, in these nighttime hours, you simply rest. Your body repairs itself. Your mind processes the day's experiences. You exist in a state of necessary unconsciousness, gathering energy for tomorrow's demands. Sleep is perhaps the most democratic aspect of your life. Rich or poor, fashionable or plain, everyone requires it. In sleep, you're reduced to your most basic self, a breathing body, a resting mind, a human being requiring renewal. The flapper persona you construct each morning falls away completely in these hours. What remains is simpler and more essential, the foundation upon which everything else is built. Your life as a young working woman in the 1920s is not a dramatic revolution, but a gradual shift in what's considered normal. You're not consciously rebelling or making grand statements. You're simply living according to the options available to you, making choices that feel reasonable and right for your circumstances. The changes you embody are visible in small daily details. Your short hair saves time and feels modern, but it's also practical. Your knee-length skirts allow easier movement for walking, climbing stairs, and boarding streetcars. Your cosmetics enhance your appearance but also signal participation in current fashion, in professional workplace culture, and in social expectations of your peer group. Your work provides income that allows independence. You pay your own rent, buy your own clothing and food, and make decisions about how to spend your money and time. This financial autonomy is perhaps the most significant aspect of your life. You're not waiting for marriage to begin adult life. You're living it now, supporting yourself, building routines and skills and relationships on your own terms. The independence is not absolute or unlimited. Your salary is modest, restricting your choices. Your gender still closes certain professional doors and limits advancement. Social expectations still pressure you toward eventual marriage and motherhood. But within these constraints, you exercise more control over your life than your mother did at your age, and significantly more than your grandmother. You don't often think about this in historical terms. You're not aware of living through a transformative period. From your perspective, you're simply navigating the world as it currently exists. making the best choices available with the information and resources you have. The fact that these choices differ from what previous generations of women experienced is not your primary concern. Your mother sometimes expresses concern about your lifestyle. She worries about your safety living in the city, your lack of supervision, and your delayed marriage prospects. You reassure her without fully engaging with her fears. You understand that her frame of reference is different. What seems risky or inappropriate to her feels normal to you. You love her and respect her experience, but you cannot live according to her expectations without sacrificing the life you're building. Your younger sister sometimes expresses envy. She still lives at home in your small hometown, working as a teacher, living under your parents' roof and rules. She sees your independence as glamorous and exciting. You try to explain the realities, the small apartment, the repetitive work, the constant budgeting, and the occasional loneliness. But you also acknowledge the truth in her perception. You do have freedoms she doesn't. You can stay out late without explaining yourself, spend your money as you choose, and see friends without permission. The men you know relate to you differently than they would have a decade earlier. They're more likely to encounter you as a co-worker, a fellow resident in a mixed building, or a casual acquaintance in social settings. The strict chaperone requirements have relaxed. You can go to dinner with a man without a third person present. You can walk alone in public spaces without scandal. These small freedoms reshape how relationships develop. Not all men approve of these changes. Some find working women threatening or improper. Some still expect traditional courtship and marriage patterns. You navigate these attitudes carefully, avoiding conflicts when possible and standing your ground when necessary. You've learned to distinguish between men who respect your independence and those who tolerate it while hoping to eliminate it through marriage. The women's suffrage movement, which succeeded in gaining voting rights before you came of age, created a foundation for your current freedoms. You vote in elections, a right you exercise seriously, if not passionately. You understand that women fought for this privilege, though you don't involve yourself in political activism. Your energy goes toward managing your daily life, not toward organising for further change. You and your peers sometimes discuss women's roles and rights, but these conversations are usually practical rather than theoretical. You talk about workplace discrimination, wage inequality, and limited advancement opportunities. You share strategies for handling difficult situations, support each other's career ambitions, and validate each other's choices. But you don't see yourselves as political activists or social revolutionaries. The changes you're living through are cultural as much as legal. Standards of propriety have shifted. What's considered scandalous or inappropriate has been redefined, though not entirely or uniformly. You navigate these shifting boundaries carefully, aware that your freedom depends partly on not pushing too far, not violating unwritten rules that still govern social acceptance. Your appearance, the short hair, the makeup, the modern clothing, marks you as a particular type of young woman. This visibility has consequences. It signals availability for certain kinds of social interaction. It suggests particular attitudes and values. You're aware of being read and judged based on these visual markers, even when the judgments are inaccurate. The term flapper itself carries mixed connotations. Some use it affectionately to describe modern young women. Others use it dismissively or critically, suggesting superficiality, impropriety, or moral laxness. You don't use the term to describe yourself. You simply are who you are, living your life, making your choices. The label is applied to you by others, and you have limited control over what they mean by it. Your life includes pleasures your grandmother never experienced. Moving pictures, radio programs, dance halls, restaurant meals, and travel for leisure. But it also includes pressures and challenges she didn't face. Workplace competition, financial self-sufficiency, and navigating complex social situations without clear guidelines or family oversight. You sometimes feel tired, not just physically but in a deeper way. The constant effort of maintaining your independence, managing your appearance, meeting work demands, and navigating social expectations can be exhausting. You push through this tiredness most days, but it accumulates. Your rest periods, your quiet evenings, and your Sundays alone are essential for continuing. You don't know what your future holds. Marriage is likely at some point, though not certain and not immediate. Children are probable, though you haven't yet developed strong feelings about motherhood. Career advancement is limited by your gender, but small progressions are possible. You might learn new skills, change jobs, or move to a different neighbourhood or city. What you do know is that the life you're living now matters. These years of independence, work, friendship, and small freedoms are shaping who you're becoming. They're not merely a waiting period before real life begins. They are real life, valuable in themselves, creating memories and experiences and capabilities you'll carry forward regardless of what comes next. The city around you is changing constantly. New buildings rise, and old ones are demolished. Transportation improves, technologies advance, fashion shifts from season to season, political landscapes transform, economic conditions fluctuate. You adapt to these changes as they occur, maintaining your core routines while adjusting details as necessary. Your contributions to this changing world are modest but real. You perform work that keeps businesses functioning. You participate in economic activity as both a wage earner and a consumer. You model new possibilities for women's lives, even if only to the few people who observe you directly. You maintain relationships that sustain you and others. You exist, persist, and continue. The night deepens around you as you rest in your small room. The city quiets outside your window. Your breathing slows, steady and regular. Tomorrow will bring another ordinary day. Waking, preparing, working, eating, resting and sleeping. The pattern repeats with small variations, creating the texture of your life. You are a young woman in the 1920s living independently, working for wages, and making choices about your appearance and activities and relationships. You're neither a rebel nor a revolutionary, neither a victim nor a pioneer. You are simply yourself, navigating the world as you find it, building a life that feels authentic and manageable within the constraints and possibilities of your time. Sleep comes gently, settling over you like a familiar blanket. The day releases its hold. Your mind drifts into the formless territory of dreams. Your body rests and repairs itself. The world continues outside, but here, in this moment, there is only stillness, only breath, only the quiet continuity of another night passing into another dawn. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine this. You're living 5,000 years ago and the sun is setting. But this isn't the sunset, you know, where you simply flip a light switch and continue your evening as though nothing happened. This sunset is changing everything. The world around you is transforming from a place of activity and relative safety into something else entirely. A realm of shadows, unknown sounds, and mysteries that your rational modern mind can barely comprehend. For ancient peoples, night wasn't just the absence of day. It was a completely separate dimension of existence, as different from daytime as water is from air. When darkness fell, you weren't just losing light. You were entering sacred territory, where the rules of ordinary life no longer fully applied. The ancient Egyptians believed that each sunset marked the beginning of Ra's perilous journey through the underworld. Your evening wasn't just about getting sleepy and tucking in. It was about witnessing a cosmic drama where the sun god battled chaos itself to ensure morning would come again. Imagine trying to fall asleep while genuinely worried that sunrise wasn't guaranteed. That night might actually win this time. In ancient Greece, night was personified as Nyx, a goddess so powerful that even Zeus, king of the gods, was said to avoid angering her. Night wasn't something you controlled with lamps and electronics. It was a force that controlled you, and you needed to approach it with the kind of respect you might reserve for a powerful but unpredictable neighbour. This relationship with darkness shaped everything about how ancient people prepared for sleep. You didn't just brush your teeth and set an alarm. You performed rituals, said prayers, arranged protective symbols, and essentially prepared for a journey into the unknown. Because that's what sleep was, a journey where your conscious self departed and something else took over. The Romans had a saying, in nocte consilium, which means the night brings counsel. They believed that darkness had its own wisdom, that problems unsolvable in daylight could find solutions in the mysterious hours after sunset. Your evening wasn't wasted time before the real day began. It was a valuable period when different kinds of thinking became possible. Ancient peoples understood something we've largely forgotten in our artificially lit world. Darkness does something to human consciousness. Without electric lights, your eyes would begin producing melatonin much earlier in the evening, triggered by the gradual dimming of natural light. Your body would start its shutdown sequence naturally, guided by the same rhythms that had governed human biology for hundreds of thousands of years. Picture yourself in a Bronze Age village as twilight deepens. The temperature drops noticeably. You can feel it on your skin like a gentle exhale from the earth itself. Birds shift from daytime songs to nighttime calls, their evening chorus marking the transition. Cooking fires around the settlement glow brighter as the ambient light fades, creating islands of warmth and safety in the gathering darkness. The sounds change too. Daytime noises, people working, animals moving, children playing, gradually give way to a different acoustic landscape. Night insects begin their rhythmic chirping, creating a natural white noise that's both comforting and slightly eerie. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barks, the sound carrying farther in the cooler, stiller air. Your sense of smell becomes more acute in the darkness. You notice the smoke from the fires more intensely, mixed with the scent of whatever was cooked for the evening meal. There's the earthy smell of the ground cooling, releasing the day's absorbed heat. If you're near water, you might detect the mineral scent of moisture rising as dew begins to form. Ancient peoples created elaborate threshold rituals to mark this transition from day to night. In many cultures, you would never go to sleep without some form of protection ritual. This wasn't superstition in the way we might dismiss it today. It was practical psychology, a way of creating mental security in a world that offered very little physical security once darkness fell. A Babylonian family might recite prayers to their household gods before sleeping, touching small clay figurines that represented divine protection. An ancient Celtic household would bank their fire carefully, believing that keeping a small flame alive through the night would ensure the family's continuity and protect against malevolent spirits. In ancient China, the evening routine involves specific attention to the directions. Your sleeping position mattered because different orientations aligned you with different cosmic forces. Sleeping with your head pointing north was generally avoided because that was the direction associated with death. The dead were laid out that way, and you didn't want to accidentally signal to the universe that you were ready to join them permanently. The sacredness of night also meant that certain activities were forbidden after dark. Many ancient cultures believed that cutting your nails at night would bring bad luck, that sweeping after sunset would sweep away your prosperity, or that looking into mirrors in darkness might reveal things you weren't meant to see. These weren't random superstitions. They were ways of acknowledging that nighttime operated under different rules. For ancient peoples, the act of lying down to sleep was spiritually significant. You were voluntarily making yourself vulnerable, surrendering consciousness, and trusting that you'd wake up again in the morning. In a world without modern security, without emergency services, without the extensive safety nets we take for granted, this was a genuine act of faith. The darkness itself was populated with entities that modern people no longer acknowledge. Depending on your culture, the night might contain helpful spirits, harmful demons, the wandering souls of the dead, or divine messengers. Your bedtime rituals weren't just about relaxation. They were about negotiating safe passage through a landscape that was simultaneously physical and supernatural. Ancient peoples also understood that night was when healing happened, when the body repaired itself, and when dreams brought messages from gods or the deep unconscious. Sleep wasn't empty time. It was when important work occurred, work that couldn't happen during the busy daylight hours when your conscious mind was in control. Here's something that might blow your mind as you lie there in your comfortable bed. planning to sleep straight through until morning. Your ancestors didn't sleep that way. For most of human history, sleeping through the night in one continuous stretch would have seemed as weird as eating one meal a day or speaking in rhyme all the time. Welcome to the world of biphasic sleep, or as historians call it, first sleep and second sleep. This pattern was so universal across pre-industrial societies that it's almost certainly how humans naturally slept for thousands of years before electric lighting fundamentally rewired our relationship with darkness. Imagine your typical winter night in medieval Europe, though similar patterns existed in ancient Rome, medieval China, and virtually everywhere humans lived before industrialization. Around 8 or 9 in the evening, when darkness had fully settled, and there was really nothing productive you could do by the dim light of candles or oil lamps, you'd go to bed. But you wouldn't call it going to bed for the night. You'd be starting your first sleep. You'd sleep deeply for about 4 hours, which would take you to around midnight or 1 in the morning. Then something natural and expected would happen. You'd wake up. But here's the crucial part. This wasn't insomnia. This wasn't a sleep disorder. This wasn't you doing something wrong. This was normal, anticipated, and even valued. The hours between first sleep and second sleep, usually lasting 1 to 2 hours, were considered special. These midnight hours had a particular quality, a liminal feeling that made them different from any other time of day. The world was at its quietest, its darkest, its most intimate. And ancient peoples used this time in ways that might surprise you. Some people would lie quietly in bed, thinking and reflecting. Historical records suggest this was considered an excellent time for contemplation, for processing the day's events, and for working through problems. Your mind was rested from the first sleep, but hadn't yet been pulled into the busyness of daytime consciousness. Medieval prayer books actually specified prayers meant to be said during these wakeful midnight hours. Others would engage in quiet activities. You might tend the fire, check on children, have a small snack, or visit the privy. Some people would use this time for intimate relations with their partners. Medical texts from the medieval period suggest this timing was considered particularly good for conception, as the body was rested but not yet depleted by a full night's sleep. In communities where people lived in close quarters, and that was most communities throughout history, these midnight hours might involve quiet conversations. Historical documents mention people visiting neighbours during these wakeful hours, knowing that others would also be awake between their 2 sleeps. It was like a secret society of night wakeful people, all observing a rhythm that felt as natural as breathing. The ancient Romans had a term, concubia nocte, which referred to the time when people go to bed, acknowledging that this was an extended process rather than a single moment. Their sleeping arrangements and social patterns suggest they, too, experienced this divided sleep, though they left fewer specific records about it than medieval Europeans did. What's fascinating is that when you look at descriptions of sleep from ancient and medieval sources, they almost always talk about sleeps, plural. After the first sleep appears in everything from Homer to medieval court documents. It wasn't a figure of speech. It was simply describing how sleep actually worked. This pattern makes biological sense when you understand human sleep architecture. In darkness, without artificial light suppressing melatonin production, your body produces this sleep hormone in 2 waves. The first wave creates sleepiness in the early evening, then there's a natural dip in the middle of the night. This is when ancient peoples would wake between sleeps. The second wave of melatonin would then carry you through your second sleep, until natural morning light suppressed melatonin production and you'd wake for the day. The end of biphasic sleep coincided with the introduction of street lighting and later domestic electric lighting. When you could extend the useful day beyond sunset, when you could read and work and socialise long after dark, the first sleep gradually shifted later and later. Eventually it merged with the second sleep into one continuous block. Within just a few generations, humans forgot that we'd ever slept any other way. But your body hasn't entirely forgotten. Ever wake up at 2 or 3 in the morning and lie there feeling alert? Not really tired, just awake. You might be experiencing the echo of this ancient pattern. your biology expecting you to be up for a while before returning to second sleep. Instead of treating this as insomnia and getting frustrated, ancient peoples would have simply accepted it, perhaps even welcomed it as quiet time for thought or intimacy. The quality of sleep in this pattern was apparently quite good. When researchers have studied people sleeping without artificial light, allowing their natural rhythms to emerge, they often spontaneously develop biphasic sleep and report feeling more rested, less groggy, and more mentally clear than they do with continuous sleep. Ancient peoples also noticed something interesting about dreams in this pattern. The dreams during first sleep often felt different from those during second sleep. First sleep dreams might be more about processing the day's events and working through immediate concerns. Second sleep dreams coming after the wakeful interlude often felt more vivid, more symbolic, and more like the kinds of dreams that carried meaning or messages. In some cultures, the time between sleeps was specifically devoted to dream interpretation. You might wake from first sleep, reflect on whatever you dreamed, perhaps discuss it quietly with your partner, and then return to second sleep with the dream's meaning as the last thing in your conscious mind before slipping back under. The practical aspects of biphasic sleep also suited pre-industrial life. Fires needed tending through the night. They were your heat source, your protection against predators, and your breakfast cooking method. Waking naturally in the middle of the night meant someone could add fuel to the fire without disrupting the group's sleep with deliberate watches or shifts. Security concerns also made the wakeful period useful. In a world without alarm systems or police forces, having a period when most adults naturally woke up meant better protection for sleeping communities. It's hard to sneak up on a village when half the population is lying quietly awake in the dark listening to the night sounds. Picture this. You've spent your entire day outdoors because that's where everything happens. Work, cooking, socialising. As evening approaches when it's time to sleep, would you really want to confine yourself to a dark, stuffy interior? For many ancient peoples, the answer was a resounding no. They slept outside under the sky in ways that might make your modern camping trip look overly complicated. In ancient Mesopotamia, during the brutal summer heat when temperatures could easily exceed 110 degrees Fahrenheit, wealthy city dwellers would carry their beds up to their flat rooftops as evening fell. This wasn't roughing it. This was practical climate control combined with cosmic entertainment. You'd lie there on your reed mat or wooden bed frame, looking up at stars so bright and numerous they seemed close enough to touch, while the day's heat gradually radiated from the rooftop beneath you, and whatever breeze existed could reach your cooling skin. The rooftop bedroom was a feature of urban design across the ancient Near East. Houses were specifically built with flat roofs strong enough to support sleeping families. These weren't emergency measures for unusually hot nights. They were primary sleeping locations for months at a time. You'd carry up your bedding at sunset, sleep through the relatively cooler night hours, and bring everything back down at dawn before the sun turned your rooftop into a skillet. Ancient Egyptians took outdoor sleeping even further. The wealthy might have sleeping porches or pavilions designed to catch the evening breeze from the Nile. These structures were essentially architectural solutions to the climate, with open sides allowing air circulation while protecting sleepers from the more intense sun during daytime hours when someone might want to nap. But even ordinary Egyptians often slept outdoors during warmer months. Your typical farmer or labourer might simply spread a mat on the ground outside their small home, using the house itself as a windbreak if needed. The earth beneath you would still be warm from the day's sun, creating a natural heated pad, while the open sky allowed body heat to dissipate. The sensory experience of sleeping outdoors in ancient times was entirely different from modern camping. There was no distant hum of highways, no airplane contrails overhead, and no light pollution washing out the stars. The darkness was profound, textured, and alive. Your ears would attune to night sounds, wind moving through crops or palm fronds, the distant calls of night birds or jackals, and the close rustling of small nocturnal creatures going about their business. Ancient peoples developed sophisticated knowledge of how to sleep safely outdoors. Location mattered enormously. You'd avoid low spots where cold air settled and morning dew would be heaviest. You'd position yourself to catch any breeze, but also avoid being too exposed to wind that might chill you before dawn. You'd sleep on slightly elevated ground where water wouldn't pool if unexpected rain came. In ancient Greece and Rome, summer sleeping arrangements often involved the garden or courtyard. Wealthy Romans would have slaves set up couches in their peristyle gardens, those lovely colonnaded spaces that were half indoors and half outdoors. You'd fall asleep to the sound of a fountain, surrounded by night-blooming flowers and herbs whose scents became more intense in the cooler evening air. The Greek philosopher Diogenes famously slept in a large ceramic jar in the marketplace of Athens, taking the outdoor sleeping concept to an extreme that probably seemed eccentric even then. But his choice reflected a widespread understanding that sleeping outdoors wasn't a hardship. It was often more comfortable than being inside. Ancient Chinese culture developed the concept of sleeping porches and pavilions in gardens, particularly for summer months. These structures were carefully positioned to maximize evening breezes and morning light, while providing some protection from sudden rain. The philosophy behind them wasn't just practical, it included ideas about connecting with natural energy flows during sleep's vulnerable hours. In ancient India, sleeping outdoors under mosquito nets was common practice. These nets were marvels of practical engineering, light enough to allow air circulation, fine enough to keep out insects, and often beautiful enough to serve as decorative elements during the day. You'd sleep under a canopy of cotton or silk, the fabric moving gently with any breeze, creating a private cocoon under the open sky. The Aboriginal peoples of Australia had perhaps the most sophisticated outdoor sleeping practices, refined over tens of thousands of years. They understood how to read the land for the best sleeping spots, how to position themselves relative to fires for warmth without smoke inhalation, how to use windbreaks effectively, and how to stay comfortable in climates ranging from tropical to desert. Australian Aboriginal sleeping positions even had a temperature unit named after them, the 3-dog night. On cold nights you'd sleep with dogs, dingoes in their case, for warmth. A 1-dog night was chilly but manageable. A 3-dog night meant it was seriously cold, requiring 3 dogs to maintain a comfortable sleeping temperature. These weren't pets in the modern sense. They were living, breathing sleeping bags. For nomadic peoples across the ancient world, sleeping under the stars wasn't a choice but a way of life. Bedouin tribes in the Arabian desert perfected the art of sleeping outdoors in extremely challenging conditions. They understood how to find ground that would radiate warmth through the cold desert night, how to position camps to avoid flash floods in wadis, and how to create efficient shelter from the intense sun while maintaining ventilation. The Bedouin knew that sleeping directly on sand was usually uncomfortable. It provided no insulation and lost heat rapidly after sunset. Instead, they'd use multiple layers of woven goat hair blankets, creating a system that insulated from below while providing warmth above. The goat hair naturally repelled some moisture and provided better insulation than plant fibre textiles. Ancient peoples sleeping outdoors developed intimate knowledge of the night sky that served both practical and spiritual purposes. You'd mark time by constellations' positions, predict weather by the appearance of the sky and the behaviour of animals, and navigate by stars when necessary. The sky wasn't just scenery, it was your clock, calendar, and weather forecast combined. Seasonal changes determined sleeping arrangements in most ancient cultures. Summer meant sleeping outdoors or in the most ventilated spaces possible. Winter meant retreating to whatever interior spaces existed, often shared with animals whose body heat contributed to warming small dwellings. But even in winter, many ancient peoples preferred sleeping near open doorways or windows when weather permitted, valuing fresh air over sealed warmth. The spiritual dimension of sleeping under the open sky was significant for many cultures. Some believed that sleeping outdoors made you more accessible to divine messages in dreams, that the unobstructed connection between your sleeping mind and the cosmos allowed for clearer communication with whatever gods or spirits you recognized. Native American tribes across North America often preferred sleeping under the stars even when other options existed. The practice wasn't just about comfort, it reflected a philosophical position about humanity's place in the natural world. Being enclosed in solid structures for sleeping seemed almost insulting to the earth. and sky. A rejection of the world that provided everything you needed. Get ready for this one. Privacy while sleeping is a modern luxury that your ancestors would have found bizarre and possibly even disturbing. For most of human history, sleeping alone wasn't just unusual. It was actually considered unhealthy, potentially dangerous, and maybe even a sign of social failure. Picture a typical medieval English household. Though similar arrangements existed in ancient Rome, Tang Dynasty China, and indigenous cultures worldwide. The entire family, parents, children, possibly grandparents, maybe apprentices or servants, would sleep in the same room, not because they had no other choice, but because sleeping together was the expected, normal, healthy way to do it. This communal sleeping wasn't just about body heat conservation, though in drafty ancient buildings that was certainly a practical benefit. It was about security, social bonding, and a fundamental understanding of human nature that we've largely abandoned in modern Western culture. In ancient Japan, the concept of separate bedrooms didn't really exist in most households until remarkably recently. Families would spread futons across their main living space each evening and sleep together in the same room. The act of laying out sleeping mats and tucking them away in the morning was part of the daily rhythm, a ritual that marked the transition between waking and sleeping life. Ancient Roman sleeping arrangements varied by class but shared this communal aspect. A wealthy Roman household might have sleeping cubicles, cubicula, off the atrium, but these small rooms often contained multiple beds. Parents and young children would share space, while older children and household servants might sleep in other grouped arrangements. Sleeping alone was so unusual that when it happened, writers mentioned it specifically as noteworthy. The ancient Greeks had a similar approach. Their homes were designed around a central courtyard with sleeping rooms radiating off it. But privacy as we understand it, individual rooms for individual sleepers, wasn't the goal. The word alone in ancient Greek could carry connotations of exile or punishment. Why would anyone voluntarily endure that condition for the vulnerable hours of sleep? In medieval Europe, the Great Hall of castles and manor houses often served as the communal bedroom for most of the household. The lord and lady might have a slightly more private space, though private still often meant sharing with children and trusted servants. But everyone else would bed down in the main hall. You'd fall asleep to the sounds of other people breathing, shifting, occasionally snoring, maybe talking in their sleep. This arrangement had practical security benefits. In a world before alarm systems and police forces, having many people sleeping in the same space meant better protection against intruders. If someone unusual entered during the night, multiple people would likely wake and raise the alarm. But the communal sleeping went deeper than mere practicality. Ancient peoples understood something about human psychology that we're only now rediscovering through research. Humans regulate their nervous systems through proximity to other humans. Sleeping near people you trust actually helps you achieve deeper, more restful sleep, because your subconscious doesn't need to maintain high alert levels. Babies and young children slept with their parents as a matter of course in virtually all ancient cultures. The modern Western practice of putting infants in separate rooms would have struck ancient peoples as negligent, potentially cruel and dangerous. How could you protect your child, respond to their needs, or ensure they survived the night if they were in another room? The ancient practice of communal sleeping included elaborate social rules about positioning and hierarchy. In a Roman household, where you slept relative to others reflected your status. In a Japanese household, the specific location of each person's futon followed careful protocols. These weren't arbitrary rules, they were ways of maintaining social harmony even during the vulnerable hours of sleep. Medieval inns took communal sleeping to levels that would horrify modern travellers. You didn't rent a room, you rented a space in a bed, and that bed would likely contain several other travellers, complete strangers who had also paid for their spot. The large beds at inns weren't romantic. They were an efficient use of space, allowing innkeepers to accommodate many travellers in limited rooms. These shared inn beds had their own etiquette. You'd sleep in your day clothes, though perhaps removing outer layers. You'd position yourself carefully to minimise disturbing your bed partners. You'd accept that someone else's cold feet might touch your leg during the night, and that was just part of travelling. Complaints about sharing beds with strangers don't appear in historical records. It was simply how inns worked. Ancient peoples also understood that sleeping near others provided warmth in ways that made survival possible in cold climates without modern heating. In Norse longhouses, the entire extended family clan might sleep in one large communal space, with the warmth from many bodies and the central fire making the structure habitable through brutal winters. The social bonding that occurred through communal sleeping was significant. You developed deep familiarity with your household's rhythms, who snored, who rose for the privy multiple times, who talked in their sleep, and whose babies woke for feeding. This intimate knowledge of each other's patterns created social cohesion that's hard to replicate when everyone sleeps in isolation. In ancient China, the kang, a heated platform bed large enough for entire families, served as the centre of household life during winter months. The family would sleep together on this warm surface, and during waking hours, it might serve as a workspace or dining surface. The kang wasn't just furniture, it was the heart of the household, and sleeping on it together reinforced family bonds. Monastic communities took communal sleeping to an institutional level. Medieval monks would sleep in dormitories, rows of simple beds or sleeping platforms in one large room. This arrangement served religious purposes. It promoted humility, discouraged private vice, and created an atmosphere of communal spiritual discipline. But it also reflected the same deep human preference for sleeping in groups that existed in secular life. You might have a glass of water on your nightstand, maybe your phone charging, perhaps a book. Now imagine if your bedside was crowded with amulets, talismans, herbs, magical symbols, and various objects designed to protect you from the very specific dangers that lurked in the dark. Welcome to bedtime rituals across ancient cultures, where going to sleep was as much spiritual preparation as physical settling. Ancient Egyptians took nighttime protection seriously. A typical household might have small figurines of protective deities positioned around sleeping areas. Bes, a dwarf god with a lion's mane and a rather comical appearance, was particularly popular for bedroom protection. He looked fierce enough to scare off harmful spirits, but friendly enough that you wouldn't mind having him watch over you all night. These protective figures weren't mere decoration. Families would address them directly during evening rituals, essentially asking for security through the vulnerable night hours. You might touch the amulet while reciting a brief prayer or formula, creating a small ceremony that marked the transition from waking concern to sleeping trust. The ancient Romans had their lares, household protective spirits that watched over the family's well-being. Before sleep, you might leave a small offering at the lararium, the household shrine, perhaps a bit of food or a pinch of incense. This wasn't superstition. It was relationship maintenance with the supernatural forces that shared your home. Many ancient cultures believed that specific plants had nighttime protective properties. Medieval Europeans might stuff pillows or mattresses with herbs like mugwort, believed to prevent nightmares and promote prophetic dreams. The strong, slightly bitter scent would be the last thing you smelled before sleep, and possibly the first thing you noticed if you woke during the night. Lavender, chamomile and vervain found their way into sleeping spaces across ancient Mediterranean cultures. These weren't just pleasant scents, they were considered spiritually significant. Lavender was associated with purity and protection. Chamomile was connected to solar deities and thus provided a link to light even during darkness. Vervain was believed to prevent evil spirits from approaching sleepers. Ancient Chinese sleeping rituals involved careful attention to placement and direction. You might hang specific talismans on the wall facing your bed, images of protective deities, coins arranged in auspicious patterns, or written charms with prayers or formulas designed to ward off nightmare-bringing spirits. The bedroom became a carefully curated space where every object had a protective purpose. The placement of mirrors was particularly important in many cultures. Ancient peoples generally avoided having mirrors in sleeping areas, or if mirrors were present, they'd be covered at night. The reasoning varied. Some believed mirrors could trap souls, others thought they provided portways for spirits to enter the physical world, and still others worried that catching your reflection while in the vulnerable state between sleeping and waking could bring bad luck. In ancient India, the practice of placing sacred items near sleeping spaces was highly developed. You might have a small oil lamp burning through the night, not just for light, but as a symbolic presence of divine awareness. The flickering flame represented the eternal, unchanging reality, beyond the illusions of both waking and sleeping consciousness. Many ancient cultures prescribed specific prayers or recitations to be performed while lying down to sleep. These weren't quick mumbles, they were substantial verbal formulas that served multiple purposes. They calmed the mind, marked the transition to sleep, invoked protection, and sometimes asked for specific kinds of dreams or messages during the night. Ancient Mesopotamians used clay tablets inscribed with protective spells, positioned around sleeping areas to create a perimeter of safety. These tablets contained elaborate formulas addressing various nighttime dangers, demons of disease, spirits of chaos, and the ghosts of those who died untimely deaths and might be angry about it. Reading these tablets today, you realize how many specific threats ancient peoples worried about during sleep's vulnerability. The concept of the nightmare has much older roots than you might imagine, and the word itself reflects ancient belief systems. The mare part comes from a Proto-Germanic word for a spirit that sits on sleepers' chests, causing bad dreams and breathing difficulties. Various cultures had their own versions: the incubus in medieval European tradition, the liderk in Hungarian folklore, and the shaitan Layla in Arabic tradition. Protection against these nightmare spirits involved physical talismans worn during sleep. Ancient peoples might wear amulets strung on cords around their necks, special rings that featured protective symbols, or small bags of herbs and stones tucked under pillows or mattresses. These weren't just comforting superstitions, they were technologies of consciousness, tools that helped the sleeping mind feel secure enough to release into deep rest. The practice of placing iron near the bed was common across many ancient cultures, from Celtic Britain to ancient China. Iron was believed to repel or confuse malevolent spirits. You might find an iron horseshoe nailed above the bedroom entrance, iron nails driven into the bed frame, or small iron objects positioned at the corners of sleeping spaces. The metal itself was considered magically potent, its strength and durability translating into spiritual protective power. Ancient peoples also used sound for nighttime protection. Bells were particularly popular. Their clear tone was believed to disperse harmful entities. You might have small bells sewn into the hangings around your bed, positioned so that any movement of the fabric would create gentle chiming. The sound wouldn't necessarily wake you, but it would create an acoustic environment believed to be inhospitable to nightmare spirits. Salt appeared frequently in ancient sleeping rituals. A line of salt across the threshold of the sleeping room, salt scattered in the corners, or small bags of salt under the pillow. All these practices existed across diverse cultures. Salt's preservative properties made it symbolically powerful against decay and corruption, and this power extended to spiritual protection during sleep's vulnerability. Dreams themselves were so important to ancient cultures that inducing specific kinds of dreams became a major focus of bedtime rituals. If you wanted prophetic dreams, you might sleep with a piece of paper under your pillow on which you'd written a question for the gods. In ancient Greece, sick people would sleep in temples dedicated to Asclepius, the god of healing, hoping to receive cure instructions in their dreams. The practice of incubation, deliberately sleeping in sacred spaces to receive divine dreams, was formalized in many ancient cultures. You'd undergo purification rituals, make offerings, recite specific prayers, and then sleep in the temple precincts. The expectation was that the deity associated with that space would visit your dreams with messages, healing, or guidance. Imagine walking into a furniture store where the bed options include a pile of leather straps stretched across a wooden frame, a woven reed mat that gets rolled up each morning, a sand-filled pit lined with animal hides, or a raised platform designed primarily to keep you away from floor-dwelling scorpions. Welcome to ancient bedroom furniture, where comfort was defined very differently than it is in your mattress store catalogue. The ancient Egyptians actually had fairly sophisticated beds, at least by pre-modern standards. If you were wealthy, You might own a wooden bed frame elevated on legs carved to look like animal paws, usually lion or bull feet, because nothing says restful sleep like thinking about powerful animals. These frames held a sleeping surface made of woven rope or leather straps, creating a slightly yielding platform that distributed weight reasonably well. But here's the part that might make you squirm. Egyptian beds had a peculiar feature called a headrest, which was nothing like your plump pillow. Instead, it was a curved piece of wood, stone, or ceramic positioned to support your neck while your head hung off the bed's edge. Your skull would be suspended in air while your neck rested on this hard curved surface. Egyptians apparently found this comfortable, or at least preferable to alternatives. These headrests served multiple purposes beyond neck support. They elevated your head away from crawling insects that might traverse the sleeping surface during the night. They kept your elaborate hairstyles from getting crushed. Hair maintenance was serious business in ancient Egypt. And they were believed to have protective properties. Some were decorated with images of gods or protective symbols, positioned right at the vulnerable passage between the skull and body. The ancient Romans elevated bed design to an art form, at least for the wealthy. A well-off Roman might sleep on a lectus, essentially a couch that served double duty for reclining during meals and sleeping at night. These featured wooden frames, often beautifully decorated with inlays and carvings, with the sleeping surface created by a lattice of rope or leather straps topped with cushions stuffed with wool, straw, or, if you were truly wealthy, down feathers. But most Romans, like most ancient peoples, slept on much simpler surfaces. A straw-filled mattress on the floor, a simple wooden platform, or even just blankets spread directly on the ground were far more common than elaborate bed frames. Straw had the advantage of being cheap and readily renewable, and providing some insulation from cold floors. Its disadvantages included attracting various insects and needing frequent replacement when it became compressed, and frankly, unpleasant. Ancient Greek beds were similar to Roman ones, featuring the same basic design of wooden frames with rope sleeping surfaces. But the Greeks added an interesting innovation: the klein, a type of couch bed that featured raised edges on three sides, creating a semi-enclosed sleeping space. These raised edges weren't just decorative. They helped keep bedding and sleepers from rolling off during the night, functioned as backrests during waking hours, and created a psychological sense of protected space. In ancient China, the kang, that heated platform bed mentioned earlier, represented sophisticated engineering applied to sleeping comfort. The kang was essentially a brick or clay platform built over a system of flues that carried warm smoke from the kitchen or heating fire. The surface would be warm, sometimes almost hot, providing radiant heat from below. Families would cover this platform with mats and cushions, creating a sleeping surface that remained comfortably warm even during bitter winters. The thermal mass of the kang meant it would stay warm for hours after the fire went out, providing consistent warmth through the night. But it also meant you needed to be careful about the temperature. Too hot, and you'd be uncomfortable. Too cool, and you'd lose the main benefit. Managing a kang was something of an art form, requiring attention to fire temperature, flue draft, and seasonal adjustments. Japanese sleeping surfaces were elegant in their simplicity. The futon wasn't the thick folded mattress that Westerners associate with that word. Traditional futons were relatively thin cotton batting mattresses laid directly onto tatami mats, those woven rush grass floor coverings that have slight cushioning and natural humidity regulating properties. You'd sleep on a surface that was barely an inch or two thick, yet millions of people found this comfortable for centuries. The practice of laying out and putting away futons daily had practical benefits beyond space saving. It meant your bedding aired out regularly, preventing the moisture accumulation that could lead to mildew in Japan's humid climate. It meant examining your sleeping surface regularly for any issues, and it meant that sleeping wasn't something that happened in a separate, dedicated room. It was an activity that temporarily transformed your living space. Viking sleeping arrangements combined practicality with communal living. In Norse longhouses, platforms along the walls served as multi-purpose surfaces, seating during the day and sleeping spots at night. These platforms were typically covered with furs and woven blankets. You'd burrow into layers of wool and animal hide, creating an insulated cocoon against the cold while the central fire burned through the night. The quality of your sleeping furs reflected your status in Viking society. A wealthy chieftain might have bear furs or luxurious seal skins, while ordinary farmers may do with sheepskin or cowhide. But everyone understood the principle. Layers of material that trapped air provided insulation, and animal furs with their natural oils repelled some moisture while retaining warmth. Hammocks, developed by indigenous peoples in Central and South America, represent perhaps the most innovative sleeping surface in the ancient world. Woven from plant fibres or cotton, hammocks conformed to your body's shape, distributed weight evenly, kept you off the ground away from snakes and insects, and allowed air circulation that made them comfortable even in hot, humid climates. The hammock wasn't just a portable bed, it was a sophisticated understanding of ergonomics and climate adaptation. When European explorers encountered hammocks, they were impressed enough to adopt them for use on ships, where they proved ideal for cramped quarters and moving vessels. The gentle swaying motion that might seem disorienting to modern hammock novices was apparently something ancient peoples adapted to easily. Ancient Mesopotamian beds, based on archaeological evidence and artistic depictions, often featured very high frames that required steps or stools to climb into. This wasn't just status display, it was practical elevation above floor-level drafts, insects, and the dust that settled during the night. You'd essentially be sleeping on a platform several feet off the ground, with the psychological benefit of being literally above whatever crawled across floors in the darkness. The mattresses and bedding used on these elevated frames varied by wealth, but followed similar principles. Layers of textiles, wool, linen or cotton, depending on what was locally available, would be stacked to create cushioning. These layers could be adjusted seasonally, more layers for winter warmth, fewer for summer comfort. Ancient Indian beds, mentioned in texts like the Kama Sutra, could be quite elaborate affairs. A proper bed might have a wooden frame with ivory inlays, posts supporting a canopy to keep insects away, and mattresses stuffed with various materials depending on the season, cotton for summer, wool for winter. The canopy wasn't just practical, it created an intimate space within the larger room, a private realm where the outside world was temporarily suspended. In ancient Persia, the concept of sleeping in comfort reached remarkable heights among the wealthy. Beds might feature silk cushions, fine linen sheets, and elaborate hangings. But even ordinary Persians understood the basics. Sleeping surfaces should be slightly yielding, should provide insulation from ground cold, and should be high enough to discourage casual insect traffic. Bedding materials across ancient cultures reflected sophisticated understanding of textile properties. Linen was prized in hot climates for its coolness and moisture-wicking abilities. Wool was valued in colder regions for its insulating properties even when damp. Silk, where available, was treasured for its smooth texture and temperature-regulating qualities. The ancient practice of stuffing mattresses and cushions with various plant materials demonstrates remarkable knowledge of natural resources. Beyond obvious choices like straw and wool, ancient peoples used materials like dried grass, moss, leaves, and even seaweed. Each material had specific properties. Some lasted longer, some smelled better, some were softer, and some repelled insects more effectively. Flax, the plant used to make linen, also produced seeds that could be used as mattress stuffing. Flax seeds in a cloth sack created a rustling, shifting surface that conformed to body shape. Some ancient peoples believed sleeping on flaxseed promoted good health, though whether this had any basis beyond the placebo effect is unclear. Ancient peoples also understood the importance of bedding cleanliness. Though their standards and methods differed from ours, bedding would be aired regularly in sunlight, which naturally killed some bacteria and parasites. Textile coverings would be washed when possible. Though laundering large items like mattress covers was labour-intensive and couldn't be done frequently, the presence of bedbugs, fleas and other parasites was largely accepted as inevitable. Ancient peoples developed various strategies to minimise these pests. Certain herbs scattered in bedding supposedly repelled insects, regular replacement of organic stuffing materials, and occasionally more drastic measures like burning and replacing infested materials entirely. Bed frames themselves often incorporated design features meant to deter pests. Smooth surfaces gave insects fewer places to hide. Some ancient peoples would place the legs of beds in small dishes of water or oil, creating moats that crawling insects couldn't cross. Others used materials or finishes that insects supposedly disliked, though the effectiveness of these methods was probably limited. The concept of separate beds for married couples, now common in some cultures, would have seemed strange to most ancient peoples. Married couples slept together as a matter of course, often in beds barely large enough for two. This wasn't just about intimacy, it was about the fundamental understanding that sleeping together was normal, that sharing warmth and space was how humans naturally rested. Imagine a world without alarm clocks, not just turning off your phone's alarm. Imagine a world where the very concept of an artificial wake-up signal doesn't exist. Your internal clock, synchronized with natural light cycles, would be your alarm. The sun rising, birds beginning their morning chorus, the temperature shift as darkness gave way to day. These would be your wake-up call, and they'd be far more gradual and gentle than the jarring electronic beep you probably experienced this morning. Ancient peoples woke with the dawn, not because they were particularly virtuous or ambitious, but because that's when melatonin production shut off in response to increasing light, and their bodies naturally transitioned from sleep to wakefulness. Without artificial lighting to extend the evening, they'd go to sleep much earlier than you do, so waking at dawn meant getting adequate sleep, not shortening it. The process of waking was itself quite different. Instead of an abrupt transition from unconsciousness to alarm-induced panic, ancient peoples would experience a gradual emergence into consciousness. The pre-dawn light would start registering through closed eyelids. The temperature would shift as the sun's first rays began warming the air. The sound environment would change as daytime animals and insects became active. This gradual awakening meant that people often drifted in and out of consciousness for a period before fully waking. You might become semi-aware of your surroundings, shift position, perhaps register the presence of other people stirring nearby, then drift back into light sleep before finally opening your eyes to the day. Ancient Romans had a specific term for the pre-dawn hours, diluculum, meaning when day begins to light up. This wasn't clock time. It was experiential time, the period when darkness hadn't fully lifted, but enough light existed to begin daily activities. For early risers, and most Romans were early risers by modern standards, this was when the day actually started. The morning rituals that followed waking were as elaborate as the evening ones, though with different purposes. Where evening rituals focused on protection and preparation for vulnerability, morning rituals emphasize purification, gratitude, and preparation for the day's activities. Ancient Egyptians would immediately wash upon waking, using water from clay vessels kept in their homes. This wasn't just hygiene, it was spiritual cleansing, washing away the night and any harmful influences encountered during sleep's journey. The water for morning washing might have been scented with oils or herbs, turning a practical activity into a sensory ritual that marked the transition to waking consciousness. Morning prayers or acknowledgements to household gods came next in many cultures. Having been protected through the night, you'd express gratitude and perhaps request guidance or good fortune for the day ahead. These weren't lengthy ceremonies, just brief recognitions that you'd survived another night and were beginning another day. The ancient practice of dream interpretation often occurred during these early morning hours. If you'd had a particularly vivid or disturbing dream, you might discuss it with family members while the dream was still fresh. Some cultures kept dream journals or consulted dream interpreters who maintained elaborate systems for understanding dream symbolism. Ancient Chinese culture developed sophisticated dream interpretation systems, with different types of dreams believed to carry different meanings. A dream during first sleep might be treated differently than a dream during second sleep. Dreams that occurred just before waking were considered particularly significant, as though the messages being conveyed needed to be immediately available to waking consciousness. Breakfast as we know it, a substantial meal eaten shortly after waking, didn't exist in many ancient cultures. Romans generally skipped morning food, or had only a small bite of bread. Their main meal came in the afternoon. This pattern makes sense when you consider that ancient peoples might have had a light snack during the wakeful period between first and second sleep, meaning they weren't waking from as long a fast as modern breakfast suggests. However, morning drinks were important across many cultures. Ancient peoples would drink water, sometimes flavoured with herbs or diluted wine. These morning beverages served practical purposes, rehydration after the night, but also ritual purposes, a first taste that marked the transition from sleeping to waking state. The social aspects of morning in communal living situations meant that waking up involved immediately re-engaging with your household. There was no private morning routine in a separate bedroom, no time to gradually caffeinate in isolation. You'd wake to find others already stirring, and you'd all navigate the transition from sleep to wakefulness as a group. Children waking in ancient households would be integrated into the morning routine immediately. There was no concept of letting children sleep in, or shielding them from early morning activities. From young ages, children participated in morning chores and rituals, learning the rhythms of daily life through immersion. Ancient peoples also had to deal with the practical consequences of sleep. Bedding needed to be aired or put away, sleeping spaces needed to be converted to daytime use, and night soil needed to be disposed of. These morning chores weren't optional extras. They were essential parts of daily life that everyone participated in. The morning light itself had significance beyond mere visibility. Ancient cultures generally believed that morning light carried special properties, that the first rays of sun held power that dissipated as the day progressed. Some people made a point of exposing themselves to early morning sunlight, standing in doorways or windows to let the dawnlight fall on their skin. This practice had biological validity that ancient peoples couldn't have understood in modern terms. Morning light exposure helps reset your circadian rhythm, suppresses lingering melatonin, and triggers cortisol production that helps you feel alert. Ancient peoples knew empirically that greeting the dawn made you feel better, even if they attributed this to spiritual rather than biochemical mechanisms. Seasonal variations in sunrise meant that morning occurred at quite different clock times throughout the year. Ancient peoples adjusted their schedules naturally with these changes. Summer might mean waking very early by modern standards. Winter might mean sleeping later. This flexible relationship with time, governed by natural light rather than arbitrary clock conventions, kept ancient peoples more synchronized with natural rhythms. The morning sounds of ancient communities would have been remarkably different from modern morning commutes. Instead of traffic and alarm clocks, you'd hear roosters crowing, animals being let out of nighttime enclosures, the first sounds of cooking fires being kindled, water being drawn from wells, and people greeting neighbours as they emerged into the new day. Morning was also when dreams would fade from memory in most people, though particularly vivid dreams might linger. Ancient peoples who wanted to remember their dreams would speak them aloud immediately upon waking, telling them to companions or repeating them to themselves. This practice of dream-telling helped preserve the dream content and also serve social functions, as dream sharing was often a way of maintaining intimate bonds. The physical sensation of waking in ancient sleeping arrangements, on surfaces harder than modern mattresses, in rooms without climate control, possibly with morning dew on your face if you'd slept outdoors, would have been quite different from modern waking. Your body would be stiff from the night's rest, needing movement and stretching to limber up. This morning stiffness would motivate people to begin physical activity fairly quickly after waking, which probably contributed to overall fitness levels. Ancient peoples understood that how you began the day influenced everything that followed. Morning wasn't just a time to mechanically prepare for work, it was when you set your mental and spiritual orientation for the hours ahead. The rituals, prayers, greetings, and small ceremonies that marked the transition from sleep to wakefulness were investments in having a good day, creating positive momentum that would carry through until evening when the cycle began again. As you lie there tonight in your controlled environment, with your white noise machine and your sleep tracking app, consider this. Ancient peoples understood something about sleep that our modern obsession with optimization sometimes misses. They knew that sleep wasn't something to be conquered, controlled, or perfected. It was something to be surrendered to, a natural process that worked best when you stopped trying to manage it. The ancient relationship with sleep was fundamentally different from ours. Sleep wasn't a problem to solve or a resource to optimize. It was simply part of the natural cycle of life, as inevitable and necessary as breathing. You didn't worry about whether you were getting the right kind of sleep or achieving optimal REM percentages. You slept when darkness fell, woke when light returned, and trusted that your body knew what it needed. This trust in natural processes extended to dealing with sleep difficulties. If you couldn't sleep, you didn't panic about it. You'd lie quietly, thinking, perhaps doing the contemplative work that the period between first and second sleep was meant for. The understanding was that your body would eventually sleep when it truly needed to, and forcing it was counterproductive. Ancient peoples also recognized that sleep needs varied by season. Winter sleep was longer and deeper, matching the extended darkness. Summer sleep was lighter and shorter, aligning with brief nights. This seasonal variation in sleep patterns is something modern society largely ignores, expecting consistent sleep duration year-round, despite living at latitudes where day length varies dramatically. The quality of darkness also affected ancient sleep in ways we rarely experience. True darkness, the kind that exists miles from any artificial light source, produces a depth of visual blackness that most modern people never encounter. In this profound darkness, your eyes would fully adapt, your pupils dilating to their maximum, and you'd perceive subtle variations in darkness that would be invisible in light-polluted modern environments. This quality of darkness did something to human consciousness. Without any light stimuli, your brain would fully commit to nighttime neurochemistry. Melatonin production would be robust and sustained. The transition between waking and sleeping consciousness would be smoother, less jarring. Sleep itself would be deeper in its deep phases and more complete in its cycles. Ancient peoples experienced weather during sleep in ways modern people don't. Rain on a thatched roof, wind moving through the sleeping space, temperature drops during the night. All these would register in sleeping consciousness, creating a continuous thread of awareness connecting sleeper to environment. You were never completely isolated from the natural world, even during sleep's deepest phases. This ongoing connection to the environment meant that ancient peoples developed sophisticated unconscious awareness of nighttime conditions. You'd wake if wind shifted to a direction that might bring rain into your sleeping space. You'd stir if the temperature dropped enough to require pulling up additional covering. You'd register unusual sounds that might signal danger without fully waking. This vigilance was the price of sleeping in less protected environments, but it also kept you integrated with natural rhythms. The social dimension of sleep also created different patterns of consciousness. Sleeping near other people meant your sleeping mind was tracking their presence, their breathing rhythms and their movements. This wasn't exactly awareness. You weren't conscious of it, but it created a baseline of social connection that continued through sleep. Humans are social animals, and having that social presence during vulnerability may have been deeply comforting at levels below conscious recognition. Ancient peoples had elaborate folklore about sleep and its liminal states. The hypnagogic period, that transitional state between waking and sleeping, was recognized as a special kind of consciousness where visions might appear, where the boundary between inner and outer worlds became porous. Some cultures deliberately cultivated this state for divination or creative inspiration. Similarly, the hypnopompic period, the transition from sleep to waking, was considered significant. Messages received in this state, visions seen or thoughts arising might be treated as particularly important, representing the last communications from the dreaming mind before waking consciousness reasserted control. Sleep paralysis, that unsettling experience where you wake but can't move, was universally recognized and explained through various cultural frameworks. Whether seen as visits from spirits, attacks by demons, or natural physiological events, ancient peoples had ways of understanding and coping with these experiences. The cultural explanations might seem superstitious to modern minds, but they served important psychological functions, giving people frameworks for processing frightening experiences. The ancient understanding of sleep also included recognition that some people naturally needed more sleep than others, that sleep patterns varied across life stages, and that temporary sleep disruptions usually resolved themselves without intervention. This wisdom, that sleep is inherently variable and self-regulating, is something modern sleep science has essentially rediscovered. Ancient peoples also recognized the connection between physical activity and sleep quality. Their daily lives involved far more physical labour than most modern occupations require. This natural exhaustion produced good sleep as a simple consequence of bodies needing recovery. The modern epidemic of sleep problems correlates with sedentary lifestyles in ways that ancient peoples never experienced, because their lives demanded physical engagement. The absence of caffeine in most ancient cultures, tea and coffee came later, meant that people's natural sleep-wake rhythms weren't disrupted by stimulants. You'd feel sleepy when your body said it was time to sleep, without artificial alertness from afternoon coffee interfering with natural drowsiness. Your circadian rhythm would operate cleanly, undisturbed by chemical interventions. Ancient peoples also benefited from the absence of blue light exposure in the hours before sleep. Every light source they used, fires, oil lamps, candles, emitted warm, reddish light that didn't suppress melatonin production the way modern screens do. The evening hours would see the natural ramping up of sleep hormones, uninterrupted by the biological alarm signals that blue light sends to the brain. As you prepare to sleep tonight surrounded by modern conveniences that would have seemed miraculous to ancient peoples, you might wonder which approach to sleep is actually better. The honest answer is complicated. Modern life has brought enormous benefits. Climate control, protection from predators and disease vectors, comfortable mattresses, and the ability to sleep securely even when living alone. These aren't trivial advantages, but ancient sleep patterns also offered benefits we've lost. The synchronization with natural light cycles, the social bonding of communal sleeping, the biphasic sleep pattern that included built-in contemplation time, the integration with seasonal rhythms, all these represented a kind of wisdom we've traded away for our modern sleep arrangements. Perhaps the real lesson isn't that ancient sleep was better or worse than modern sleep, but that sleep is deeply influenced by culture, environment, and expectations. Ancient peoples didn't have worse sleep because their mattresses were lumpy and their rooms were cold. They had different sleep, adapted to different circumstances and serving different needs. Your ancestors would find your sleeping arrangements as strange as you find theirs. A room all to yourself, a mattress so soft it might swallow you. Complete darkness achieved through room-darkening shades. Temperature control to the degree. To them this would seem like sleeping in an isolation chamber, cut off from human connection, natural rhythms, and the protective presence of family and household. But they'd probably also appreciate aspects of modern sleep. Not having to worry about predators or intruders would be a relief. Sleeping on a surface that doesn't hurt your back would be welcome. Having sufficient blankets to stay warm all night would be luxurious. Being able to sleep past dawn if you wanted to would seem like incredible freedom. As you drift off tonight, you're participating in one of humanity's most ancient activities, one that has connected every generation of humans who have ever lived. You're surrendering to the same vulnerability that your ancestors surrendered to, trusting that consciousness will return in the morning just as it has for countless millennia. The rituals you perform before sleep, checking locks, setting alarms, arranging pillows, echo the protective rituals ancient peoples performed, even if the specific threats you're guarding against have changed. The desire for security during vulnerability is universal, whether you're addressing it with talismans and prayers or deadbolts and alarm systems. And as you sleep, your brain will do essentially what your ancestors' brains did: cycle through sleep stages, consolidate memories, process emotions, clean metabolic waste from neural tissue, and prepare for tomorrow's waking hours. The fundamental neurobiology of sleep hasn't changed, even if nearly everything else about how we sleep has transformed. So sleep well tonight. knowing you're participating in an ancient human tradition. Whether you're sleeping alone or with a partner, in a soft bed or a firm one, waking to an alarm or to natural light, you're joining billions of humans across thousands of years who have closed their eyes each night and trusted that morning would come. And it always has. Imagine, if you will, the world in the year 1346. Not the world as you might picture it from history books, all mud and misery, but the actual living, breathing medieval world that people loved and complained about and took completely for granted, just as you do with your own time. European cities in the mid-14th century smelled like a combination of baking bread, horse manure, wood smoke, and the particular mustiness of too many people living in too small a space without proper plumbing. The smell wasn't necessarily unpleasant to people who'd never known anything different. It was simply the smell of life, as familiar and unremarkable as the scent of your own home is to you now. Picture a typical morning in Florence, which was then one of the wealthiest cities in Christendom. The day would begin before dawn with church bells, dozens of them, each with its own voice, creating a bronze symphony that told people when to wake, when to pray, when to work, and when to rest. If you'd asked a Florentine to imagine a world without those bells, they would have looked at you as strangely as you'd look at someone who asked you to imagine a world without electricity. The streets filled early with craftspeople opening their shops. Imagine the textile workers in their wool-scented workshops, fingers moving with the kind of automatic precision that comes from doing the same task since childhood. The bakers were pulling loaves from stone ovens that had been heating since before sunrise. The merchants were unrolling their ledgers, calculating profits in Roman numerals because Arabic numerals were still suspiciously foreign and mathematical. Medieval cities had a particular kind of energy, dense, intimate and communal, in ways that modern urban life has largely forgotten. You couldn't walk down a street without knowing most of the people you passed. The baker knew your family's bread preferences. The cloth merchant knew which colours you favoured. Privacy, as we understand it, barely existed. Life happened in public, in workshops open to the street, in communal wells where people gathered for water and gossip, and in churches where the entire community assembled multiple times daily. This closeness created a society that felt both supportive and suffocating, depending on your temperament. If you fell ill, your neighbours would know immediately and bring soup. If you made a social misstep, your neighbours would know immediately and remember forever. It was the kind of community that modern people claim to miss, while simultaneously doing everything possible to avoid actually living in one. The medieval economy functioned through networks of personal relationships that spanned continents. Italian merchants maintained trading posts in Constantinople and Alexandria. German bankers had branches in London and Paris. Chinese silk arrived in Venice through a chain of traders that stretched across the entire width of Asia, each link in the chain knowing only the traders immediately before and after them, yet the whole system functioning with remarkable efficiency. In the countryside, life followed rhythms that hadn't changed significantly in 1,000 years. Peasants worked, land their ancestors had worked, using tools their grandfathers had used, planting crops according to wisdom passed down through so many generations that no one remembered who first figured out that beans and wheat shouldn't be planted in the same field 2 years running. The agricultural year was a cycle of planting and harvest, feast and famine, work and festival, as predictable and reassuring as the seasons themselves. Spring meant ploughing, summer meant weeding and praying for rain, but not too much rain. Autumn meant harvest and the collective anxiety about whether you'd stored enough food to survive winter. Winter meant huddling near fires, mending tools and telling stories. People's lives were short by modern standards. Reaching 40 was an achievement worth celebrating, but they weren't uniformly miserable. Medieval people fell in love, told jokes, threw parties, got annoyed by their relatives, took pride in their work, and generally experienced the full range of human emotion. They didn't sit around moping about not having smartphones or antibiotics, because those things hadn't been invented yet. just as you presumably don't mope about not having whatever miraculous technology people in the year 2525 will consider essential. Religious faith permeated everything in ways that modern secular societies struggle to comprehend. God wasn't an abstract theological concept, but a daily presence, as real and relevant as the weather. Saints interceded in everyday problems. Demons caused misfortune. Angels watched over travellers. Heaven and hell weren't distant metaphysical destinations, but places your deceased relatives currently inhabited, as real as London or Paris. This didn't mean everyone was constantly pious. Medieval people were perfectly capable of swearing, sinning, and generally ignoring religious teachings when convenient. But it meant that the universe made sense within a coherent framework. Everything happened for a reason, even if that reason was God's mysterious plan or demonic temptation. Random chance, as we understand it, didn't really exist. The medieval world system connected 3 continents through trade routes that had existed for millennia. The Silk Road wasn't a single road, but a network of paths threading through deserts and mountains, connecting China to the Mediterranean. Maritime routes linked the Indian Ocean, the Red Sea, and the Persian Gulf. European ships plied the Mediterranean and the Atlantic coasts. Goods moved slowly but steadily, each caravan and ship carrying not just merchandise but also ideas, technologies, and, though no one yet realised it, diseases. In Central Asia, the Mongol Empire was slowly fragmenting after centuries of relative stability. Mongol rule had been brutal in its establishment, but generally peaceful in its maintenance, which facilitated trade across previously impassable boundaries. You could travel from Beijing to the Mediterranean without crossing a major border, provided you had the right papers and paid the right bribes. This interconnected world created prosperity on a scale medieval Europe hadn't experienced since the Roman Empire. Cities grew, universities flourished, Gothic cathedrals reached toward heaven with engineering that still impresses modern architects. Banking and insurance developed to facilitate long-distance trade. People could borrow money in Florence and repay it in London through letters of credit, which was essentially medieval finance capitalism without computers. But this interconnectedness came with a price that no one anticipated. The same trade routes that carried silk and spices and silver would soon carry something else, something that travelled invisibly, lodged in the fur of rats and the bodies of fleas, patient and deadly and completely indifferent to human prosperity. In the spring of 1347, most Europeans had never heard of a place called Kaffa, a Genoese trading post on the Black Sea in what's now Crimea. They would soon learn about it, though not in any way they would have chosen. The siege of Kaffa in 1346 must have seemed, to the Genoese merchants trapped inside, like just another episode in the endless cycle of warfare that characterised medieval international relations. The Mongol army outside their walls was merely the latest military inconvenience, in a region where military inconveniences were as common as Mediterranean thunderstorms. Then something strange happened. The Mongol soldiers started dying. Not from siege-related causes, not from infected wounds or contaminated water, or the normal attrition that accompanies military campaigns. They were dying from something that came on suddenly, that turned their lymph nodes into swollen blackish masses, and that brought fever and delirium and death within days. The Mongol commanders, watching their army dissolve not through enemy action, but through invisible attack, made a decision that would echo through history. They used catapults to hurl the corpses of plague victims over Kaffa's walls. Whether this medieval biological warfare actually transmitted the disease, historians debate this, is almost beside the point. The plague was already inside Kaffa, brought by the same trade caravans that brought prosperity. The Genoese merchants and sailors found themselves trapped between a dying army outside and a dying city inside. So they did what medieval merchants did when things went badly. They got in their ships and sailed home. Picture these ships leaving Kaffa in the autumn of 1347. Genoese galleys were beautiful vessels in their way, sleek, fast, powered by both sail and oar, and designed for the peculiar conditions of Mediterranean trade. where speed mattered more than cargo capacity. They were built from Italian timber, caulked with pitch from who knows where, sailed by crews from a dozen different ports, and carrying goods from 3 continents. The sailors on these ships didn't feel sick when they departed. That's the insidious thing about bubonic plague. It has an incubation period. You can carry it for days, feeling perfectly fine, going about your business, and only later do the symptoms appear. These sailors left Campfire thinking they'd escaped catastrophe, unaware that they were bringing it with them. The journey from the Black Sea to Italy normally took several weeks, depending on weather and wind. Imagine being on one of these ships as the first sailor fell ill. Perhaps he complained of feeling tired and feverish. Nothing unusual. Sailors got sick all the time from bad food, contaminated water, or any of the 100 minor ailments that plagued pre-modern travellers. His shipmates probably told him to rest, drink some water, and stop complaining. Then the fever spiked. Then the buboes appeared. Those characteristic swellings in the lymph nodes of the groin, armpits and neck, darkening to purple-black as blood vessels burst beneath the skin. Then delirium. Then death, often within 3 days of the first symptoms. Now imagine being the ship's captain, watching your crew die one by one, knowing that something terrible has come aboard, but having no understanding of what it is or how to stop it. Medieval medicine understood illness through the theory of humours, imbalances of blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. This didn't fit any recognisable pattern. The speed, the symptoms, the mortality rate. Nothing in the medieval medical toolkit prepared anyone for this. Some ships probably tried to turn back, but where would they go? Campfire was dead or dying. Other Black Sea ports were no better, and so they continued west, leaving a trail of dead sailors floating in the Mediterranean, wrapped in canvas shrouds with whatever rocks could be found for ballast. The first of these plague ships reached Sicily in October 1347. Messina, a prosperous port city on the island's northeastern tip, welcomed them with the hospitality traditionally extended to Italian merchants. Within days, Messina was dying. The authorities responded with what would become a familiar pattern: panic, denial, scapegoating, and eventually desperate measures that proved useless against an enemy no one understood. The city expelled the Genoese ships, which sailed north to other ports, spreading the disease with each landing. It was like trying to stop a fire by throwing burning embers in every direction. By November, the plague had reached Marseille on the southern coast of France. By December, it was in Pisa and Genoa. By January 1348, it had arrived in Venice, perhaps the wealthiest and most sophisticated city in Europe, and proceeded to demonstrate that wealth and sophistication offered no protection whatsoever. The plague travelled faster than news of the plague. Medieval communication moved at the speed of horses and ships, which meant word of catastrophe arrived days or weeks after the catastrophe itself. Imagine being a merchant in Barcelona, hearing vague rumours about a disease in Italy, maybe worrying a little, and then one day noticing that your neighbour seems unwell, and then within a week half your neighbourhood is dead, and you're wondering where this came from, having no idea that the answer was a ship from Genoa that docked 3 weeks ago. The disease spread through multiple routes simultaneously. Overland trade routes carried it north through Italy into France and Germany. Ships carried it to every port in the Mediterranean, and then out into the Atlantic, reaching England by June 1348 and Scandinavia by 1349. It moved like water, finding every crack in a foundation, following the established channels of human commerce and settlement. Different regions experienced different timelines, but the pattern was consistent. Arrival, denial, panic, mass death, and finally a strange quiet as there weren't enough people left to maintain normal activity. Cities that had hummed with commercial energy fell silent except for the sounds of the dying and the bells tolling for the dead, assuming there were still people healthy enough to ring them. The plague travelled inland along rivers and roads, spread by refugees fleeing infected cities who carried the disease to previously untouched areas. Merchants, pilgrims, soldiers, beggars. Anyone who travelled became a potential vector for transmission. The very mobility that had created medieval prosperity now ensured medieval catastrophe. In some ways, the disease's journey mirrored the structure of medieval society itself. It struck hardest in cities, where density made transmission easy. It followed trade routes, which meant commercial centres suffered first and worst. It ravaged the poor, who lived in cramped conditions with poor nutrition and no ability to flee, but it also killed the wealthy, demonstrating the disease's essential democracy. By the end of 1348, roughly a year after those first ships left Kaffa, the plague had spread across most of Europe. It would continue spreading for several more years, reaching into Russia, penetrating to the furthest inhabited regions of Europe, and establishing itself as a recurring nightmare that would return periodically for the next 4 centuries. But in that first wave, in 1347 to 1353, it achieved something unprecedented in human history. It reduced the population of Europe by somewhere between 1/3 and 1/2. 30 to 50% of all Europeans alive in 1347 were dead by 1353. To put this in perspective, World War I, probably the most catastrophic event in modern European history, killed about 2 to 3% of Europe's population. The Black Death killed 20 times that proportion. It was as if every third person you knew, family members, friends, colleagues, neighbours, simply disappeared within a few years. And it happened quietly. Not with the drama of war or natural disaster, but with a kind of inevitable progression that made resistance seem futile. City by city, region by region, the world fell silent. There's a peculiar stillness that comes to places that have suddenly lost most of their people. Not the comfortable quiet of evening, or the peaceful silence of snowfall, but an empty, abandoned quality that makes even small sounds seem wrong, like coughing in a cathedral during prayer. This is the quiet that settled over Europe in 1348 and 1349, and if you could travel back to experience it, which mercifully you cannot, it would unsettle you in ways that no amount of preparation could prevent. Your modern mind, accustomed to the background hum of human activity, would register the wrongness immediately, even if you couldn't articulate exactly what felt off. Picture a village in rural England in the autumn of 1348. 6 months earlier, it might have held 300 people. Now perhaps 100 remain, and many of those are too weak or traumatized to work. The fields that should have been harvested stand unharvested, grain rotting on the stalk because there aren't enough hands to bring it in. The mill wheel turns slowly or not at all. The blacksmith's forge sits cold because the blacksmith died, and no one has claimed his tools. Church bells still ring, but less frequently now, partly because there are fewer people to ring them, and partly because people have stopped keeping track of time with quite the same diligence. When death can come in 3 days, the difference between morning and afternoon seems less pressing. Survivors move through their days with a kind of numb automaticity, doing what needs to be done without quite believing in the purpose of any of it. The silence extended beyond individual communities to entire regional networks. Trade routes that had hummed with activity fell quiet as merchants died or stopped travelling. Markets that had met weekly now couldn't gather enough participants. Roads went unrepaired because the officials responsible were dead, and no one had clear authority to organise maintenance. Bridges collapsed. Irrigation systems broke down. The infrastructure of daily life required constant human attention, and suddenly that attention was in drastically short supply. In cities, the quiet had a different quality. Urban life depends on population density, on having enough people to support specialisation. You need enough customers to keep a baker in business, enough sick people to keep a physician employed, and enough students to justify a school. When population drops suddenly by 40 or 50%, these systems collapse like a tower losing its foundation stones. Imagine walking through Florence in late 1348. Normally the streets would be nearly impassable with traffic. People, carts, and animals all competing for limited space in medieval thoroughfares designed for a smaller population and no vehicles. Now you could walk down main streets without encountering anyone. Shops stood shuttered, their owners dead and no heirs to claim the premises. Grand houses sat empty. Their wealthy owners had fled to country estates or were simply dead. Weeds grew in courtyards that had been meticulously maintained just months earlier. The smell changed too. Without enough people to maintain municipal services, cities began to rot in ways both literal and metaphorical. Garbage piled up, drainage systems clogged. Bodies, in the worst months, sometimes lay where they'd fallen because there weren't enough healthy people to maintain burial routines. Medieval cities had never been particularly sanitary by modern standards, but they'd had working systems for managing waste and maintaining basic cleanliness. Those systems broke down in 1348. Agricultural rhythms, which had continued basically unchanged for centuries, suddenly became impossible to maintain. Spring planting happened late or not at all. Summer weeding went undone. The autumn harvest was makeshift at best. In some regions, fields that had been cultivated since the Roman occupation reverted to forest within a generation, because there simply weren't enough people to keep working them. Animals presented their own strange problems. Farm animals that depended on human care began to die or turn feral. Horses wandered roads without riders. Cattle broke through unmended fences to graze wherever they pleased. Pigs rooted through villages, eating garden vegetables and getting into stored grain. In some areas, wildlife populations exploded as human pressure decreased and domestic animals provided easy prey for wolves and bears. The sounds that did remain took on new significance. In the daytime, you might hear wind moving through empty buildings, shutters banging loose, and roof tiles crashing down from unmaintained roofs. At night, the sounds of animals, both domestic and wild, filled spaces usually dominated by human activity. Owls nested in abandoned attics. Rats, thriving on unguarded stores, scratched and squeaked through walls. But perhaps the most profound change was psychological. Medieval people had understood their world as fundamentally orderly, despite its hardships. God had created a hierarchy, nobles above peasants, humans above animals, and the living above the dead. Everything had its place. The plague demonstrated that this order was an illusion, that death could come to anyone regardless of rank or righteousness, and that prayers and priests offered no reliable protection. This realization produced what we might now call a collective trauma. Survivors struggled with what modern psychology would recognize as PTSD, difficulty sleeping, sudden fears, and inability to plan for the future. Why save money when you might be dead next week? Why apprentice to learn a trade that requires years of training? Why get married and have children who will probably die? The plague also created a strange inversion of normal economic relationships. Suddenly, labour was scarce and land was abundant, the exact opposite of the usual medieval situation. Peasants who survived found themselves in demand, able to negotiate better terms with landlords who needed workers. This would have political consequences that took decades to fully emerge, but even in 1348 to 1349, astute observers could see that the fundamental balance between labour and capital had shifted. Artistic and intellectual life contracted dramatically. Painters and poets died alongside everyone else, and the survivors had more pressing concerns than beauty or wisdom. Universities closed, sometimes temporarily, sometimes permanently. Manuscripts that would have been copied and preserved were lost when scriptoria fell silent. Knowledge accumulated over generations disappeared simply because the people who held it died before passing it on. Religious institutions faced particular challenges. Priests and monks, because they provided care to the dying and administered last rites, died at higher rates than the general population. This created a clergy shortage that lasted for generations and arguably weakened the church's intellectual and moral authority just when people needed it most. The plague years saw an influx of poorly educated, hastily trained priests, filling positions left vacant by death, which had long-term implications for religious life. The silence that settled over Europe in these years wasn't peaceful. It was the quiet of abandonment, of systems shutting down, of normalcy suspended indefinitely. It was the sound a house makes when everyone has left and isn't coming back. That particular quality of stillness that feels temporary but might be permanent. And in that quiet, something unexpected began to happen. Not immediately. The survivors were too shocked, too traumatized, and too focused on simple survival. But gradually, as people adjusted to a world that had fundamentally changed, they began to imagine different ways of organizing society, different relationships between workers and employers, and different questions about the nature of God and human existence. The great quiet that followed the Black Death was not an ending but an intermission, a pause before the world rearranged itself into new patterns that would eventually produce what historians call the Renaissance. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. First, we need to understand how people responded to catastrophe when it was actually happening. Medieval people weren't stupid, whatever stereotypes might suggest. They were intelligent, observant, and capable of sophisticated reasoning within the frameworks available to them. When the plague arrived, they tried everything they could think of to understand and combat it. That most of these efforts proved useless doesn't diminish the genuine intelligence and courage they represented. The first response, naturally, was medical. Physicians in the 14th century were learned men, and they were almost exclusively men, who had studied at universities, read classical texts, and understood illness through theories inherited from ancient Greece and Rome. These theories emphasized the importance of balance among bodily humours, the influence of planetary alignments, and the role of miasmas, corrupt air, in spreading disease. This framework wasn't entirely wrong. The emphasis on bad air actually captured something true. The plague did spread through environmental conditions, just not in the way medieval physicians thought. Their recommendations to avoid bad smells, improve sanitation, and escape crowded cities probably did help reduce transmission, even though their understanding of why was completely incorrect. Physicians recommended bloodletting to balance humours, which definitely didn't help and probably killed people already weakened by disease. They prescribed theriac, a complex mixture of dozens of ingredients including opium and viper flesh, which was essentially medieval snake oil, expensive, elaborate, and therapeutically useless. They advised patients to avoid bathing, which prevented the body from absorbing bad air through open pores, which was exactly wrong but made sense within their theoretical framework. Some physicians fled, abandoning their patients in cities and taking refuge in country estates where they hoped the disease wouldn't follow. This was understandable. They had no effective treatments, and staying meant certain death, but it further weakened social structures at exactly the moment when leadership was most needed. Others stayed and died, providing futile care, motivated by professional duty or religious faith, or simple human compassion. These physicians deserve recognition not for their medical efficacy, but for their courage in facing an enemy they didn't understand and couldn't defeat. Surgeons, who occupied a lower social position than physicians but had more hands-on experience with bodies, sometimes attempted to lance buboes, which occasionally prevented death by releasing pressure and infection. This probably saved a few lives purely by accident, though the surgeons had no way of knowing which patients would benefit, and which would die anyway. Public health measures were improvised with varying degrees of success. Some cities appointed health boards with authority to enforce quarantines, dispose of bodies, and implement sanitation measures. Venice pioneered the quarantine system, requiring ships to wait 40 days before unloading, which is where we get the word quarantine, from the Italian 40 giorni, 40 giorni. These measures probably helped slow transmission without stopping it entirely. The problem was that no one understood how the disease actually spread. Medieval people noticed that it seemed contagious, but couldn't agree on the mechanism. Some thought it passed through air. Others believed it came from sight, that looking at a plague victim could infect you. Still others thought it spread through objects touched by the sick. All of these theories had some truth, but none were completely accurate, which made it impossible to develop truly effective countermeasures. It was like trying to solve an equation when you don't know what numbers are. Religious responses varied widely. The Church's official position emphasized prayer, penance, and accepting God's will. Plague was understood as divine punishment for sin, which meant the solution was spiritual reform. This made sense within medieval Christian theology, and probably provided genuine comfort to believers who needed to understand their suffering within a moral framework. Mass processions wound through cities, featuring penitents praying for divine mercy. In some regions, flagellants appeared, groups of lay people who whipped themselves publicly to atone for humanity's sins, believing that if they suffered enough, God would end the plague. Church authorities generally disapproved of flagellants, seeing them as theologically suspect and socially disruptive, but couldn't stop the movement during the crisis years. Scapegoating emerged as a darker response. When people needed someone to blame for incomprehensible catastrophe, they often turned on minority communities, particularly Jews. The logic was medieval, but the psychology was timeless. Something terrible has happened. Someone must be responsible, and let's blame people who are already marginalised and different. Pogroms swept through Europe, especially in Germany, where entire Jewish communities were murdered by Christians convinced that Jews had poisoned wells or deliberately spread disease. Some authorities tried to protect Jewish populations, recognising the accusations as false, but mob violence is difficult to stop once started. It was humanity at its worst, fear and anger directed at innocent victims. Economic responses revealed how suddenly the basic rules of society had changed. Landlords accustomed to an abundance of cheap labour now competed for scarce workers. Peasants who had previously accepted poverty as divinely ordained suddenly demanded higher wages and better conditions. Prices for agricultural goods rose while prices for luxury goods fell. You can't eat silk or wear wheat. Governments tried to enforce pre-plague economic relationships through law. England's Statute of Labourers in 1351 attempted to freeze wages at pre-plague levels, forbidding workers from demanding more money despite the changed circumstances. It was economic policy based on wishful thinking, attempting to legislate away supply and demand, and it worked about as well as you'd expect, which is to say not at all. Some people responded to catastrophe with what we might call existential hedonism. If death could come at any moment, why not enjoy life while you can? Contemporary sources describe increased gambling, drinking, sexual license, and general disregard for traditional morality. This scandalised religious authorities, but was probably a psychologically understandable response to trauma and uncertainty. Others became more religious, not less, interpreting the plague as a call to deeper faith rather than evidence of God's absence. New religious movements emerged, emphasising personal piety, mystical experience, and direct relationship with the divine without institutional mediation. These movements would later contribute to religious reforms that reshaped Christianity. Artistic responses captured something of the period's psychological state. The dance of death motif became popular, showing skeleton figures leading people from all social classes to the grave. It was memento mori art taken to extremes, a visual reminder that death comes to everyone regardless of wealth or status. These images have a macabre charm now, but they represented genuine attempts to process collective trauma through aesthetic expression. Literature began to grapple with plague themes, not immediately, but in the years following the worst outbreaks. Boccaccio's Decameron, written in the early 1350s, frames its stories as entertainment for a group of young Florentines who have fled the city to escape the plague. The stories themselves mostly avoid plague themes, but the frame narrative captures the period's atmosphere of fear and the need for distraction from horror. What's striking about all these responses medical, religious, economic and cultural, is their fundamental ineffectiveness against the disease itself. Nothing worked. Prayers didn't stop it. Medicine couldn't cure it. Running away only spread it further. Killing Jews certainly didn't help, and added moral catastrophe to physical catastrophe. The plague burned through Europe essentially unchecked until it ran out of susceptible hosts, achieved some kind of biological equilibrium, or disappeared for reasons no one understood then, and historians still debate now. Humans were spectators to their own catastrophe, trying everything they could think of and discovering that nothing made any difference. This helplessness had profound psychological and philosophical implications. If human wisdom couldn't prevent disaster, if God didn't protect the faithful, if social hierarchies offered no safety, what did anything mean? These questions wouldn't be fully articulated for decades, but they began fermenting in the minds of survivors who had watched their world collapse despite everyone's best efforts. The most effective human response was probably the simplest. Communities that cared for each other, shared resources, maintained basic functions, and helped the sick die with dignity. These efforts didn't stop the plague, but they preserved some measure of humanity during inhumane circumstances. They were small acts of decency in the face of overwhelming catastrophe, and they mattered. The Black Death wasn't a European phenomenon. It was a Eurasian catastrophe that killed millions across 3 continents, though we know far less about its impact outside Europe, because European sources are more abundant. Understanding the plague's global reach helps us see it not just as a medical event, but as a fundamental disruption of the medieval world system. In China, the plague had likely been endemic for centuries in remote provinces, maintained in rodent populations without causing major human outbreaks. But something changed in the early 14th century, possibly environmental shifts, possibly human disturbance of ecosystems, possibly just bad luck, and the disease spread into human populations with devastating effect. The Yuan dynasty, established by the Mongol conquests, was already showing signs of strain by the 1330s. Plague added to existing problems of corruption, natural disasters, and ethnic tensions between Mongol rulers and Chinese subjects. Population estimates are uncertain and contentious, but China's population probably declined by millions between 1330 and 1370, with plague as one of several contributing factors. The collapse of the Yuan dynasty in 1368 and the establishment of the Ming dynasty happened against this backdrop of demographic catastrophe. The new rulers faced the challenge of governing a depopulated empire, reorganising agricultural production and rebuilding infrastructure. Their success in these efforts helped establish the Ming as one of China's most successful dynasties, though the population wouldn't fully recover to pre-plague levels for at least a century. The Middle East experienced the plague with particular severity. Egypt, which depended on a sophisticated irrigation system for agriculture, saw that system begin to break down as plague killed the workers who maintained it. Contemporary chronicles describe scenes similar to those in Europe: mass death, social disruption, and economic collapse. The Mamluk Sultanate, which controlled Egypt and Syria, never fully recovered from the plague's demographic impact. Its military power, based on importing slave soldiers from Central Asia, weakened as plague disrupted those supply routes. Its economic prosperity, based on controlling east-west trade, diminished as that trade contracted in the plague's aftermath. In Persia and Mesopotamia, cities that had been major trade centres suffered population collapses that permanently altered regional power balances. Baghdad, which had already been devastated by Mongol conquest in 1258, experienced further decline during the plague years. The intricate irrigation systems that had sustained Mesopotamian agriculture for millennia continued deteriorating, never to fully recover. India's experience with the plague is poorly documented, but appears to have been somewhat less severe than in Europe or the Middle East. This might reflect better healthcare infrastructure, different climatic conditions, or simply different patterns of human settlement that made transmission more difficult. Or it might reflect gaps in historical records, rather than actual differences in mortality. North Africa, integrated into Mediterranean trade networks, experienced mortality comparable to southern Europe. This had long-term consequences for trans-Saharan trade, for relationships between nomadic and settled populations, and for Islamic civilization more broadly. The great medieval Islamic synthesis of Greek philosophy, Persian wisdom, and Arabic scholarship had already passed its peak before the plague. Afterward, intellectual life contracted further. Sub-Saharan Africa's experience remains largely unknown due to limited written records. The plague probably didn't penetrate far beyond North African coastal regions, but trade disruptions rippled through commercial networks that connected the Mediterranean to gold-producing regions farther south. The medieval African empires that had prospered from trans-Saharan trade faced challenges that may have been partly plague-related, though other factors were certainly involved. In Central Asia, where the plague likely originated before spreading to Europe and East Asia, nomadic populations experienced mortality that's difficult to estimate, but was probably substantial. The Mongol successor, states that had emerged from Genghis Khan's empire, were already competing for resources and territory. Plague weakened all of them further and accelerated political fragmentation. The Golden Horde, which controlled the western steppes, suffered particularly severe impacts. Its economy, based on controlling trade between Europe and Asia, collapsed as that trade contracted. Its military power, dependent on mobilizing large numbers of nomadic warriors, diminished as population declined. By the late 14th century, it had fragmented into competing khanates, setting the stage for Muscovy's eventual expansion. Russia's experience illustrated how plague affected societies with different structures from Western Europe. Russian principalities, more rural and dispersed than Western European cities, may have experienced somewhat lower mortality rates. But trade cities like Novgorod and Moscow suffered severely, and the political consolidation that eventually produced the Russian Empire happened partly in response to plague-era disruptions. Scandinavia, at Europe's northern periphery, experienced the plague later than Mediterranean regions, but with comparable severity. Norse expansion, which had been ongoing for centuries, essentially stopped. Iceland, Greenland, and the Faroe Islands experienced population collapses that permanently altered their societies. The Norse colony in Greenland, already struggling with climate change, disappeared entirely, probably finished off by plague combined with isolation. What's striking about the plague's global impact is how it affected societies very differently, depending on their existing structures. Highly urbanized, commercially connected regions suffered most, because those characteristics facilitated transmission. More dispersed, rural societies experienced lower mortality, but still face severe disruptions to trade and administration. The plague also demonstrated the degree to which the medieval world was interconnected. A disease that originated somewhere in Central Asia spread to Western Europe, North Africa, and East Asia within a few years. This wasn't an accident, but a consequence of the trade networks, imperial systems, and population movements that characterized the medieval world system. This interconnectedness would only increase in subsequent centuries, making it possible for diseases, ideas, technologies, and people to move around the world with increasing speed. The Black Death was perhaps the first truly global catastrophe, affecting multiple continents simultaneously. It wouldn't be the last. The immediate aftermath saw a contraction of these global networks. Trade decreased. Travel became more dangerous and less frequent. The cosmopolitan world of the early 14th century gave way to a more isolated, localized 14th century world. This trend would eventually reverse, but it took generations. Different societies interpreted and remembered the plague differently. Europeans understood it primarily in religious terms, as divine punishment requiring a spiritual response. Middle Eastern sources also emphasized religious interpretation, but with more practical focus on public health measures derived from Islamic legal traditions. Chinese sources treated it as one of several concurrent disasters, famine, flood, political chaos, that collectively explained dynastic transition. These different interpretations reflected different cultural frameworks, but they all shared a common thread: the recognition that the world had fundamentally changed. The plague was not just an epidemic, but a watershed moment that divided history into before and after. People who lived through it understood instinctively that they were experiencing something that would reshape human civilization. The plague didn't end suddenly. It faded gradually, like a storm that passes over the horizon rather than stopping all at once. By 1353, the worst was over in most of Europe, though local outbreaks continued for decades, and the disease would return periodically for the next 4 centuries. But survivors began the slow, difficult process of rebuilding a world that had been shattered. Imagine being a survivor in 1355, perhaps 7 or 8 years after the plague first arrived in your region. Enough time has passed that the initial shock has worn off, but not enough that you've forgotten what was lost. You're perhaps in your 30s, which makes you middle-aged by medieval standards, but young enough to rebuild. The question is, what kind of world do you want to build? The first challenge was purely practical. Fields needed planting, buildings needed repair, trade routes needed re-establishing. Life's basic functions had to resume before anyone could think about larger questions. Survivors threw themselves into this work with a kind of manic energy, partly from necessity, partly from the psychological need to do something, anything after years of helpless watching. Agricultural recovery happened faster in some regions than others. Areas with good land and surviving populations rebounded relatively quickly. Marginal land that had been cultivated during the population boom of the 12th and 13th centuries was simply abandoned, reverting to forest or pasture. This wasn't necessarily bad. It meant the remaining population could focus on the best land, actually improving agricultural productivity per capita even as total production declined. The labour shortage that had begun during the plague years became a permanent feature of the post-plague economy. Workers, understanding their newfound bargaining power, demanded and often received better wages, shorter hours, and improved conditions. Landowners who couldn't attract workers had to offer tenancy agreements that were far more favourable to peasants than the exploitative arrangements common before the plague. This shift occurred despite vigorous opposition from traditional authorities. Legislation attempted to freeze wages and restrict worker mobility, but economic reality proved stronger than law. You can pass all the wage controls you want, but if there aren't enough workers to harvest the crops, you either pay what the market demands or watch your grain rot in the fields. The social implications rippled outward. Peasants who had always accepted their subordinate position began questioning why God's supposed hierarchy placed them at the bottom. If nobles couldn't protect them from plague, what justified noble privileges? If the church's prayers hadn't stopped the disease, why should priests receive tithes and deference? These questions wouldn't immediately produce revolution, but they planted seeds of doubt that would flower in subsequent generations. The Peasants' Revolt in England in 1381, though it failed, demonstrated that traditional hierarchies were no longer simply accepted as natural and inevitable. The social contract had been renegotiated through catastrophe. Urban revival took different forms than rural recovery. Some cities rebounded quickly, their commercial advantages proving more important than population loss. Others never recovered their pre-plague prosperity. Their former vitality transferred to rival cities better positioned for post-plague economic realities. What's fascinating is how quickly human ingenuity adapted to new circumstances. Faced with labour shortages, people developed labour-saving technologies. Watermills and windmills, which had existed before the plague, proliferated afterward. Mechanical devices for textile production became more common. It was as if losing so many people forced the survivors to think more carefully about efficiency and productivity. Trade networks, which had contracted during the plague years, gradually re-established themselves, but with altered patterns. Some trade routes that had been primary before the plague became secondary. New commercial centres emerged while old ones declined. Venice and Genoa remained important, but cities like Amsterdam began their rise to prominence, positioning themselves to dominate commerce in ways that would fully emerge in subsequent centuries. Banking and finance evolved to meet changed circumstances. The great banking families, the Medicis, the Fuggers, and others, built fortunes by adapting financial techniques to post-plague economic realities. Credit became more sophisticated. Insurance developed to manage the risks of long-distance trade in a still dangerous world. The tools of capitalism, which had been emerging before the plague, accelerated their development afterward. Cultural and intellectual life recovered with surprising vigour. The generation that came of age after the worst outbreak seemed determined to celebrate life, beauty, and human achievement. The Italian Renaissance, which had been stirring before the plague, accelerated afterward. Artists began painting with new realism and emotional depth. Architects designed buildings that emphasized human proportion and classical ideals. Writers explored secular themes with an enthusiasm that would have seemed somewhat suspect in more pious times. This cultural flowering wasn't a rejection of religion. Medieval people remained deeply religious, but it represented a rebalancing, a determination to celebrate earthly life alongside preparing for the afterlife. It was as if, having seen how quickly life could end, people wanted to make the most of it while they had it. Education rebounded as survivors recognised that knowledge lost during the plague needed to be preserved and transmitted. Universities that had closed reopened. New universities were founded. The printing press, invented in the mid-15th century, made books affordable and accelerated the spread of learning in ways that would have been impossible in a purely manuscript culture. The psychological recovery took longer than the economic or cultural recovery. Survivors carried trauma that expressed itself in subtle ways. Popular culture became somewhat darker, more preoccupied with death and judgment. The cheerful optimism of the 13th century gave way to a more sober, sometimes cynical 14th and 15th century sensibility. But humans are remarkably resilient. Within a generation, children were being born who had no memory of the plague years. To them, the post-plague world was simply the world, not a recovery from catastrophe. They took for granted conditions that their grandparents would have found revolutionary: higher wages, more mobility, and greater social fluidity. Religious life underwent complex transformations. The institutional church emerged weakened from the plague years, its moral authority questioned, its practical effectiveness doubted. This didn't mean people became less religious, but it did mean they became more willing to question church teachings and seek alternative forms of religious expression. Mysticism flourished as people sought direct experience of the divine without institutional mediation. New religious orders emphasized poverty, simplicity, and service to the poor, partly in reaction to the wealth and corruption that had made the church seem ineffective during the plague. These movements would eventually contribute to the Protestant Reformation, though that was still more than a century away. Women's lives changed in complex ways. The labour shortage created opportunities for women to work in occupations previously closed to them. Widows, who were numerous after the plague, sometimes inherited property and businesses, giving them economic independence rare in medieval society. This didn't produce anything like gender equality by modern standards, but it did crack open possibilities that hadn't existed before. Family structures evolved as well. With so many deaths, the extended family networks that had characterized medieval life became fragmented. Nuclear families, parents and children, became more central to social organization. This shift, like so many plague-era changes, wouldn't reach full expression for centuries, but it began in the decades following the catastrophe. The return of life wasn't a return to what had been before. It was the emergence of something new, built on plague-era ruins but oriented toward different futures. Survivors and their children were creating the late medieval world that would eventually transition into the early modern world, and they were doing so in ways shaped fundamentally by their experience of catastrophe. By 1400, About 50 years after the worst of the plague, Europe had stabilised at a new lower population level. Life was materially better for many survivors. They ate more meat, lived in less crowded conditions, and had more negotiating power with employers and landlords. But the psychological scars remained, visible in art, literature, and popular culture that couldn't quite forget what had been lost. As you sit here now, centuries removed from the Black Death, sipping your tea and enjoying the security of modern medicine, you might wonder what possible relevance a medieval pandemic could have to your life. The answer, it turns out, is more than you might think. The world you inhabit was shaped in fundamental ways by the plague and its aftermath. Not directly, you're not living with bubonic plague, but indirectly, through chains of causation that stretch across centuries. Let me trace some of these connections, and you'll see how that 14th century catastrophe still echoes in the 21st century. Start with something basic: your economic expectations. The idea that workers deserve fair wages, that labour has value that must be respected, and that you can negotiate with employers from a position of relative strength. These concepts have deep roots in the post-plague labour shortage. Before the Black Death, labour was abundant and cheap. Afterward, it was scarce and valuable, which fundamentally altered the relationship between workers and employers. This shift didn't happen overnight or without resistance, but it began a process that eventually produced modern labour rights, minimum wage laws, and the expectation that work should provide a decent standard of living. The direct line from the 14th century to your paycheck isn't obvious, but it exists. The medical legacy is more visible. The plague forced medieval societies to develop public health institutions, hospitals, quarantine systems, and health boards, with authority to enforce measures during epidemics. These institutions evolved over centuries into the public health infrastructure you now take for granted. When you get vaccinated, when restaurants undergo health inspections, and when disease outbreaks are tracked and contained, you're benefiting from systems whose roots trace back to plague-era innovations. Modern epidemiology, the science of how diseases spread through populations, emerged directly from attempts to understand the plague. Early epidemiologists in the 16th and 17th centuries studied plague patterns, trying to discern rules governing transmission. Their work laid the groundwork for the scientific study of infectious disease that eventually produced vaccines, antibiotics, and the medical revolution that makes your life expectancy roughly twice what a medieval person could expect. The cultural legacy is subtler, but equally profound. The Renaissance, which transformed European art, literature, philosophy, and science, happened partly because the plague disrupted traditional authority structures and created space for new thinking. When you visit an art museum and admire Renaissance paintings, you're looking at work created in a post-plague world by artists who thought differently about humanity, beauty, and knowledge because the catastrophe had shaken traditional certainties. The printing press, invented about a century after the plague's first wave, succeeded partly because post-plague Europe was ready for new technologies that could preserve and spread knowledge more efficiently than manuscript culture. The knowledge economy that eventually produced the scientific revolution, the Enlightenment, and the modern world you inhabit required technologies for sharing information. The plague created conditions that made people receptive to such technologies. Political transformations in the wake of the plague contributed to the development of nation-states, centralised governments, and eventually democratic institutions. The feudal system, already showing strain before the plague, collapsed afterward as labour shortages and social mobility undermined traditional hierarchies. The absolute monarchies that replaced feudalism eventually gave way to constitutional governments and democracies, but the process began with plague-era disruptions. Religious transformations matter too. The Protestant Reformation, which split Christianity and redefined the relationship between individuals and religious institutions, happened partly because the plague had weakened the Catholic Church's authority and encouraged people to seek direct religious experience. The religious pluralism you now enjoy, the separation of church and state, and the idea that individuals should follow their own conscience. These concepts have roots in post-plague religious ferment. Even something as abstract as the concept of progress reflects plague influence. Medieval people generally thought the world was in decline, falling away from a golden age. The catastrophe of the plague seemed to confirm this pessimism. But the subsequent recovery, the material improvements in survivors' lives, and the cultural flowering of the Renaissance, all of this suggested that maybe things could get better, that human effort could improve circumstances. This idea that the future might be better than the past, that human ingenuity can solve problems, that progress is possible, became a foundational assumption of modern Western culture. It's so deeply embedded in your worldview that you probably don't even notice it, but it would have been alien to people before the plague demonstrated that societies could survive catastrophe and emerge transformed. The Black Death also provides perspective on more recent events. The COVID-19 pandemic, which you lived through, killed millions worldwide and disrupted life in ways that seemed unprecedented. But compared to the Black Death, which killed perhaps half the population and disrupted every aspect of society for generations, COVID was almost mild. This isn't to minimise COVID's impact. Every death matters, every disruption causes suffering, but to recognise that humanity has survived worse and rebuilt. The resilience that carried medieval people through the plague years is the same resilience that helps you navigate contemporary challenges. The plague also offers lessons about how societies respond to crisis. The scapegoating of Jews during the Black Death parallels modern tendencies to blame minority groups for problems they didn't cause. The spread of misinformation about the plague's origins and cures resembles contemporary struggles with medical misinformation. The tension between individual liberty and public health, measures that you saw during COVID, echoed similar tensions during historical plague outbreaks. Medieval people faced these dilemmas without benefit of scientific knowledge or democratic institutions, which makes their struggles simultaneously more tragic and more instructive. They did the best they could with what they knew, which is all anyone can do. Recognizing this connects you to those long-dead ancestors, making their experiences feel less remote. The environmental legacy deserves mention too. The post-plague population decline meant forests regrew, wildlife populations recovered, and human pressure on ecosystems decreased. This wasn't planned conservation, it was an accidental consequence of demographic catastrophe. But it demonstrated that human impact on the environment could be reversed. The forests you enjoy today in Europe partly descend from trees that grew back after plague-era agricultural contraction. Demographically, the plague's impact lasted for centuries. Europe's population didn't fully recover to pre-plague levels until the 16th century, and in some regions it took even longer. This prolonged depression of population numbers meant that when European expansion accelerated in the age of exploration, it happened with populations still recovering from medieval catastrophe. The wealth concentration that occurred during the plague years, with survivors inheriting from multiple deceased relatives, helped finance the expensive voyages of exploration that eventually connected all human populations and created the globalized world you inhabit. Columbus's voyage was financed partly by wealth accumulated in the aftermath of demographic catastrophe. Thinking about the plague also offers philosophical perspective. Those medieval people who died thought their concerns were monumentally important. Political disputes, business dealings, and personal grievances all seemed vitally significant. Then plague arrived and demonstrated that from a cosmic perspective, human concerns are fragile and temporary. This isn't depressing so much as liberating. If medieval people's seemingly all-important problems now seem quaint and irrelevant, probably your current anxieties will seem equally trivial in a few centuries. This doesn't mean nothing matters, but it does suggest that maintaining perspective about what truly matters, relationships, experiences, human connection, is valuable. The plague reminds us that catastrophe is possible, that the world can change in ways we can't predict or control, and that security is always provisional. But it also reminds us that humans are remarkably resilient, that societies can rebuild after even the worst disasters, and that life persists and often finds new forms more adapted to changed circumstances. Medieval people didn't know they were living through the transition from the medieval to the early modern world. They just knew their world had changed, and they had to adapt. You're living through your own historical transition, toward what no one knows yet, and you're adapting too, using the same basic human capacities that carried people through the plague years. As you prepare to drift into sleep, let your mind rest on this final thought. The Black Death, for all its horror, was not an ending but a transformation. It destroyed a world, yes, but in doing so, it created space for new ways of thinking, living and organising society. The medieval world that existed before the plague was already showing strains. Population had been growing for centuries, pressing against the limits of agricultural technology. Social hierarchies had calcified into forms that seemed increasingly arbitrary and unjust. The church had accumulated wealth and power that sat uneasily with its spiritual mission. Trade networks had grown complex but fragile. The plague shattered these structures not through intention, but through indifference. Disease doesn't care about social hierarchies or economic systems. It simply spreads, kills, and moves on. This very indifference made it an equal opportunity catastrophe that affected everyone regardless of status. What emerged from the ruins was a world that, while still unjust and difficult by modern standards, was materially better for many survivors. They worked less, ate better, and had more choices about their lives. The plague had inadvertently redistributed wealth, shifted power balances, and created opportunities that hadn't existed before. This doesn't justify the catastrophe. Millions of deaths can't be justified by any subsequent improvements. But it does illustrate how historical change often emerges from the unexpected places, how catastrophe can inadvertently produce transformation that deliberate reform couldn't achieve. The survivors who rebuilt medieval Europe weren't heroes or villains, just people trying to make the best of terrible circumstances. They grieved their losses, adapted to new realities, and gradually constructed a world that worked differently than the one they'd lost. Their pragmatism and resilience deserve recognition. The quiet that settled over Europe in 1348 to 1349 was the sound of a world ending. But endings contain beginnings. In the emptied villages and silent cities, in the abandoned fields and shuttered workshops, new possibilities were germinating. It would take generations for those possibilities to fully emerge, but they were there, waiting. As you close your eyes tonight, safe in your bed with modern medicine protecting you from the diseases that terrified medieval people, remember that your security is built on foundations laid by those who survived the unsurvivable. Their struggles created the world you inherited. Their resilience echoes in your ability to face contemporary challenges. The Black Death teaches that catastrophe is survivable, that humans adapt, and that life finds a way forward even through the darkest circumstances. Medieval people couldn't have imagined your world any more than you can imagine the world your descendants will inhabit in 2525. But the human capacities that carried them through their catastrophe, resilience, creativity, hope, and determination, are the same capacities you possess. Sleep well, knowing that you're part of a human story that has survived plagues, wars, famines, and countless other catastrophes. This same spirit that rebuilt Europe after the Black Death lives in you, ready to face whatever challenges your own time presents. The great quiet that followed the plague eventually gave way to new voices, new ideas, and new ways of being human. Your quiet tonight is not a catastrophe but rest, the peaceful silence that precedes tomorrow's possibilities. And in that silence, across the centuries, you might almost hear the echoes of those medieval survivors going about their lives, rebuilding their world, choosing hope over despair, and proving that even the worst disasters cannot permanently defeat human resilience. Sweet dreams. Frederic Chopin's story begins in the modest village of Żelazowa Wola, Poland, where he was born around March 1st, 1810, though some documents note February 22nd. The region was steeped in cultural richness and political upheaval, With Warsaw nearby and the territory under the shadow of the Russian Empire. Chopin's father, Nicholas, was a Frenchman teaching language and manners to Polish nobility, while his mother, Justina, was a Polish gentlewoman whose calm sense of tradition anchored their household. In that setting, Polish folklore mingled with European musical forms. Even in infancy, Chopin absorbed these influences, as if the rhythmic footsteps of villagers and distant folk melodies wove into his subconscious. Though unremarkable at first glance, the family's small home resonated with reverence for art. The piano, a battered upright, became young Frederic's first beloved companion, opening onto imaginative worlds he'd conjure in quiet mornings. Around 6, Chopin's prodigious talent drew attention from family friends and local aristocrats. In a society that revered salon culture, a gifted child at the piano was mythic. He played short pieces at gatherings, shyly but assuredly, winning over curious onlookers who watched in mild disbelief. Even then, his playing transcended mere youthful charm. He displayed a depth that hinted at hidden wells of sensitivity. His teacher, Wojciech Żywny, noted the boy's special relationship with melody, which seemed to flow through him without the stiffness typical of child prodigies. Beyond his domestic sphere, Poland itself was navigating a fragile identity. The Napoleonic Wars had left scars across Europe. Although too young to grasp politics, Chopin sensed the patriotism and longing carried by adults around him. Through his mother's lullabies and whispered family stories, the notion of a lost homeland became a melodic thread weaving through his emerging consciousness. Chopin's sister, Ludwika, often joined him at the piano. Family duets turned into moments of shared creativity, honing Frederic's ability to communicate through sound. Here, his earliest compositions took shape, short, sometimes clumsy preludes to the refined expressions he would later craft. Yet these embryonic works already displayed what would become his hallmark: graceful lines and a certain bittersweet tension between major and minor. He performed publicly for the first time around age 7, playing a concert in Warsaw. Though such appearances could be dismissed as novelty, Chopin avoided the fate of child prodigies who fade once the novelty wanes. He possessed a seriousness and poetic restraint rare in children. Observers began to regard him as a symbol of Poland's hopes, a delicate, steadfast light for a land overshadowed by external forces. Despite the growing acclaim, the Chopin household valued stability. Nicholas and Justina refused to exploit their son's talent, allowing only select performances while ensuring a rigorous academic education. Literature, history, and language formed the backdrop to Chopin's musical studies, broadening his imagination and refining his sensibilities. Piano practice remained constant, punctuating daily life. Occasionally, he would present a short polonaise or mazurka at family gatherings, each piece tinged with local rhythms, reframed through his evolving style. Youthful curiosity led him beyond his surroundings. Brief visits to Warsaw introduced a more cosmopolitan musical scene. Though still young, he encountered professional musicians, aristocrats, and intellectuals in salons. These glimpses of city life left a strong impression. He realized that an artistic future might extend beyond village confines. Yet he retained a deep tie to Poland's cultural soul. This duality, rooted in Poland's provincial heart while edging toward Europe's wider possibilities, would shape his entire career. For the moment, though, he was just a boy at the piano, enthralled by the promise of music that echoed far beyond any single room. Whispers about this gentle prodigy stirred questions. Could he be Poland's next great musical figure, a voice of national identity wrapped in delicate harmonies? Only time and Chopin's unfolding genius would reveal the answer. In these formative years, no one could anticipate the complex trajectory that lay ahead. But in the whispers of the local gatherings where merchants and travelling performers converged, an unspoken consensus emerged. Young Frederic was different. Far from the typical parlour show-off, he conveyed a delicate empathy through his keyboard that spoke to people's private joys and sorrows. Each note he played seemed to carry a gentle sense of yearning, as though bridging the gap between ephemeral childhood and the adult complexities lurking beyond the horizon. His parents, though pleased by the modest celebrity he garnered, were deeply protective. Those who watched felt stirred in his recitals, as if Poland spoke through his hands. Chopin's teenage years were marked by a widening world. one in which he began to see the possibilities and pressures that came with his growing reputation. By the time he was in his early teens, Warsaw itself had become a kind of secondary classroom. He frequented the city more often, absorbing the salon culture in ways that surpassed mere piano demonstrations. He observed how aristocrats, intellectuals, and artists interacted, not just in the formal sense of performance, but in their private, candid conversations about politics, literature, and the future of the nation perpetually under watch. In these salon gatherings, Chopin was at first a curiosity, an unassuming, somewhat delicate figure who produced music that seemed too profound for his youthful appearance. But as he refined his style, he earned respect as a musician, rather than just a novelty. His performances, often intimate affairs, displayed a sensitivity that was starting to take shape in his original compositions. While still shaped by the classical frameworks he'd studied, his work also blended Polish musical elements with a new harmonic language. This evolution thrilled those who heard him, and the novelty of his youth gave way to genuine admiration of his craft. By 1826, Chopin enrolled at the Warsaw Conservatory under Józef Elsner. Elsner, a composer of some renown, recognized the uniqueness of his students' musical instincts. Rather than imposing rigid expectations, Elsner fostered a gentle discipline, guiding Chopin toward an understanding of form and counterpoint that would serve as the backbone for his stylistic experimentation. In so doing, Elsner fulfilled two crucial roles. He acted both as a guardrail, preventing Chopin from drifting into mere fanciful improvisations, and as a doorway, encouraging the young musician to trust his own artistic impulses. Yet Chopin's life in Warsaw was not all about study. He mingled with peers, engaged in spirited debates, and, according to some letters, even enjoyed the light-hearted distractions typical of youth: dances, outdoor excursions, late-night banter. This balance between earnest scholarship and playful socializing kept him grounded. Friends who remembered him from that time recalled a gentle, witty personality who could draw out laughter just as easily as tears with his piano playing. Still, a restlessness stirred within him. Poland's political situation seemed forever precarious, and he felt a tug to experience life beyond Warsaw's boundaries. A trip to Berlin in 1828 offered a hint of what awaited him outside his homeland. Though brief, it introduced him to broader circles of culture and music, sparking a sense of wanderlust. Upon returning, he began formulating plans to travel more extensively, both for artistic growth and for practical reasons. Warsaw, supportive though it was, could only offer so much in terms of career prospects. In 1829, he journeyed to Vienna, the Austrian capital, with its illustrious musical lineage. Mozart, Beethoven, Schubert was a magnet for ambitious young composers. Chopin found himself in a bustling hub where concerts and operas were daily fare. Overwhelmed yet inspired, he tested his mettle by giving performances, each carefully arranged to capitalize on the city's appetite for novelty. Although he was met with critical approval, he also confronted the reality that audiences here were accustomed to spectacle and virtuosity on a grand scale. Chopin's style, intimate and subtly shaded, was unusual by comparison. Nonetheless, local critics praised his nuanced touch and originality. Encouraged, he contemplated making Vienna his base for a longer stretch, but events in Poland soon demanded his attention. Rumours of upheaval floated through Europe, hinting that the Polish struggle for autonomy might erupt into open conflict. Torn between an ambition to explore foreign stages and loyalty to his homeland, Chopin briefly returned to Warsaw in late 1830. Around that time, the November Uprising, an armed rebellion against Russian rule, shattered the foundations of Polish society. While Chopin debated his next steps, friends and family urged him to secure his future abroad, believing that fulfilling his musical potential would serve Poland's cultural pride just as effectively as taking up arms. Thus began the departure that would define his life. In the autumn of 1830, Chopin left Poland for Vienna once again, carrying with him a small box of earth from his native soil, an emblem of his deep attachment to his homeland. As he travelled, he felt a swirl of emotions: excitement, trepidation, sorrow. He watched the landscapes shift as he crossed borders, his piano improvisations echoing the uncertainties of a life in transit. Yet at this point, few realised how profoundly this step would echo in Chopin's life. By the early 1830s, Paris had emerged as the glittering epicentre of European art, intellect, and revolution. For Frederic Chopin, who recently arrived from Poland in turmoil, the city felt both overwhelming and inviting. He entered a community of writers, painters, and fellow composers, all converging in the capital's salons, those vibrant, often unpredictable hives of conversation and performance. To a young exile burdened by homesickness, Paris offered both a refuge and a blank canvas on which to shape his public identity. Almost immediately, Chopin sensed the city's dual nature. It was as much a whirlwind of self-promotion and social manoeuvring as it was a crucible of high art. Hostesses of these gatherings vied for intriguing guests, and initially, Chopin's Polish origins and refined keyboard approach made him a sought-after novelty. Yet he soon learned that success in Paris demanded more than raw talent. It required a flair for presentation and the ability to navigate cliques. Determined to avoid being overshadowed by showier performers, he maintained his intimate style while allowing curious audiences to glimpse his romantic mystique. Fortunately, his music spoke on his behalf. Listeners were entranced by the delicate interplay of melody and harmony that defined his early works. Paris, still reeling from the July Revolution and swept up in a romantic fervour, was primed to celebrate emotion in art. Chopin's pieces, simultaneously subtle and impassioned, fit this cultural moment. Amid the murmur of conversation in cramped drawing rooms, he introduced a distinctly Polish flavour through his mazurkas and polonaises. These forms, coloured by folk rhythms and patriotic longing, offered a window into a homeland many Parisians knew little about. However, achieving financial stability was not an effortless task. Chopin turned to teaching piano, an enterprise he approached with meticulous care. Unlike typical drills, his lessons emphasized musical poetry, guiding students to hear the emotional undercurrent in every phrase. News of his abilities as an instructor spread, and soon wealthy families sought him out. Teaching, though time-consuming, ensured a steady income that freed him from the strain of large-scale concertizing, a format he never fully embraced. Indeed, Chopin's preferred venue was not the grand concert hall, but the intimate salon, where he could sense the subtle reactions of a small audience. His approach, sometimes described as whisper-like, asked listeners to lean in rather than lean back. Critics who anticipated bravura criticized him for his lack of force. Yet among the growing group of admirers, there was consensus that force was never his aim. In an era enthralled by personal expression, Chopin's delicate phrasing offered a different kind of power, one that was internal, reflective, and quietly revolutionary. During these formative years in Paris, he forged relationships that would shape his legacy. One such bond developed with Franz Liszt, a flamboyant Hungarian pianist whose colossal sound and stage theatrics contrasted sharply with the Chopin's reserve. Nevertheless, the two men found common ground, admiring each other's artistry and occasionally playing together. Their contrasting styles reflected the diversity of Romantic music, Liszt's dramatic scale balanced by the Chopin's interior landscapes. Chopin also crossed paths with figures like Hector Berlioz, whose sweeping symphonies embodied the era's thirst for grandeur. While their creative visions diverged, these encounters deepened Chopin's understanding of music's many possibilities. In a city teeming with restless minds, he soaked up discussions of aesthetics, politics, and philosophy. Late-night gatherings could spark friendships or feuds, but for Chopin they offered continual insight into the forces shaping contemporary thought. Yet under the polished routine of teaching and performing, Chopin carried the weight of displacement. Letters reveal his lingering sorrow over Poland's struggles, an ache that wove itself into his most poignant compositions. Even as he gained acclaim in Paris, he wrestled with guilt at having left his homeland. This tension, between a new life of opportunity and an old world in turmoil, fueled his artistic spirit. Ultimately, it was this confluence of exile and acceptance, longing and fulfillment, that birthed his most enduring works. In the midst of this growing success, however, Chopin had no inkling that a dramatic personal relationship would soon reshape his life in ways even his music could barely foretell. It was within these circles of artists and intellectuals that Chopin encountered the writer George Sand, a presence as paradoxical and complex as the city itself. Born Aurore Dupin, she had already garnered both fame and notoriety for her unconventional lifestyle, adopting a man's attire and openly criticizing social norms. Their first meeting, arranged by mutual friends, was anything but ideal. Sand's boldness startled Chopin, likewise. His delicate demeanour struck her as a feat. Yet beneath this awkward first impression, a shared sensibility lingered, hinting that fate had set them on a path of entanglement. Though their initial interactions were marked by tension, curiosity eventually eroded wariness. At salons, Sand listened to Chopin's performances with quiet intensity, fascinated by the subtle passion woven into his nocturnes and preludes. For her part, Chopin discovered in Sand's writing a candour that both unsettled and intrigued him. She wrote with emotional force, challenging societal expectations in a way he, a more introverted figure, could only express through music. In time, this mutual fascination evolved into a relationship that defied easy classification. Some saw it as scandalous, others romanticised it, envisioning two rebellious souls uniting under the banner of art. Sand's familial obligations, she was a mother with complex ties to past lovers, clashed with Chopin's need for a stable, tranquil environment. Yet for several years, they carved out a shared existence, spending summers at Sand's estate in Nohant, where Chopin found the kind of peace impossible to attain in Paris. The manor's sprawling gardens and rustic atmosphere gave him the space to compose free from urban pressures. Meanwhile, Sand continued to write feverishly, fueling her own literary output in parallel. This period yielded some of Chopin's most refined compositions. He built upon his previous works, deepening their emotional range while drawing further on Polish influences, especially in his mazurkas. The synergy with Sand took a curious form. She stoked his creative fires by allowing him solitude, yet providing companionship when he needed it. The letters from that era reveal a mixture of affection and exasperation, as they attempted to reconcile two strong-willed temperaments with distinct worldviews. Chopin's health, already delicate, showed further signs of strain. He suffered from persistent coughing fits and fevers, likely tied to a chronic pulmonary ailment. The exact nature of his condition remains debated, though tuberculosis is the commonly suggested culprit. At Nohant, Sand took on the role of caregiver, even as she juggled her responsibilities to her children. The tranquil setting was both therapeutic and creatively stimulating. However, the underlying tensions in their partnership never fully disappeared. Despite these strains, they managed to maintain a semblance of harmony, returning to Paris for the social season and hosting a circle of admirers, including artists who found their alliance captivating. Rumours and speculations made the rounds, some exaggerated, others tinged with envy. Chopin, quieter by nature, often let Sand handle social negotiations. Her judgment-free nature and ability to navigate bohemian society made her well suited to do so. During their years together, Chopin continued to refine his technique. His works from this phase, nocturnes, waltzes, impromptus, resonate with a delicate balance between introspection and theatrical flair. He pushed the boundaries of harmony, exploring key changes that felt as subtle as shifting moods. Audiences in Paris, who by then revered him as a singular voice on the piano, embraced these developments eagerly. However, when personal conflicts flared, the same artistic brilliance that flowed in times of peace could also come to a halt. Gradually, the relationship showed signs of fracture. Sand's practicality clashed with Chopin's artistic fragility, especially as financial and familial burdens multiplied. Their differing life philosophies became harder to reconcile. Sand championed unconstrained freedom, while Chopin yearned for emotional security. Friends noticed simmering tension. Chopin's circle worried about his health, Sand's acquaintances questioned her choices. Neither could ignore the gathering clouds. Still, for a while longer, they sustained a delicate equilibrium, each day a tapestry of quiet idylls and small quarrels, softened by the hush of the French countryside. Their bond gave birth to cultural ripples that extended beyond their personal story. The fusion of literary boldness and musical nuance sparked curiosity in those who orbited their world. The question was not if their union would end, but how the inevitable parting would unfold, and what toll it would take on the Chopin spirit, which had grown accustomed to Sand's presence as both muse and caretaker. As the 1840s advanced, tensions between Chopin and George Sand deepened. Conflicting needs frayed their once productive coexistence, culminating in disagreements that seemed trivial to outsiders but deeply impacted their bond. Financial strains became more pronounced. Although Chopin was still giving private lessons and occasionally performing, his medical expenses increased, and his capacity to maintain the rigorous schedule of a sought-after musician waned. Sand's responsibilities piled higher. She was not just an acclaimed novelist, but also a mother whose children demanded her attention. Their seasonal retreats to Nahant were initially meant to be restorative, yet the countryside that once soothed them now became a backdrop for brooding silences and unspoken resentments. Chopin, increasingly plagued by ill health, found it difficult to cope with the emotional upheavals. Sand, for her part, struggled to reconcile her desire for independence with the role of caregiver and mediator. The earlier idyll of two artists inspiring each other gave way to a fragile piece held together by habit and reluctance to confront the inevitable. By 1846, arguments over the upbringing of Sand's children, particularly her daughter Solange, magnified the couple's disparities. Sand believed Chopin was overstepping his boundaries. He, in turn, felt marginalised in a household he had come to consider partly his own. As from this period paint a picture of two individuals trying to salvage a relationship that had lost its guiding clarity. The closeness that once nurtured Chopin's compositions and fueled Sand's writing now felt stifling, each partner perceiving the other as a barrier to personal freedom. When the final break came, it was less an explosive rupture than a slow unravelling. They were practically living apart by 1847. Their friends, once enchanted by the bohemian aura of their union, looked on with sympathy or weary resignation, depending on whose side they took. Though not bitterly acrimonious, the separation left Chopin emotionally drained at a time when he most needed stability. And then, broader European unrest intervened. The year 1848 ushered in revolutions across the continent. France, Austria, and various Italian states erupted in anti-monarchical fervour. Paris was engulfed by turmoil, with barricades springing up and many aristocratic families fleeing. Chopin's student base shrank dramatically, intensifying his financial worries. Weakened and anxious, he began to consider leaving the city, when a British admirer, Jane Stirling, invited him to London, promising new opportunities for performance and patronage. Chopin decided to accept, despite reservations about travel with his frail health. London welcomed him with a mix of curiosity and scepticism. In a musical scene dominated by large-scale concerts, Chopin's subtle approach found appreciative audiences, but did not ignite a mainstream frenzy. He gave a handful of performances, enough to dazzle connoisseurs and uphold his reputation. Though the city's bustling pace and cold, damp climate took a toll. Searching for respite, he travelled north to Scotland, where patrons offered lodging in their country homes. The bleak landscapes, while novel, did little to alleviate his mounting exhaustion. Letters from this period reveal his despair over deteriorating health and the emotional wounds of separation from Sand. He was haunted by memories of earlier, more optimistic days in Paris. The sense of exile he once felt upon leaving Poland now returned with even greater poignancy. Ironically, he was closer geographically to his homeland than ever before, yet felt more spiritually adrift. His performances, though still meticulous, lack the spark of earlier years. Composing came in fits and starts, yielding a few remarkable late works, but each effort drained his waning strength. By late 1848, Chopin concluded that London could not be a permanent refuge. He returned to Paris early the following year, an ailing figure who could no longer rely on teaching or concerts to sustain himself. Friends rallied to his aid, offering financial support and companionship. Still, each passing week saw him grow weaker, confined mostly to his apartment. Occasional visitors recalled the quiet dignity with which he faced his final decline, maintaining a gentle politeness and concern for others' comfort. He clung to whatever creative impulses remained, sometimes improvising a few notes at the piano, though coughing fits often cut these sessions short. Aware of the seriousness of his condition, Chopin is said to have asked for Mozart's Requiem to be performed at his funeral. The end came on October 17th, 1849, when he died at age 39. Mourners gathered at the Church of the Madeleine to pay tribute. His sister Ludwika, who had journeyed from Poland to be with him, arranged for his heart to be returned to Warsaw, a final testament to the love he bore for his homeland. The rest of his remains were interred at Père-Lachaise Cemetery in Paris. In the hush that followed, those who knew him contemplated the delicate threads he wove between Poland, France, and the universal language of music, a tapestry that now, with his passing, felt both achingly complete and painfully unfinished. In the days and weeks after Chopin's death, Parisian society buzzed with reminiscences, myths, and debates over his true nature. Was he the epitome of the romantic, willing to sacrifice his health for the sake of art? Or was he a more measured figure, quietly shaping the course of piano music without fanfare? His friends, former lovers, and students offered conflicting portraits, a mosaic of impressions that underscored the complexity of a life lived in the margins between public scrutiny and private longing. Already, fellow composers and critics were assessing his legacy. Franz Liszt, who had championed Chopin's works, penned a biography that blended admiration with a certain poetic license. Hector Berlioz credited him with renewing the expressive power of the piano. Robert Schumann, based in Germany, had long praised Chopin's gift for capturing entire worlds of feeling in miniature forms. While the scope of Chopin's output was modest compared to symphonists or opera composers, its influence proved outsized, a testament to the intimacy he brought to every bar of music. Pianists marvelled at the technical innovations embedded in his etudes, preludes and nocturnes. Chopin transformed the piano into an instrument of whispered confidence rather than a bombastic display. His approach to fingering, pedal usage, and phrasing forced performers to abandon purely mechanical methods. Instead, they were compelled to inhabit the emotional core of each piece, a requirement that had made playing Chopin both a challenge and a revelation. Yet not everyone grasped his significance immediately. Some critics, particularly those captivated by grand orchestral works, perceived his oeuvre as devoid of grandeur. They questioned whether these delicate sketches deserved the same reverence accorded to symphonies. Over time, however, that perspective evolved. Younger generations of composers recognized that Chopin's genius lay precisely in his ability to convey epic feeling through slender forms. The preludes, each a miniature universe, gained particular acclaim for their structural and harmonic daring. Even Liszt's transcriptions of Chopin's works could not replicate the subtlety that defined Chopin's own playing. In Poland, still grappling with political subjugation, Chopin's music became a beacon of cultural identity. His polonaises, with their regal, march-like rhythms, and mazurkas, echoing the rustic dance forms of rural Poland, resonated with those yearning for national dignity. Over time, entire generations of Poles would point to Chopin as the embodiment of a spirit unbroken by foreign rule. In this sense, his legacy took on a patriotic dimension, turning him into a symbolic guardian of the Polish soul. While he spent much of his adulthood in Paris, his heart, both literally and figuratively, remained in Warsaw, ensuring that his reputation at home was burnished by an almost holy reverence. Beyond Poland's borders, Chopin's influence quietly seeped into the DNA of Western music. Claude Debussy and Gabriel Fauré, major French composers of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, drew upon his nuanced approach to harmony. Even Russian composers like Alexander Scriabin found inspiration in Chopin's coloristic chords. In the realm of piano performance, his legacy manifested in the demand that interpretation be a delicate art of shading and personal expression. Pianists from across Europe, and eventually the world, travelled to Paris or Warsaw to study Chopin's style firsthand. One of the more intriguing aspects of his posthumous fame was the almost hallowed aura surrounding his personal relics. Beyond the famed transport of his heart to Warsaw, people preserved his letters, locks of his hair, and even the pianos he played. Memorials and statues appeared, especially after political shifts allowed Poland to honour its favourite son openly. Festivals sprang up celebrating his birthday and revisiting his repertoire. A certain romantic mystique enveloped his image, the frail poetic exile whose life and death paralleled the vulnerable beauty of his music. Yet for all the mythologizing, Chopin's legacy rests squarely on the strength of his compositions. They remain staples in concert halls and teaching studios, prized not only for their emotive power, but also for their technical demands. Students labour over the waltzes, nocturnes, and etudes, learning to tell stories through rubato and carefully weighted chords. Seasoned performers return to them repeatedly, finding fresh nuance with each pass. In every corner of the world, from grand theatres in major capitals to modest community recital spaces, Chopin's notes continue to ring out, bridging gaps in language, culture, and time Through it all, the composer retains an aura of intimate mysticism. His music, often described as capturing the soul's gentle confessions, remains deeply personal to each interpreter. And that may be his greatest gift to posterity, the invitation to find our own unspoken yearnings mirrored in his quietly revolutionary idiom. He left no grand manifesto, no flamboyant stage persona, but rather a carefully wrought tapestry of sound that persists in reminding us how powerful the softest voice can be when it speaks of truth. In the modern age, Chopin's significance endures, transcending the boundaries of Poland and France to captivate listeners worldwide. Yet the way we understand him today has expanded well beyond the initial romantic framework. Scholars delve into his manuscripts, tracing the evolution of harmonic progressions and fingering patterns. Historians consider the political and social milieus that shaped him, noting how exile sharpened his sense of cultural identity. At international piano competitions, from Warsaw's prestigious Chopin competition to events in Asia and the Americas, contestants vie to interpret his works with the perfect blend of fidelity and personal insight. In Poland, Chopin remains a national treasure. Streets, airports, and music schools bear his name. The annual festivals dedicated to his music attract visitors from every continent, turning the performance of nocturnes and ballades into a communal pilgrimage. His heart, encased in a pillar at the Church of the Holy Cross in Warsaw, is a poignant reminder of his last wishes. Locals and tourists alike pause there, reflecting on a life that, despite its brevity, resonates across centuries. The Poles see in Chopin a symbol of resilience, a testament that beauty can thrive even under oppression. In France, his longtime adoptive home, Chopin's legacy flourishes as well. Visitors to Paris can pay homage at Père Lachaise Cemetery, where he rests among luminaries such as Jim Morrison and Oscar Wilde. In the city's music academies and concert halls, his name is spoken with a reverence reserved for those who shaped an era. His image, the elegantly dressed yet fragile composer, forever perched at a piano, persists in cultural memory. Each year, recitals commemorate his arrival in Paris, recalling the sense of astonishment he once sparked in those crowded salons. Meanwhile, interpretations of his music have branched in countless directions. The early decades of the 20th century saw pianists like Ignacy Jan Paderewski champion his work with a grand romantic flourish. Later, Artur Rubinstein emphasized an elegant simplicity, stripping away sentimental excess. Contemporary virtuosos, bolstered by historically informed performance techniques, debate over pedal usage and tempo rubato, chasing an elusive authenticity that might approximate Chopin's own sound. Yet the essence of his composition resists rigid definition. Each generation finds something new in them, an unexpected harmonic pivot or a melodic gesture that resonates with modern ears. While classical music circles revere Chopin, other genres occasionally claim him too. Jazz pianists adapt his harmonies, weaving his chordal language into improvisations. Film composers borrow snippets of his melodic style to evoke nostalgia or refined emotion. Even pop and rock musicians have paid tribute in their ways, sampling themes or referencing him as a beacon of artistic integrity. That a 19th century Polish expatriate continues to surface in such varied contexts underscores the universal pull of his sound. At the same time, fresh biographical insights continue to surface. Historians have unearthed letters and diaries that shed light on his experiences in exile, his struggles with illness, and his sometimes overlooked humour. Discussions of his personal relationships, particularly his partnership with George Sand, have shifted from scandalized whispers to nuanced examinations of how two creative forces can both nurture and wound each other. Modern scholarship probes the idea that Chopin's poor health was not merely a tragic backdrop, but a driving factor in his artistry, compelling him to distill profound emotion into concise forms. One cannot overlook the importance of nostalgia and memory in Chopin's ongoing allure. His nocturnes, waltzes, and mazurkas possess a wistful quality that resonates with anyone who's experienced love and loss, yearns for home, or contemplates the transient nature of life. That sense of longing, so central to the Romantic era, feels surprisingly fresh in a world where technology often accelerates our daily existence. Through Chopin's music, many listeners find a space to breathe, to contemplate subtler shades of emotion less easily expressed in words. In a sense, the Chopin story is a bridge between epochs. He lived in the age of candlelit salons and quill-penned letters, Yet his art continues to find renewed relevance. Grand competitions see young pianists from Seoul, Buenos Aires, Cape Town and beyond interpret his scores with riveting originality, proving that music transcends geography and time. The constant reimagination of his work through performance, scholarship and even casual listening testifies to the enduring power of a gentle soul who spoke most eloquently when seated before a piano. From Zhelezova Wola to Paris and back again, Chopin's journey resonates as a narrative of exile, creativity, love and loss. He remains a figure both deeply cherished and endlessly debated, his spirit woven into the collective memory of Western culture. Each generation rediscovers him on its terms, drawn in by music that whispers truths about the human condition. And thus, Frederic Chopin lives on, a quiet but potent force, reminding us that even the softest voice can reverberate through history. Imagine passing through a hefty wooden gate with iron hinges that creak like a longtime friend clearing their throat. A medieval garden that has been waiting for centuries to reveal its secrets to you is something truly remarkable that you have just entered. It might be 1250 or 1350. Here time seems to move more slowly. The air is scented with lavender and damp earth, and each path seems to be whispering, "Slow down, you're safe now." In an era known for plagues, wars and the occasional dragon sighting, well, that last one was mostly in the stories, but you never know, you might ask why anyone would bother designing elaborate gardens. The response is incredibly straightforward. Humans have always required breathing spaces. Medieval gardens were meticulously planned havens that could literally save your sanity, not just lovely places. Take a moment to imagine life in the Middle Ages. You're crammed into cities with dark, narrow streets that, let's face it, smell like things you'd rather not recognise. You have to avoid suspicious puddles, dodge horses, and hope the person selling you bread hasn't been experimenting with using sawdust instead of flour. By nightfall, your nervous system is more tightly wound than the drawbridge of a castle. Imagine now finding a secret garden in a castle courtyard or behind the walls of a monastery. It's like walking into a warm kitchen after a thunderstorm. Suddenly, the cobblestones that seem to take offence at your ankles are replaced by neat pathways beneath your feet. Instead of flags snapping urgently in the wind, flowers nod in soft breezes. The only sounds are bees humming their old working songs, and the water trickles rather than rushes. The need for specially designed areas to help people relax was recognised by medieval garden designers, something we're still learning today. They were using centuries of meticulous observation about what truly makes people feel at ease, rather than psychology textbooks, which had not yet been created. These gardens adhered to the enclosed embrace concept. Every serene medieval garden was encircled by buildings, hedges or walls, giving the impression that one was being held rather than left open. You were entering a protective cocoon where the chaos of the outside world couldn't follow you, not just a garden. The enclosure was also useful. Medieval gardens required protection from straggling animals, think attempting to meditate while chasing a determined goat away, severe weather, and the odd bandit who might be more concerned with your turnips than your spiritual health. The psychological impact, however, was even more significant. Your mind stops looking for far-off dangers and becomes focused on the here and now when you are unable to see past the garden's boundaries. Every design featured water as a key component. Not tumbling waterfalls or flamboyant fountains, which were added later when people felt that leisure had to be more thrilling. Water in a medieval garden flowed slowly and purposefully. Rainwater could be collected in a simple stone basin, which would serve as a drinking area for birds and a mirror for clouds. Water flowed along raised beds in tiny channels, creating the softest sound imaginable, like rain on leaves or a lullaby to the ground. The pathways themselves were psychological engineering masterpieces. Medieval garden paths were intended for wandering, in contrast to contemporary gardens where paths frequently lead to designated locations. They were never hurried, but instead curved gently, offering fresh views at every bend. It may appear to be a rosebush, but as you approach it, you'll find a tiny herb garden behind it, which leads to a sunny area where you can sit and watch butterflies compete for the best flowers. These designs weren't haphazard. Although they would have scoffed at such a pretentious title, the first landscape therapists were the designers of medieval gardens. They were just individuals who realized that time, beauty, safety and gentle stimulation are all necessary for the human spirit to unfold. A ton of time, You'll find that each component had a purpose as you get comfortable exploring these gardens during our journey together. The herbs weren't only used to season soup. Depending on your needs, they release scents that could increase energy or reduce anxiety. In addition to being lovely, the flowers' hues and forms were selected to soothe weary eyes and promote the kind of gentle concentration that allows your mind to relax. Even the upkeep of these gardens was planned with tranquility in mind. In contrast to contemporary landscaping, which necessitates loud machinery and last-minute weekend labour, medieval gardens developed their beauty gradually, season by season. Pruning, weeding, watering, all gentle, repetitive tasks that allow your thoughts to settle like sediment in a peaceful pond, became a kind of moving meditation. As you fall asleep tonight, picture yourself as the garden's caretaker. As you check on young seedlings, feel the morning dew on your fingertips, hear the gratifying hum of your blade cutting overly eager herbs. Imagine yourself sitting on a plain wooden bench in the evening light, watching the last bees of the day visit flowers that appear to glow in the golden hour. In your fantasy medieval world, you awaken to the sound of bells ringing throughout the countryside. Not the startling clatter of contemporary life, but the soft bronze voices that have been calling people to prayer for centuries. You're now in a monastery garden, the pinnacle of the art of tranquil design. For good reason, monastic communities were the world's best gardeners during the Middle Ages. Through prayer, meditation, and what they referred to as opus manuum, the work of hands, these individuals had devoted their lives to discovering a connection with God. They learned that certain physical settings could either help or hinder their spiritual objectives, and they incorporated these insights into the design of their gardens. As soon as you enter the monastery, you'll notice how different the atmosphere is from the outside world. Not only is it quieter, but the air itself seems to have acquired patience. The garden unfolds in front of you in sections, each serving a distinct function, but all being bound together by the same overarching idea. Everything in this place is there to restore the health of the human soul. The physical garden, where therapeutic herbs are grown in tidy raised beds, is the first space you come across. However, don't picture sterile rows like the outdoor area of a contemporary pharmacy. An artist's sense of colour, texture and scent is evident in the arrangement of these plants. Even their most utilitarian plantings were beautiful to behold, because the monastery gardeners recognised that healing starts with the senses. Alongside tidy thyme borders, chamomile grows in silvery green mounds. In purple ranks that appear to glitter in the morning light, lavender stands at attention. Wherever it is permitted, mint grows, producing cool green carpets that smell good whenever you touch them. The real magic occurs when you discover that in fact walking among these plants causes your breathing to slow down. The visual effect is calming. Certain scents have direct pathways to the nervous system, a discovery made by medieval monks that modern aromatherapy is still catching up to. It's true that lavender reduces anxiety. In fact, rosemary can help with mental clarity. Mint actually improves mood and aids in digestion. However, they did more than simply cultivate these plants. They placed them along the garden path so that people would naturally and unconsciously experience their benefits. It was not because medieval people lacked imagination that monastic gardens were laid out according to rigid geometric patterns. These geometric patterns functioned as a kind of visual meditation. Your mind would naturally settle into the same serene rhythm if your eye followed the neat patterns. Squares within squares, circles intersected by crosses and rectangles divided by diagonal paths. Beyond aesthetics, geometric garden design has a profoundly fulfilling quality. It is easier for your internal state to achieve equilibrium when your external environment is well organised and balanced. Through daily practice, the monks were able to determine this. They discovered they could enter and stay in meditative states more quickly and for longer after spending hours in prayer and reflection in gardens with solid geometric underpinnings. A well or fountain, placed where several paths met, was the focal point of the majority of monastery gardens. This had symbolic and psychological significance, in addition to being pragmatic, although access to water was undoubtedly crucial. In almost all spiritual traditions, water is a symbol of life, rebirth, and purification. Having it at the centre of the garden served as a conscious or unconscious reminder to guests that they were in a space devoted to renewal. The water features were intended to stimulate your senses without overpowering them, which is where the subtle genius of medieval garden designers was displayed. Water trickling slowly from a carved spout into a basin in a basic stone well could produce the softest sound possible. enough to drown out distracting sounds outside the garden walls, but not enough to draw attention to itself. In order to maximise psychological benefits, the seating areas in the monastery gardens were positioned strategically. Wooden benches were placed facing either west, for evening reflection as the day came to an end, or east, for morning meditation in the light of the sunrise. They were placed next to herb beds where the scent would be most potent in the hottest hours of the day, or nestled into alcoves created by carefully trained fruit trees. Sitting in one of these locations, you would observe how the garden seems to envelop you without making you feel crowded. Although the surrounding hedges or walls provide privacy and security, they aren't so high that you feel confined. As the sun passes overhead, you can see the sky, watch the clouds move and take in the shifting patterns of light and shadow. It feels like a soft, verdant hug. Monastery gardens' maintenance philosophy was a reflection of their spiritual mission. Slowly and deliberately, the work was done as a kind of prayer. Weeding was an opportunity to exercise patience and attention to detail, not a task to be hurried through. Watering was an opportunity to observe and appreciate the needs and growth of each individual plant, in addition to providing basic plant care. This method produced gardens that exuded serenity. Spaces acquire a distinct energy quality when they are maintained with love and meditation, as opposed to speed and efficiency. This phenomenon is frequently mentioned by contemporary visitors to restored monastery gardens. There is an unmistakably serene quality to these areas that transcends their aesthetic appeal. In ways we have mostly forgotten, the monks also had an understanding of seasonal rhythms. Their gardens were planned to offer various forms of aesthetic appeal and practicality all year long. The delicate blossoms of fruit trees and the new green of fresh herbs arrived with spring. Harvests were plentiful, and the scent of blooming plants filled the air during the summer. Autumn brought vibrant foliage and the joy of collecting seeds for planting the following year. With the sharp lines of the geometric design clearly visible, and evergreen herbs offering patches of life against the snow, even winter had its own stern beauty. Imagine how the light of the day gradually fades and how the air cools and carries the mixed scents of herbs as you settle into evening prayer in this monastery garden. You discover that you have spent the entire day in this verdant haven, without ever feeling rushed, anxious, or out of sync with the cycles of life itself when the bells ring once more, summoning the community to vespers. You're exchanging your modest monastery cell for something far more opulent this morning, a castle garden intended for medieval aristocracy. However, don't anticipate the extravagant extravagance of later centuries. Subtly sophisticated medieval noble gardens were designed to provide ideal settings for the kinds of pursuits that kept aristocrats sane amidst the demands of political life. The unusual living quarters of medieval aristocrats resembled a goldfish bowl. From servants to rival families to visiting diplomats who reported back to foreign courts, everyone was continuously watching, criticising, and analysing their lives. There was hardly any privacy, and leisure had to be carefully planned in between court rituals, tournaments, and the never-ending negotiations that prevented kingdoms from falling into anarchy. Their gardens, which were created especially to offer the kinds of tranquil experiences that would be practically impossible to find elsewhere in medieval society, turned into vital pressure valves. However, these were not merely enlarged monastic gardens. Noble gardens needed to do more than just impress guests. They also needed to offer useful advantages and a real escape from the bustle of the outside world. You can see how the garden areas are shrewdly tucked into areas that might otherwise go unused as you stroll through the castle's main courtyard. Every inch of protected interior space was valuable, because medieval castles were constructed primarily for defence and then for comfort. Working like puzzle solvers, the garden designers created lovely havens in small courtyards with no military use, along walls and in strange corners. One of the most clever features is what the medievals called a pleasaunce, basically a private outdoor space intended for leisure and small parties. Imagine a square or rectangular area surrounded by dense hedges or low walls, with thoughtfully placed sightlines that preserve views of the castle's most appealing features or far-off landscapes while obstructing views from the crowded main courtyards. These spaces were decorated to resemble outdoor living rooms. Backrests and seating were provided by raised beds, which were frequently topped with turf benches, which were essentially earth and grass sofas that were surprisingly cosy and unmistakably different. Depending on when the garden's owner wanted to escape from public responsibilities, wooden benches were positioned to benefit from morning sunlight or afternoon shade. Noble Gardens' plant selections demonstrated a deep comprehension of social dynamics and psychology. Roses were important because of their symbolic meaning in addition to their beauty. Roses stood for love, purity, and the transient nature of earthly beauty, according to the medievals, who interpreted everything. Roses were a continual reminder that there was beauty in life worth stopping to appreciate, like poetry growing right outside your window. The way these roses were cultivated, however, was the truly ingenious aspect. Medieval gardeners trained roses as climbers and ramblers, weaving them through wooden frameworks to create living walls and shaded alcoves, in contrast to modern rose bushes that bloom once, and then look rather ordinary for the rest of the year. Picture yourself sitting beneath an arbour, with hundreds of tiny, highly fragrant roses that formed a natural canopy above you, and petals that occasionally fell like fragrant snow. In castle settings, herb gardens fulfilled three functions. They were useful, aesthetically pleasing, and instructive. Noble families were supposed to know how to run the home, cook, and practice medicine. The herb garden offered practical and soothing opportunities for hands-on learning. Identifying the various mints, which is surprisingly difficult and strangely meditative, knowing which herbs aid in digestion, or just taking in the complex scents that changed throughout the day as plants released various aromatic compounds in response to temperature and sun could all take up an afternoon. Although more ornate than those found in monasteries, water features in noble gardens were still created with psychological comfort in mind. The family's coat of arms could be carved into a raised stone basin that was supplied with water from the castle's main supply via a tiny channel. Although the visual effect was more advanced, the sound was still subdued because medieval people had not yet developed the noisy fountain obsession that would define later periods. These water features provided focal points for casual get-togethers and reflection. Since medieval aristocrats lacked modern-day coffee shops and living rooms, garden water features offered serene, lovely settings in which challenging discussions could take place without creating tension. Moving water seems to promote honesty while discouraging conflict. Medieval garden designers were well aware of this and took advantage of it. Unlike monastery gardens, where paths encouraged solitary meditation, castle garden paths were ideal for two-person conversations, wide enough for companions to walk side by side, but not so wide that the area felt formal or intimidating. The paths in noble gardens were made for what we might call therapeutic strolling. These pathways frequently included what medieval designers referred to as viewing mounts, tiny man-made hills made by piling up dirt and covering it with turf. More significantly, climbing to the top of a viewing mount offered a mild form of exercise that might help release the tension that had built up from long days of sitting through court ceremonies or council meetings. It also gave you a new perspective on the garden and the surrounding area. Noble gardens displayed a remarkable level of sophistication in their seasonal planning. In addition to ensuring that there is always something lovely or intriguing, garden designers planned planting schedules to ensure that the garden would offer a variety of psychological advantages all year long. The emphasis on hope and rebirth in spring plantings was ideal for acclimating to the long, gloomy winter months when everyone was cooped up inside. The social activities that were vital to aristocratic life were supported by the abundance and celebration that summer gardens provided. Plants in autumn gardens gave nobles a sense of preparation and achievement, which helped them adopt the planning mentality needed to survive the winter. What could be referred to as emergency relaxation features, elements created especially to offer prompt stress relief during political crises, were also present in medieval castle gardens. The maze or labyrinth was a favourite, but not the difficult puzzle mazes of later eras. With their single paths winding in intricate patterns but never offering choices or dead ends, medieval labyrinths were intended to be walking meditations. When you needed to solve complicated problems, you could walk the labyrinth, and the intricate pattern and rhythmic movement would frequently encourage solutions to come to you organically. Imagine yourself sitting on one of those turf benches in your make-believe castle garden as evening draws near and the scent of plants that bloom at night starts to fill the air. Here, the meticulous design of the garden somehow absorbs the political tensions of the day. You can rest fully tonight, surrounded by beauty that has been specifically designed to foster human peace. But tomorrow will present new challenges. You're learning about the hortus conclusus, or enclosed garden, one of the most advanced inventions in medieval gardening tonight. This was not just any walled area with plants. Rather, it was a thoughtfully planned setting, intended to produce what could be referred to as perfect psychological conditions for human flourishing. A thorough understanding of how environmental boundaries impact mental state led to the development of the enclosed garden concept. People in the Middle Ages lived in constant fear of danger that might lurk outside of their familiar boundaries. Anywhere, at any time, there could be bandits, untamed animals, hostile armies, and unexplained illnesses. Every element of daily life, including the layout of serene areas, was influenced by this persistent low-level anxiety. Imagine yourself walking through a small gate or doorway into an enclosed garden. The changeover is purposeful and dramatic. You're surrounded by walls that define and safeguard a smaller, more manageable universe one moment, and then you're in the open world with its boundless horizons and possible dangers the next. Your nervous system literally lets out a sigh of relief as a result of the profound and instantaneous psychological shift. Medieval garden designers, however, went beyond the basic enclosure. They realized that walls by themselves could feel more like prisons than like freedoms. Making the enclosure feel more like an embrace than a prison was the trick. They achieved this by paying close attention to sight lines, proportions, and what we might refer to as controlled openings. A sense of protected space where you could not be surprised or threatened was provided by the walls of the most successful enclosed gardens, which adhered to what contemporary environmental psychologists refer to as the prospect and refuge principle, though medieval designers would have simply referred to it as feeling safe while seeing beauty. However, the gardens also featured thoughtfully designed opportunities, sky views, far-off landscapes, or garden elements that allowed your thoughts to roam without straying from the safety zone. Gates or windows in the walls that framed views like living paintings could create these opportunities. Picture yourself perched on a stone bench, gazing through an arched aperture that ideally frames a view of the castle's towers or a far-off hillside. Your body stays securely contained while your eye can travel to these far-off views, meeting the human need for spatial variety. The enclosed garden's plant choices were exquisite examples of sensory design. Each plant was picked for its ability to enhance the garden's overall psychological ambience, in addition to its aesthetic value. Lavender offered a soothing scent and delicate silvery leaves that glistened in any kind of light. The strong, enlightening aroma of rosemary could clear mental haze and boost alertness without making people anxious. Plants in the mint family offered refreshing scents and cooling effects that could help cool even the hottest summer days. What we might refer to as layered fragrances, plant combinations that released distinct scents at various times of day and in various weather conditions, were common in medieval enclosed gardens. The scent of wet herbs may be green and dewy in the morning, mingled with the honey-sweet aroma of flowers opening to the sun. Aromatic plants such as oregano and thyme would release their stronger scents in the midday heat. Night-blooming plants, with their enigmatic and frequently more complex scents, would emerge in the evening. These gardens' ground planning adhered to principles that seemed to work almost magically. The walkways were both intimately intimate and sufficiently wide for comfortable walking. Since you could never see the entire garden at once, they gently curved to evoke a sense of discovery. There was always something new to discover around every corner. However, everything happened at a natural and secure pace, and the curves were never abrupt enough to cause surprise or fear. Enclosed garden water management reached new artistic heights. Each drop of water could be meticulously regulated and synchronized because these were enclosed spaces. In order to produce various sounds and visual effects throughout the garden, designers devised systems that would allow water to move slowly through the area, appearing and disappearing. You may first see water as a soft spring that emerges from a carved stone face in one wall, then follow its path as it feeds various plant beds via tiny channels before gathering in a central basin to reflect the sky and light. From the first soft bubbling of the spring to the soft trickling through the channels to the almost silent filling of the last basin, the sound of this water would change as it travelled. The psychological significance of what we might refer to as controlled wilderness within enclosed spaces was also recognised by medieval designers. These gardens featured sections where plants were permitted to grow in more organic patterns, despite their meticulous planning and upkeep. Herbs that had been left to self-seed and spread could be found in a corner, resulting in patches that felt wild and impromptu, but were totally safe. A basic psychological need of humans was met by this harmony between naturalness and control. We need a certain amount of surprise and natural beauty to keep our minds active and interested, but we also need order and predictability for security. Both were simultaneously offered by enclosed gardens, which offered areas of delightful unpredictability along with general order and safety. Enclosed gardens featured especially elaborate seating arrangements. There were several seating options to accommodate various social settings and moods. Cool, isolated places to reflect were provided by stone benches set into the walls. For extended stays, wooden benches placed in bright spots offered warmth and comfort. The most private and cosy seating was provided by turf benches, those amazing earth and grass creations from the Middle Ages that were ideal for reading, taking naps, or having quiet discussions. The placement of these seating sections was done to capitalise on the various seasons and times of day. In order to enjoy the soft early sun, morning seats faced east. The locations of the midday seats were chosen to provide shade during the hottest times of the day. Seats in the evening faced west to watch the sunset. In order to harness any available warmth from the low winter sun, winter seats were placed in alcoves facing south. Enclosed gardens' seasonal development was thoughtfully planned to offer psychological support all year long. After enduring the harsh winters of the Middle Ages, people needed hope and renewal, which spring plantings offered. Summertime designs offered celebration and plenty. Plants in autumnal gardens conveyed a sense of preparation and harvest. Evergreen trees and intriguing architectural elements were included in the design to add beauty and interest even during the winter months. Most significantly, medieval enclosed gardens were intended to be places for what we might refer to as productive solitude. These were not places where you could hide from the outside world forever, but rather places where you could temporarily withdraw, regain your emotional and mental balance, and then resume your daily activities with fresh vitality and perspective. Imagine yourself falling asleep in your own little enclosed garden, with walls that feel protective rather than limiting, and breathing in air that is scented with herbs that have been carefully selected to encourage relaxation and tranquility. The boundaries of the garden create a perfect little world where you can just enjoy being in an area created specifically for your well-being. When you wake up this morning, you'll find something amazing. Centuries before the terms environmental aromatherapy were coined, medieval people were engaging in a highly developed form of it. In addition to being aesthetically pleasing, their gardens were meticulously planned sensory experiences that used the scents and qualities of plants to affect mental, physical, and emotional states. Medieval garden designers drew inspiration from a fascinating blend of traditional knowledge passed down through the generations, keen observation, and what they dubbed the doctrine of signatures, the idea that a plant's growth patterns, scent, or appearance could reveal its medicinal uses. Their practical outcomes were frequently remarkably effective, even though some of their theories now seem charmingly antiquated. An early morning stroll through a medieval herb garden would reveal what is essentially a living pharmacy, but one that has been created with a psychologist's awareness of human needs and an artist's sense of aesthetics. Every plant was placed to provide the greatest possible therapeutic benefit to garden visitors, in addition to ideal growing conditions. Along pathways where people would naturally brush against it, chamomile was planted. It has tiny, daisy-like flowers and a sweet, apple-like scent. Although medieval gardeners were aware that the aroma of chamomile could reduce anxiety and encourage sound sleep, they also recognized that the psychological impact was greater when the scent was inadvertently inhaled rather than intentionally. Something about finding a healing scent by accident is more potent than actively seeking it out. In addition to its lovely purple blooms and unique scent, lavender was prized in medieval gardens for its incredibly consistent calming properties. The biochemistry of how lavender's linalool and linaloyl acetate compounds actually slow down nervous system activity was unknown to medieval people, but they were aware of the effects. In order to promote peaceful sleep, lavender was planted close to places where people sat, along walkways that led to private areas, and particularly close to windows in bedrooms. Lavender's placement in gardens demonstrated a sophisticated understanding of scent dispersal. Medieval gardeners planted lavender in sunny locations where afternoon heat would optimize its therapeutic benefits, because they knew that the plant releases its strongest fragrance during the warmest part of the day. Additionally, they placed lavender bushes where people might unintentionally brush against them while strolling, because they knew that bruised lavender releases even more scent. Almost like a garden guardian, rosemary was placed close to gates and entrances so that its potent, calming scent could assist guests in shifting from the disorganized state of everyday life to the concentrated awareness required for appreciating a garden. According to contemporary research, medieval people thought rosemary improved mental clarity and memory. It is true that compounds found in rosemary can enhance alertness and cognitive function. However, this is where the genius of medieval garden design was displayed. Rosemary was also planted alongside soothing herbs like chamomile and lavender. The end effect was a well-balanced scent experience that could improve mental clarity without causing overstimulation or anxiety. In these gardens, you felt more at ease and could think more clearly, two things that are surprisingly hard to combine. The most adaptable medicinal plants in medieval gardens came from the mint family. Various mints were used to achieve various physical and psychological effects. Without the potency of peppermint, spearmint provided mild digestive support and a revitalizing mental boost. The sweeter, softer scent of apple mint was ideal for unwinding in the evening. In the damp spots next to garden water features, where its cooling qualities could intensify the revitalizing effects of flowing water, water mint flourished. Medieval gardeners also recognized a fact that contemporary aromatherapy is rediscovering. Combinations of plants, rather than individual species, frequently produce the most potent therapeutic fragrances. In their gardens, they established what we might refer to as fragrance neighborhoods, by assembling plants whose fragrances would complement one another and offer supplementary medicinal advantages. A standard calming corner might include rose for emotional support, chamomile for mild sedation, lavender for anxiety relief, and maybe a dash of mint for freshness. Because each plant releases a different amount of fragrance in response to temperature and humidity changes, these plants would be arranged so that their distinct scents would naturally blend to create complex, subtle scent experiences that could change throughout the day. In medieval gardens, roses had uses far beyond aesthetics. Various types were selected based on their distinct scents and purported impact on health and happiness. With their powerful, complex scent, damask roses were thought to uplift the soul and fortify the heart in difficult times. Alba roses were believed to promote rational thinking and clear mental confusion because of their fresher, cleaner scent. Roses were planted along pathways that people might walk when resolving difficult emotions, and medieval rose gardens were frequently created as emotional support systems. The perfect environment for processing and healing emotions was created by the combination of therapeutic fragrance, lovely visual stimulation, and mild physical exercise. Medieval gardens' seasonal fragrance progression was thoughtfully planned to promote mental well-being all year long. Fresh green fragrances that could alleviate winter depression and promote mental rejuvenation were the focus of spring gardens. Early herbs, such as young rosemary and mint, offered astringent, energizing scents that might help dispel the mental sluggishness that frequently accompanied the dark months. With several plants blooming at once to create intricate, multi-layered scent environments, summer gardens provided the most complete fragrance experiences. However, these weren't overpowering sensory attacks. Medieval gardeners recognized the value of restraint and balance. There were peaceful spots with delicate scents in even the most ornate summer garden, places where overstimulated senses could relax. Warming, grounding scents from autumn gardens could ease the psychological transition to winter. The rich, complex scents of late-blooming herbs, such as oregano and sage, seemed to capture the joy of harvest. These plants were frequently placed close to places where people could sit and think back on the events of the year, while mentally getting ready for the reflective winter months. Medieval herb gardens also served as therapeutic environments for their upkeep. Herb harvesting required methodical, slow attention to timing, plant conditions, and appropriate methods. Spaces filled with concentrated fragrances from drying herbs could benefit from aromatherapy for weeks. Since disturbed herb plants released their fragrances as you worked, even weeding herb gardens was more enjoyable than other garden maintenance. The significance of a personal connection to medicinal plants is another thing that medieval people understood that we are still learning about. They urged garden visitors to form bonds with individual plants, learning about their unique growth patterns, best times to harvest them, and distinctive scent patterns. The therapeutic effects were enhanced by this individualized attention. The benefits of a plant seem to be more potent when you know it well. Imagine yourself surrounded by carefully selected and arranged plants that will support your health as evening descends on your make-believe medieval herb garden. A delicate combination of scents permeates the air, calming the stresses of the day and preparing your mind for a good night's sleep. Every breath brings you compounds that have been used for thousands of years to help people find health and peace. These compounds were arranged by gardeners who realized that healing occurs most effectively in settings that are beautiful and thoughtfully designed. You're studying one of the most intriguing facets of medieval gardening this morning, the creation of spaces that have the power to literally alter human perception through the use of geometric patterns and symbolic designs. Plants were not arranged haphazardly or in accordance with contemporary aesthetic standards by medieval garden designers. Their work was based on a deep understanding of how spiritual awareness and mental state are influenced by visual patterns. In the world of the medieval people, everything was thought to have symbolic meaning. Rather than being merely ornamental choices, numbers, shapes, colours, and spatial relationships were seen as stepping stones to a greater comprehension of natural harmony and divine order. This symbolic language was employed by garden designers to create areas that could lead guests to particular spiritual and psychological states. You would instantly notice the sense of balance and justice that seems to emanate from the layout itself if you were to walk into a medieval garden that was created using sacred geometric principles. Pathways that follow mathematical proportions found in nature, the same ratios that are present in human bodies, flower petals and seashells, would entice your attention. Your mind would perceive these patterns as essentially reliable and harmonious, even if you were not familiar with the technical specifics. The square formed by intersecting pathways into 4 smaller squares was the most popular geometric foundation for medieval gardens. The 4 elements, earth, air, fire, and water, the 4 seasons, the 4 cardinal directions, and the 4 rivers of paradise mentioned in biblical texts were all represented by this pattern, which is known as a quadripartite design. Beyond its symbolic significance, however, this design had useful psychological effects. Quadripartite gardens offered a visual order that was both simple enough to be instantly understandable and complex enough to be fascinating. The overall pattern was easy for your mind to understand, giving you a sense of control. However, there was space for variation and surprise within each quadrant. Human psychological needs appear to be well served by this blend of controlled variation and predictable structure. Geometrically designed gardens had pathways that were more than just ways to get from one place to another. They served as what we might refer to as contemplation guides, physical objects that, by merely walking, could induce meditative states in your mind. Special features such as a fountain, an especially lovely plant, or a religious sculpture that encouraged pause and contemplation were frequently used to mark the intersections where pathways crossed. Medieval garden designers realized something that contemporary meditation instructors have rediscovered: that beautiful visual stimulation coupled with repetitive rhythmic movement can create deeply calming and restorative altered states of consciousness. It became a kind of moving meditation to follow the geometric paths of a medieval garden, with their predictable curves and intersections. Geometric gardens with circular features had unique psychological purposes. Curved alcoves, round fountains, and circular herb beds offered visual respite from the overall geometric framework's angular precision. More significantly, however, in medieval symbolic thinking, circles stood for wholeness, harmony, and perfection. It was thought that incorporating circular elements into garden design would aid guests in achieving spiritual integration and psychological wholeness. What we might refer to as sacred proportion systems, mathematical relationships thought to reflect divine harmony, were incorporated into the most elaborate medieval gardens. The golden ratio, which can be found in everything from nautilus shells to sunflower seed spirals, was frequently used to establish the connections between various garden sections. Even when visitors were unable to consciously pinpoint the reason, these proportional systems produced gardens that felt enigmatically fulfilling to experience. Your mind would react with a sense of calm and righteousness that seemed to come from the surroundings rather than from any deliberate effort on your part as your eye moved through areas that felt harmonious and well-balanced. Geometric gardens featured equally complex colour schemes. Based on observed psychological effects and symbolic associations, medieval designers employed what they dubbed colour harmonies. White flowers were frequently planted in central areas or along main routes because they symbolised purity and spiritual illumination. Red flowers were placed where their emotional intensity could be appreciated, without overpowering the tranquil atmosphere of the garden, symbolising both earthly passion and divine love. Despite being comparatively uncommon in medieval gardens, blue flowers were prized for their purported capacity to foster introspection and spiritual understanding. They were frequently placed in peaceful nooks or beside walkways that led to places of prayer where their calming hue might assist guests in turning their attention from material worries to spiritual ones. Keeping up geometric gardens was a kind of spiritual exercise in and of itself. Regular, patient attention was necessary to maintain the pattern's clarity and accuracy. The gardeners who cared for these areas frequently referred to their labour as a kind of meditation or prayer. Replanting to maintain colour arrangements, weeding to preserve the clarity of planted patterns, and trimming hedges to maintain clean geometric lines all became opportunities to practice the kind of focused attention that medieval people associated with spiritual development. Geometric gardens were designed with seasonal changes in mind to preserve the key patterns while offering year-round diversity and interest. The linear features of the garden, such as the bulbs placed along the edges of the pathways to produce clear lines of colour, could be highlighted with spring plantings. While keeping their fundamental boundaries, summer plantings could fill in the geometric shapes with a profusion of growth. Even as their foliage changed colour, plants that offered strong structural elements could be found in autumn gardens. In order to maintain the geometric patterns even when the majority of the plants were inactive, winter gardens relied on hardscape components and evergreen plants. The psychological significance of what we might refer to as pattern completion was also recognised by medieval garden designers, who produced geometric designs that encouraged guests to actively perceive the patterns rather than merely passively observing them. The entire geometric pattern may not be immediately apparent when you first enter a garden. Instead, you may need to navigate through different sections and observe the area from different perspectives before the entire pattern becomes clear to you. Important psychological purposes were fulfilled by this gradual pattern recognition process. It was a gentle, fulfilling puzzle with a clear solution that kept your mind active. Garden patterns could be fully comprehended and appreciated, in contrast to the intricate and frequently intractable issues of everyday medieval life. A sense of emotional and intellectual relief that was hard to find elsewhere was brought on by this experience of understanding and completion. The geometric garden design's symbolic meanings also gave guests what we might refer to as contemplation frameworks, organised approaches to considering life's more profound issues. A garden that is themed around the number 4 could inspire contemplation of the 4 seasons of spiritual growth, the 4 stages of life, or the 4 virtues. Through garden design, these ideas were made tangible and approachable rather than being abstract philosophical concepts. Geometric gardens' maze and labyrinth features had specific psychological purposes. Since they could engender fear rather than serenity, true mazes, with their numerous paths and dead ends, were less prevalent in serene medieval gardens. But because of their meditative properties, labyrinths, single path patterns that wound in intricate yet predictable ways toward a central goal, were well liked. It took just the right amount of mental focus to navigate a labyrinth, keeping your conscious mind busy while allowing deeper levels of awareness to emerge. What medieval people referred to as contemplative prayer, and what we might recognise as a type of walking meditation, were made possible by the rhythmic movement and the visual interest of the winding path. What medieval designers referred to as paradise features, elements created especially to evoke the biblical Garden of Eden or other sacred landscapes, were found in the most ornate geometric gardens. These could include particular plant combinations mentioned in religious texts or fountains arranged to form the 4 rivers of paradise. However, even these highly symbolic components were incorporated into designs that placed more emphasis on psychological calm and comfort than on purely symbolic accuracy. Observe how the shadows highlight the patterns that lead your eye and mind to peace, as evening light starts to slope across your imagined geometric garden. Lines of light and shadow reveal mathematical relationships that appeared abstract during the day, serving as a reminder that the same principles that give flowers and seashells their beauty also influence the areas where people can find the most tranquility. As our tour of medieval gardens comes to an end tonight, you find yourself sitting in a garden that reflects all we have learned together. A place where noble sophistication meets monastery wisdom, where geometric precision embraces natural beauty, and where each element has been thoughtfully chosen to foster human peace. The surrounding garden is a representation of centuries' worth of knowledge about what people require in order to flourish spiritually and emotionally. Despite lacking access to contemporary psychology textbooks and environmental science research, medieval garden designers created methods and ideas that are still remarkably successful today. Their gardens were more than just lovely settings. They were therapeutic havens designed by individuals who recognized the power of outward beauty to alter inner experience. You can see how every element we've come across during our exploration fulfills several functions at once. In addition to offering physical security, the walls surrounding these gardens establish psychological barriers that help your mind focus on the here and now rather than constantly looking for threats in the future. In addition to being aesthetically pleasing, the geometric pathways lead your body through soft rhythmic motions that naturally create meditative states. In addition to producing beautiful sounds and visual interest, the water features we have found offer the psychological advantages of being near flowing water, such as enhanced focus, lowered stress hormones, and that inexplicable feeling of rejuvenation that people seem to experience when they are near water. Despite their ignorance of negative ions and the neurological effects of specific sound frequencies, medieval people noticed that people felt better when they were near flowing water, so they planned their gardens accordingly. Perhaps the most advanced knowledge of all can be found in the plant choices made for medieval gardens. These gardeners were aware of the scents that could reduce anxiety, enhance mental clarity, and facilitate the shift from wakefulness to sleep. They selected plants that would offer the appropriate sensory experiences during the seasons when people most needed them because they were aware of seasonal psychology. Perhaps more significantly, though, medieval garden designers recognized that peace is more than simply the absence of stress or conflict, something we occasionally overlook in our contemporary world. True peace is a positive state that must be actively created and maintained through careful attention to environment, relationships, and daily practices. Medieval gardens were intended to promote peace. Each component combined to help guests transition from whatever state they were in to one of true peace and rejuvenation. Without strain or effort, the shift occurred gradually and organically. Simply by spending time in a thoughtfully designed setting, you would find that your natural ability for peace would reassert itself, and that the tensions and worries of the day would dissolve as you entered these gardens. Medieval garden maintenance ideas also contained timeless lessons. These areas were cared for with love, patience, and what the medievals referred to as right intention, the desire to bring about healing and beauty rather than efficiency or maximum output. The gardeners who cared for these areas were aware that their own mental states during work had an impact on the outcome. Compared to gardens tended with meditative care, gardens tended with hurried frustration felt different. This idea applies to all facets of creating tranquil spaces, not just gardening. Beyond just physical arrangements, the energy and intention we put into any space-making activity, whether we're setting up a room, cooking, or just planning our daily schedule, influences the outcome. Important lessons about the interplay between structure and freedom were also imparted by medieval gardens. They weren't wild, unruly places, but they also weren't strict or repressive. They offered dependable beauty, well-defined boundaries, and predictable patterns. But there was also space for growth, surprise, and organic variation. Human psychological well-being appears to depend on this harmony between spontaneity and order. In our contemporary world, we frequently vacillate between two extremes. Either we give up on structure completely and hope that freedom alone will bring peace, or we attempt to control every element of our surroundings and schedule. Medieval gardens offer a compromise, building pillars that support rather than impede our innate ability to be happy and peaceful. Another timeless lesson is provided by the seasonal awareness incorporated into medieval garden design. Recognizing that people have different needs at different times and seasons, these gardens were created to offer a variety of gifts throughout the year. After long winters, when people most needed encouragement, spring gardens provided hope and renewal. Summer gardens supported the active growing season with celebration and plenty. As the year came to a close, autumn gardens provided a time for contemplation and preparation. During the reflective months, winter gardens offered structure and peaceful beauty. The way we think about bringing peace into our own lives may change as a result of this seasonal approach to the surroundings and activities. We might learn to modify our peacemaking techniques to fit with seasonal psychological needs and natural rhythms, rather than relying on the same tactics to function consistently throughout the year. Important insights can also be gained from the social aspects of medieval gardens. These were places intended to foster both community and solitude, not just private havens. They offered gathering places where people could congregate in lovely, serene surroundings, as well as peaceful alcoves where people could find time to themselves. The gardens demonstrated that fostering an environment free from stress and conflict is what true peace is all about, not isolating oneself from others. Perhaps most importantly, medieval gardens showed that usefulness and beauty are partners rather than mutually exclusive. Every lovely feature in these gardens had a functional function as well, whether it was to improve growing conditions, supply medicinal plants, control water flow, or promote mental well-being in people. This combination of usefulness and beauty offers ideas for how we could approach all of our life's decisions. Final wisdom worth passing down is provided by the timing principles ingrained in medieval garden design. Through repeated exposure to thoughtfully designed sensory experiences, these gardens gradually worked their calming magic. They were intended to bring about the kind of profound, long-lasting change that occurs when people regularly spend time in settings that encourage their best traits, rather than for temporary solutions or instant transformation. Imagine yourself carrying forward the fundamental ideas we've learned as you get ready to leave this fictional medieval garden and head back to your own time and place. The significance of safety and enclosure, the ability of natural beauty to alter mood and consciousness, the importance of geometric order mixed with organic variety, and the fundamental human need for areas created especially to foster peace. The medieval garden keepers had a profound understanding. Establishing peace in particular locations is the first step toward establishing peace globally, and people naturally become more peaceful when they regularly have access to truly peaceful settings. Their gardens were investments in human potential, areas created to support individuals in becoming the most serene, astute, and affectionate versions of themselves. The scent of medieval lavender, the sound of water gently trickling through stone channels, and the fulfillment that comes from spending time in places created with unending attention to human flourishing should all accompany you as you drift off to sleep tonight. Even though these gardens are only in our imaginations right now, anyone who wants to bring beauty, order, and peace to their own region of the world can always benefit from their wisdom. Some human experiences, beauty, peace, the healing power of well-kept gardens, transcend time and connect us across centuries to the basic needs and joys that make us human. These bells that called medieval people to prayer ring one last time across your imagined landscape, but they are not calling you to any specific religious practice. Dream sweet dreams in your peaceful garden.